Hello, everybody. We are starting day 2 of the UW Blockchain Stampede. Thank you all for being here. Amazingly successful Bitcoin day yesterday. It was fun. We had a lot of lively discussions, and today's a little bit different. What we're gonna do today is kind of where the rubber hits the road. What we're going to be talking about today is real world projects that are happening here at the university. We're going to be doing a lot of policy and regulation discussions, and you're going to meet with the people that are actually doing the projects. We have the distinct pleasure of having our superintendent of education here. Thank you so much. She has been an amazing proponent of this technology across the state. And so I'm really looking forward to spending some time with her. And, we want to have a lively discussion. We want to have you engage with our speakers. And I want to start, though, by asking Dr. Cam Wright to come up and join us, just to say hello. And we want to thank our sponsors. These events don't happen without sponsor support. And, we every year get an amazing bench of sponsors. Our two primary sponsors this year are Cardano, IOG, and we have representatives here from Cardano, and CleanSpark, which is Bitcoin mining that sponsored a lot of yesterday. And also Custodia, if you could wave, to Caitlin. Without our sponsors, events like this simply don't happen. And so you'll be hearing from a lot of our sponsors throughout the day about the projects they're working on, the importance of the initiatives we're doing here in Wyoming, the real advantage that Wyoming brings into this space. And so if you do have an opportunity to bump into the sponsors when you're out in the hallways and having a muffin or something like that, please thank them. And because again, without their support, events like this simply do not happen. So I just want to introduce Dr. Cam Wright. A little bit of history. When we started the Blockchain Center 7 years ago, it was a consortium of deans that recognized that blockchain didn't belong in one academic unit. One of the real challenges that happen in many universities, and right now I think it's becoming acute, is blockchain was put into an individual unit within a university. In many cases, it's in their computer science unit, it may be in their business unit. And one thing universities don't do well is have their academic units talk to each other. And so we learned a lesson from some of the early universities, in particular University of Arkansas. We set out to do something very different here at the University of Wyoming. And Dr. Wright was one of the driving forces behind that. So when the CBDI was first formed 7 years ago, believe it or not now, it was actually a consortium of engineering, the College of Business, our School of Energy, and our School of Agriculture. And we have reaped the benefits of that so much, because when you look at the projects that we're doing, you're going to hear from people like Amanda Martinez sitting here on the corner, who is going to talk about how we're using energy credits that are being created in our School of Energy. And we're going to be talking about other projects where we're working with Homeland Security. And if you're siloed, then those projects simply don't happen because the communication doesn't happen. And the other thing that's kind of happening into the blockchain space in some universities, but not ours, is in many cases, blockchain isn't the shiny object it was 7 years ago. AI and machine learning and other technologies, zero knowledge proofs, which all fit within what we're doing at the CBDI, are gaining some provenance or providence. And we've been able to stay relevant because we have been working across multiple academic units and solving problems for multiple academic units. And it's kept us relevant. In fact, this year in our 7 years was our largest fundraising year that we've had. So it's just been a tremendous success. And a lot of that comes from the forward thinking of folks like Dr. Wright, who recognized early on that this was something different and that if we structured it a little bit differently, then I think we could make a difference. So I just if you want to just take 1 or 2 minutes and just share your thoughts about why the hell you thought 7 years ago that we were a good idea, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I would say that, first off, it's just Cam. You know, Dr. Wright is too formal. When Steve and I first started talking about this, you know, I knew that Wyoming was making great strides, not just in the country, but probably worldwide, in terms of blockchain and some of the digital currency things. And certainly Caitlin was a big part of that. You'll hear more about that. And, you know, it just seemed like it was something Wyoming could really get ahead on if we really put our minds to it. And Wyoming has the big advantage of, especially in our legislature, we're somewhat more monolithic than a lot of legislatures. There's not a lot of infighting. There aren't two big factions that are in there. And so we were able to push together these things. And it seemed like, you know, as Steve was saying, that going across colleges was the way to do it. To silo it into one college, which then would probably end up being a department and everything. It just wouldn't have the effect that we wanted. We wanted it to go across the whole university. So are we moving on to our?
Yeah, let's bring Caitlin up.
Yes.
And kind of kick us off and then get the program going.
Okay. Please, let's welcome Caitlin Long.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. It's such a pleasure to see a big group here and online for the 8th annual Wyoming Blockchain Stampede, originally the hackathon. Some of you have been, Jesse, I'm looking at you, been here since the very beginning, been to all 8. A few of us have made all 8, but it's fun to see how much it's grown. Back when we started, it was just an idea, and it was a very informal group of people in Wyoming who said, we had an opportunity to get out ahead as a state and to grab the initiative to try to decentralize power in these technologies away from the power centers of the United States. In particular, finance in New York, regulatory in DC, and even Silicon Valley in California. There's no reason why everything has to be there. And why not Wyoming was the answer. We have a great history of leadership in certain areas. This state gave women the right to vote 50 years before the rest of the United States did. In fact, actually, this mural, which is unfortunately covered up by the screen, is a testament to the women's suffrage movement. There are a lot of women here who depicted on the screen who were involved with giving women the right to vote. So we led the United States on that. It took 50 years for the rest of the U.S. to catch up to us. And limited liability companies were invented in Wyoming in 1977. Most of you probably set your startups up as LLCs, not corporations. That idea was hatched here in Wyoming. And it took, I think, 7 or 8 years to get the IRS to give an opinion. Once the IRS gave that opinion, that it could get passed through treatment for tax purposes, then it ended up spreading like wildfire around the country. Delaware overtook Wyoming as the #1 state for registering LLCs, but Wyoming is #2 behind Delaware, which is where, of course, most corporations still register. Although, if you're watching the news, a lot of companies are leaving Delaware because the court decisions have not respected shareholder rights and shareholders' decisions to drive company, to actually manage the companies. And as a result, you've seen a lot of companies exit to Texas in particular, Nevada, and Wyoming. So we have that history of leading and having the rest of the country follow. And even in blockchain, in an area where probably most of you don't pay attention, but every one of you touch every day, which is the Uniform Commercial Code. Every commercial transaction is governed by the law, and there's law that defines the rights and obligations of parties to a transaction, and Wyoming led in the UCC for digital assets. In fact, it started kind of as a fight because the Uniform Law Commission wants all 50 states' laws to be uniform. They weren't happy that a state stuck its nose out and went ahead. And of course, they pointed out little things that needed to be fixed, which is normal in legislation. But they sent a letter, you'll appreciate this, they sent a letter to the senators saying, oh, this is terrible, it's the worst thing ever. And there were 30 senators at the time, and the senators got this letter saying, just excoriating what Wyoming was doing. And you know what their reaction was? They were so ornery that they said, we've got to be over the target if we're pissing off this national group of lawyers. And so it ran up the vote count on that bill, and that bill passed in 2018. They ended up calling us, that national group of lawyers, and said, let's stop fighting, and let's go help you fix the things that we needed to fix, admittedly, in that first bill draft. And then we ended up joining forces, and Uniform Commercial Code Article 12 was implemented about 3 years ago, and it's been now passed into law in more than half of the U.S. states. This is really important for those of you who are doing anything with digital assets in finance, because it actually gives the parties a roadmap for what you need to do if there's a dispute, and it gives judges the roadmap for adjudicating those disputes. And frankly, the banking industry would not be able to get involved in any of this if there weren't clarity on the legal rights, and if we couldn't understand what final settlement actually means under the law. Trace Mayer, who was one of the early supporters of this event, some of you know Trace, he started buying Bitcoin at 25 cents. He hasn't been as active in recent years. But he was a teenager when he started buying Bitcoin at 25 cents. He's done very well in life. He's moved on to have a family and focus on other things. But Trace was the one who said, we need to make sure that the legal system is not an attack on this technology. And therefore, we need to make sure that the legal system is backwards compatible with the technology, so that what you do in code isn't overturned by a judge who doesn't understand it or who doesn't have the proper roadmap for adjudicating it. So today is application day. Yesterday we had a really great Bitcoin day. Some phenomenal information came out. I learned that there's at least one person who estimates that 1% of the hash rate in the Bitcoin network is based in Wyoming. I think that's a little high probably, but we're getting there. Boy, there's some big Bitcoin mines here in Wyoming, and that is very significant. And then also, there was an interesting chart. This is always a debate, but how big is the Bitcoin network relative to supercomputers? Fascinating chart. It's massively surpassed all the supercomputers in the world combined, the Bitcoin network. And of course, we're a decentralized network, but the compute capacity in that network is by far the largest. Those were a couple of things that I took away from Bitcoin Day yesterday. So today is application day. We're going to hear about non-financial applications, real-world applications, a lot of track and trace, a lot of government regulation and registration, and then where we are with Washington, D.C., which is catching up. I'll close by saying a special thank you to Senator Lummis and her staff. A lot of folks don't realize that the person who did most of the heavy lifting on the Genius Act drafting was the same person who drafted Wyoming's original blockchain laws. He was working in Wyoming at the time, and then she grabbed him to come to Washington, D.C. So the things that you are doing here actually do have impact nationally, and I would encourage you to continue to make your voices heard, make your ideas heard, because Wyoming wants to hear them. Thank you for coming. Thank you to our sponsors for making this possible. And Cam, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Before we go any further, I just want to make sure we've mentioned all of our sponsors. I believe Steve had mentioned Input Output and CleanSpark, America's Bitcoin miner. They certainly have helped get this one going and also have contributed towards future events as well. We also have other sponsors, Tax Network USA, Inc., Custodia Bank, of course, Gannett Trust, Ripple, Kraken. We have partners here at the university that include the College of Business, the College of Law, the Bitcoin Research Center, the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, the School of Energy Resources, and the School of Computing. And special thanks to SALT, a community of the world's foremost innovators, creators, and thinkers. We also want to acknowledge that we received a lot of help this year from Kylie Zanini of the University of Wyoming Foundation to help with all of the contributions and things, and her help was invaluable. Now, I will hit the screen here in a moment. We have a welcoming message from Governor Mark Gordon. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here in person, although he's been here to multiple earlier blockchain stampedes. He had a scheduling conflict this time. So let me play Governor Gordon's video for you.
Hello, I am Governor Mark Gordon, and I am honored by your invitation to speak with you during this momentous occasion, the 8th annual Wyoming Blockchain Stampede. And boy, I got to tell you, I am really sorry I could not join you in person today. But this year marks a very significant time in Wyoming's history. After nearly a decade of envisioning, laying the legislative, legal, and procurement framework, Wyoming made history last month with its mainnet launch of the first fiat-backed, state-issued stable token. Our state is now positioned as a national leader in the blockchain space. To those unaware of the details, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission deployed the Frontier token through a partnership with Fireblocks and Layer Zero over 7 blockchain networks: Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, Polygon, Arbitrum, Optimism, and Base Blockchain. Buyers will soon get access to the token through the Wyoming-based digital asset exchange, Kraken. As the state of Wyoming is on the eve of making the Frontier stable token available to users worldwide, know this: it would not have been possible without the innovative efforts, diligence, brilliance, and hard work of many of you hearing this message. Your collaborative efforts, along with those of our legislature, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, Executive Director Anthony Apollo, and his staff, have put Wyoming on the map with another historical first, and is proof of our longstanding pioneer spirit. These achievements could only have happened here in Wyoming. No other state in the nation is in the enviable position we are today. To those of you who poured your energies into this effort on behalf of Wyoming, I want to thank you. Our work has been methodical and deliberate from day one. In the last 2 years, we have established the 7-member Wyoming Stable Token Commission, hired in a director and staff, selected our service providers and partners through an extensive and transparent procurement process. We have also adopted the first set of state rules governing reserves and token management. All of this was done openly and in full public view. Once established, Wyoming's Frontier token will diversify our state's revenue sources with interest income directed to public education. It will grant users low-fee fund transfers 24/7 worldwide, and it'll be absolutely secure. Frontier has the potential to strengthen the U.S. dollar's role in the global economy by integrating stable tokens backed by U.S. treasuries into the financial system. I encourage your continued efforts focused on ways to use blockchain to benefit both yourselves and Wyoming. Working collaborative, we can make positive strides for our citizens and our nation. Thank you so much. Let's ride for the brand. Hello, I am Governor Mark Gordon, and I am honored by your invitation.
Thank you, Governor Gordon. Now on to our sessions. Today, Stampede panelists, speakers, and audience members will exchange ideas about what Wyoming can do to adopt and adapt innovative technologies in our great state. We first turn to a topic that's crucial for Wyoming's future: education and digital assets. As digital assets reshape the global economy, educational institutions face the challenge of preparing students for a future where blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs are integral to finance, business, and creative industries. The Wyoming Blockchain Education for Everyone, or YOB, program was developed by the CBDI, that's the Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation. You'll hear that acronym many times today. It supports such digital asset education. This panel today we're about to have explores how educators can integrate digital asset literacy into curricula. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. First, Megan Degenfelder, Wyoming State Superintendent of Public Instruction, elected in 2022. She is one of the youngest elected statewide officials in Wyoming history. She's from a sixth-generation Wyoming ranching family, and she holds degrees in economics and political science from the University of Wyoming, and a master's in economics with a focus on coal and rural gas demand elasticity. Our second panelist is Steve Lupian, who needs no introduction. Our third panelist is Leo Wilson, director of the Huskinson Government and Policy Center. Leo spent a decade in journalism, most recently as state politics reporter for Cowboy State Daily, where he won numerous awards and gained a deep understanding of Wyoming politics and the lawmaking process. Leo may have a special announcement as well. Please welcome our Education and Digital Assets panel.
I really want to thank, this is, I think, a very special panel. Superintendent Megan Degenfelder is really driving education across the state. And when we began our blockchain initiatives, really 8 years ago now, it was about a couple of things. It was about diversifying our economy. We're an extraction state, and extraction states are known for their boom and busts. And we wanted to level out the, those cycles. But we can't do that if we don't have a well-trained workforce. So one of the discussions I had early on with Cam when we were establishing the CBDI was, we wanted to make sure the University of Wyoming graduates were the best they could possibly be in this space. I've seen a statistic floating around that about 75% of our graduates leave the state of Wyoming and pursue their careers elsewhere. Well, I think we have an opportunity here to stop that cycle, because blockchain jobs are good paying jobs. They're perfect for our graduates. And I know that Superintendent Degenfelder, working with our other panelists, are developing education programs across the state, including our high schools, including our adult population. And I think that's such a key component to accomplishing what we really want to accomplish in the state. So my role on this panel today is actually the easiest of the 2 days, because they're the subject matter experts, and I just want to kind of stay out of the way and let all of you talk about where you think education can go, the importance of this type of digital education, and why Wyoming is the right place for that to take place. So I want to start out, obviously, with the superintendent, and if you could say a couple of words beforehand, and then I'll kind of kick some questions back and forth.
Well, thanks, Steve. And I think that you sell yourself short in terms of what you know about education in this space and the importance of it. We are here today. The advancements we're seeing in K-12 and the university are really because of Steve's work. And so very much appreciate all that you've done, including this great event and building the center, as well as the YOB, and we'll talk about that some more. But you're right. Everything really stems from education. We can be as innovative as possible as a country, as a private sector, but if we don't carry that innovation into the classroom, into that next generation, then we won't continue to build. And as Caitlin mentioned in her opening remarks, Wyoming is a state that leads. When you think about our history, long ago, I want to take you back to the early 1960s, when America did what America does best, and they said, we're going to offer, if you're willing to risk it all, if you're willing to take on that challenge, to travel from everything you know, everything you own out here on the East Coast and go west, we'll give you land to be able to develop and to make into something greater. And that's what the early settlers of Wyoming did. They made it, they developed it into what it is now today. As Caitlin mentioned, we were the first state in the country to grant women the right to vote in 1869, and the rest of America followed. That's what Wyoming does. We lead and America follows. Who would have thought that all of the work of individuals in this room and in the Wyoming legislature over the last 8 years, and then to see this spring and all that continues to happen from the presidential administration with executive orders, with the Genius Act, it's truly incredible to see now that come to fruition, that the rest of the country is following. But the important thing to remember in that is we can't become complacent. That is not a given that we just lead. If we do not instill innovators in the next generation, if we don't, as policymakers, create an environment to be able to lead, to innovate, to think differently, then we will fail. We'll fail those who have came before us in Wyoming. And I think in many ways we have become a little bit complacent. As you mentioned, we're very much an extractive state. We have really relied on the mineral industry to see us through. And that's been great. It's funded great public schools. Our state has been very successful. But sometimes what happens in that sense is it causes us to become a little complacent in terms of really pushing forward, driving the needle and thinking differently about things. And so I see this area of digital assets as truly the new revolution in Wyoming, in the country, in the world. And for Wyoming, I think we can continue to be that traditional mineral producing state, but also look to something completely different and to drive leadership there. But in K-12 especially, and this is why I ran for this office, I'm not an educator. I was in the private sector, seeing how we need to be preparing students better for the workforce, that we lag behind business and industry when it comes to innovation. But it takes all of you in this room to work together to have an education system that's more nimble, that meets the needs of industry as it's ever changing. Because I guess I would ask, any current students in the room? Are there some in the back I maybe see? All right, okay, love it. Love it. Well, and so if you ask most college students here at UW, how much of your high school education did you spend learning about digital assets? And I think we would be sorely disappointed in how much that they know. And the fact of the matter is, it's going to be every single career field out there. Maybe a student says, oh, I'm going to be a nurse, I'm going to be a teacher, it doesn't impact me. You bet it does. The blockchain is going to impact every single industry out there. And so we have to, as policy leaders, as educators in the state, we have to be committed to providing this to the next generation. And Steve, I've probably gone on too long, so I'll...
Nope, not at all, not at all. The next panelist I want to introduce brings something I think really unique to education. Many of you know the name Leo Wolfson, because Leo has spent a good part of his career here in Wyoming telling stories. Is that a fair way of phrasing it?
Sure.
And And I think that's the best way you compel students in education is tell them a story. And so why don't you go into a little bit of your background, Leo, and people will recognize who you are when you do that. Leo knows where the bodies are buried because he's the one that's buried them. So please go ahead and tell a little about yourself.
Proverbially, of course. Yeah, I was a journalist in Wyoming from 2018 to this past May. Most recently, I was the state politics reporter for Cowboy State Daily. And this is an incredible opportunity that kind of took me from this world to focus on more policy stuff. But what I really learned about Wyoming covering politics in the state is that it's so tight-knit. You know, there's connections are everything in this state, and everybody practically knows everybody. Everybody has a cousin that lives in a different town, and they are a friend, and they can say, oh, I know so-and-so. So relationships are so key, and what I was able to do is kind of build some of these relationships and understand kind of how the political dynamics in Wyoming work. And what we're so excited about is being able to kind of champion bringing blockchain education to Wyoming high schools and just really re-promoting the effort and bringing attention to the groundwork that you laid back in 2023. And that's what we've been up to. And we truly believe it's so important for Wyoming to get both arms around this and really get behind it, because this is the future. And ultimately, Wyoming is already so far ahead of the pack with what we're doing. As far as we are aware, there's no other state that is teaching Wyoming blockchain curriculum in their high schools besides Wyoming. Mm-hmm. And we want to continue and grow on that, some of the groundwork that you laid, and continue to make Wyoming a leader in this field, because there's so much opportunity. And I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, but I think everybody in this room knows that this is the future, and that we have a tremendous opportunity. We're a state with the smallest population in the country, but really all that matters is if you get ahead of technology and make yourself ahead of the workforce, that is how you make yourself a leader in this country.
Thank you. Next, I want to introduce a good friend of mine, Ken. I'm going to have you introduce yourself. One of the really interesting phenomena, I don't know if that's the right way to phrase it, that I've found around the blockchain space is how many veterans are drawn to the blockchain space. In my center alone, half of my researchers are non-traditional students who came back to the university as veterans and have absolutely thrived. I don't know, is Joey and Matt in the room? Matt ran the whole events yesterday, so I'd be perfectly okay if he's still in bed. And I know I saw Joey at some point, but the non-traditional students have added so much to this space, and I know that's where you come from, and you're bringing your talents of organization and really being able to connect. And so I'm especially proud to be working with you on that, and would like you to share a little bit about your experiences as well, too.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And for a little bit of context, I'm the phantom fourth panelist. My name's Kendrick Ladd. So Leo and I are with the soon to officially launch Hoskinson Government and Policy Center. So we're focused on public policy here in Wyoming, especially as it pertains to blockchain. So our role in this panel is just to introduce ourselves to you, and specifically to the teachers, because we're going to be acting as a resource as they choose to implement YOB. So we'll talk through a little bit about what that means in a minute. But Steve, back to your question. Mm-hmm. So my history, I grew up as a nomad all over the place. My folks were in the military. I was in the military. And then we moved here, my wife and I, sight unseen, for the very reasons that we hear, the spirit of Wyoming and what that means. And so I was a federal regulatory investigator for about 6 years. And then I came across the Cardano Summit in Laramie in 2021 and realized I need to change my career trajectory to do something with this. So very happy to be the general counsel, head of policy for the center. And ultimately, the ethos that Wyoming embodies is just so synergistic with blockchain. And so the question is, in the space that's so rapidly evolving, right? The tech changes constantly. We don't have we don't have time to wait. So we need to get our kids in the classroom to start thinking through these foundational concepts and start looking for to develop their sense of critical thinking. How is this applied? How will this change how we interact with digital systems and how our children interact with those? And ultimately, hopefully, all the work that we're all putting in right now, it benefits generations beyond us that we never get to see the benefit of that.
Well, thank you. I'd like to just take a minute to talk about how the YOB program came about and where I think the YOB program can go. And I'd like all of you to feel free to jump in and talk about it. YOB actually came from a very unusual source. After COVID, every state was allocated certain federal funds to help the state get back onto its feet from the loss of jobs and so Wyoming was no different, and money was allocated to the governor's office, and a number of different entities, the CBDI included, were asked to participate in saying what do we think would help Wyoming get back on its feet as quickly as possible, and obviously as efficiently as possible. Most of us sitting in this room don't like government spending. I'm probably speaking mostly for myself, but but I do think there are real world uses of it. And so we did apply for a relatively small grant that was accepted. And the CBDI then began developing a module-based education system. And we wanted to design it that way because we also understood that we didn't want to take away teachers' abilities to teach what they want in their classroom. We wanted, there may be certain modules that high school faculties would say, this fits perfectly within my computer science program. Or I'm doing, I'm a business teacher and I'd like to use 4 or 5 modules in my business class. I think, Pat, there were 12 modules altogether, Pat, I think, when we first launched it. But the modules were designed to kind of be pick and place because we don't want to take away the ability of Wyoming's incredible teachers to be able to make the decision on what they teach in their classrooms. And so the modules were designed to be essentially standalone if so chosen to be. And so that was our goal, and we set out to do that. And we had a couple of schools pilot the program, and it was successful. But what we were lacking was really the resources to really, push this program out to the broader education community. And so I'm pleased to say that the superintendent has been very supportive. And now through Wyoming Integrity, which incidentally, if I could shamelessly plug Wyoming Integrity a little bit. Wyoming Integrity is associated with Charles Hoskinson, which is a very prominent blockchain individual here in the state. If any of you've noticed my title, I am the Ada Lovelace Director. So my position has been endowed by Hoskinson, and he has made a tremendous impact on the state, including things at this university, but he's got a medical center in Gillette that's making some significant impact here in the world. The project I'm trying to get him to really push is, I don't know if you're aware of a project called Project Colossus. Karen Wheeler is going to yell at me now. The Hoskinson Institute has found out how to gene map and bring back the woolly mammoth. And I want woolly mammoths walking around the University of Wyoming. I think that will be a tremendous asset to our university. And I've said to Charles, I can't wait to taste a woolly mammoth. And he's like, I'm not spending all these, tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars so that you can eat these things. And I'm like, they're extinct. They must be delicious. If they tasted awful, we'd still have them walking around today. So I do think that, that there's a possibility there here at the university. But Charles Hoskinson has been amazing to this university. And, by nature of the fact that education is important to him, I think that shows his commitment to the state. So I want to stop talking because this is the tip of the spear in Wyoming B, and I'd like them to all share their vision on Wyoming B. By the way, B stands for Blockchain Education for Everyone. So we thought we were going to be cute about that. So if you're wondering why it's Wyoming B, that's why. So let me start out with our friends from Wyoming Integrity and talk about your vision. And then I'd like to kick it over to the superintendent and talk about, okay, how do we make this happen? So gentlemen, fire away.
Certainly. So this kicked off with a webinar that we hosted a number of weeks ago, just reaching out to teachers, providing an opportunity for them to survey the curriculum. Steve did a phenomenal job with it. As he talked about, it's modular, so it's up to the teacher to see how different modules or the entire curriculum best fits into what they're teaching the students. And ultimately, what I think this demonstrates, and it's the right way to approach it, blockchain shouldn't be seen as something that is only for folks on a software developer path. And I think that's probably, we're still in this sort of Jeff Bezos in his garage selling books phase of blockchain, right? So people are still wrapping their heads around this, but I think what we're going to realize increasingly so is that this is trust infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And so we're looking at every single avenue that we exchange data and we trust, whether they deserve it or not, intermediaries to serve this role of facilitating trust. And so when we look at these students and as they're exploring what they want to be when they grow up, mm-hmm. I think a big part of WYOB, a big benefit of it, will be basic literacy in blockchain. So it might spur some students to follow that trajectory. And to that extent, Leo has an announcement a little bit later. But ultimately, we need folks who can recognize potential applications of this trust infrastructure. And that benefits our society immensely in the long run.
Let me just, before I hand it over to Leo, something that I really stress to my students is we live in a unique time where everything that exists today needs to be reinvented. I'm old enough to remember when the internet came about. There's some of us in the room that are probably there too. And when that happened, everything had to be reinvented. And we look at the world we live in today, and it's the applications and what we need to do as humans are the same. The delivery vehicle is entirely different. And I'm sensing the exact same thing dealing with trust. Okay? Every single thing we do today from a business standpoint has to change. And I say this to my students, and I'm going to say it to everybody in the room. Why is that not you? Okay, why aren't you the ones that are reinventing the way everything changes? You can start a blockchain company right now in your bedroom or on your kitchen table. And one of my students sitting right here in the front, wave Dalton, put him on the pressure. He did that. He started a company, and every one of us need or has the capability of doing that. So, think about what you do every day on your phone in your everyday life. Okay, that's old school now. It's got to get rebuilt around trust, and so part of what the Wyoming B program also does is let every one of our students know that you're the change agent that's going to make this all happen. You know, sitting back and waiting for somebody else to invent it, why? You can do that. So, Leo.
Yeah, you said that wonderfully. And like I was saying before, we really feel like Wyoming has an opportunity to be at the head of the curve here, if not already. And why not take advantage of that? One of the wonderful things about the blockchain industry and cryptocurrency is that a huge percentage of the available jobs are fully remote. So instead of having to move to Silicon Valley or New York City or where else for a job, you could stay right here in Wyoming. You could stay on a ranch up in Manderson and continue to live your day-to-day life with your family while pursuing an opportunity in this incredible industry. And that's kind of the opportunity that we're looking to give Wyoming high school students an opportunity to give themselves a leg up in the workforce and show that they have vast experience starting at a high school level with blockchain technology, something that we know for pretty much a fact that practically no other states are pursuing at this time. And the announcement I was going to make, I think this is a good time to announce it, is we're going to be offering a scholarship program for Wyoming high school students who are interested in pursuing blockchain careers and blockchain education at the college level. An opportunity for them to get a scholarship through Charles Hoskinson or Hoskinson Government and Policy Center. So we're very excited about that, and we'll have more details to come on that in the future.
Right. Superintendent, no pressure. Okay? You know, all you have to do is change the entire educational system of this fair state, and we'll be ready. No, you have, I've known the superintendent for quite a while now, and what's impressed me the most is, and I hope this doesn't sound, you get it, okay? You get that we have to change the way education is delivered. You know, you understand that, and I think your remarks earlier were spot on. You can't be a truck driver today without being digitally literate because your logs are now electronic. You can't be a nurse and not, interact with incredibly high-tech equipment. And so, again, no pressure, okay? But you've got an amazing responsibility. And I think you've got an amazing responsibility, but I also think an incredible opportunity because I think you can, and I think you are truly making a difference here that I'm not all that sure California can make that claim. And I do believe that the steps that you put in place, which I'm going to ask you to talk about, have really set this state apart. And so I'm incredibly grateful. As an educator, I'm incredibly grateful. So share a little bit of, that if I handed you a magic wand right now, okay, what would that vision look like in 2 years, 3 years?
Well, great question, Steve, and you're right. I mean, you make me reflect of every industry and use of being, digitally literate. I look at my grandfather who just passed away a couple years ago. He grew up on our family ranch in a 2-bedroom shack with no electricity and no running water. They had half a section. They built that into over 10,000 acres. He went from living like that to operating pivots and tractors on his cell phone in his lifetime. I mean, that's incredible, right? And we're going to continue to see that kind of advancement. And so anyway, you remind me of that, of just, every sector and understanding that. So when we talk about things like the YOB, we talk about the great generosity of Charles Hoskinson. I mean, this is great. We need folks in the industry to give back and to understand that education is where the future is in all of this. But that's all great. But then you say, okay, we have this great curriculum. We have this great opportunity for scholarships. But why isn't every teacher doing it? Well, I'll tell you why. And it's a couple of reasons, and they make sense. And that's why we need to push on policymakers. I also see Senator Rothfuss in the room. He's on the education committee in the legislature. So he's part of this whole movement as well. Number one, change is hard, right, for anyone. I mean, the amount of concern we've had of educators of AI, let's just block it in the classroom. Think back when they invented the calculator. I mean, math teachers' worst nightmare, right? But look how we use it today. So change is hard. But number two, the system is set up to make change even harder. So the system that we have for education, teachers, schools, districts, they're all thinking about the accountability system. All right, what do I need to do to have a good score, good metrics on the state test or in the accountability system to show how I rank as a school? Well, the system is not very nimble, and the system doesn't welcome innovation by teachers or by districts. Sure, do we have pockets of teachers? I mean, look at, folks from Shoshone in the back, those several schools that have piloted the curriculum. You're always going to have those early adopters. And then there are many teachers across the state that they're hungry for that. But the problem is, until you change that whole system, how we're holding schools accountable, teachers accountable, then you can't expect them to change in the speed of which we would like them to. And so that's why, for me, at the state level, it's been so important to re-look at our whole system, especially around accountability. And I won't get into the weeds, although Senator Rothfuss might want me to on WAEA. That's our accountability system. We could talk for hours about that. But so what I've really been working to do is look at how we think outside the box in terms of accountability and for our schools. How do we make innovation something that we recognize and we promote? And so right now we're piloting in many schools across the state things like competency-based learning, where kids are moving at a different pace. They're using technology to do that. We're looking at pathway options, different certifications. We're right now talking about actually how we change the accountability system of student success plans. Right now, I won't get into the weeds as much as I want to, but there's an indicator that's around post-secondary readiness. It's all been about, okay, did you do okay on the ACT, or did you get into the military? That doesn't really show post-secondary readiness. How do we show that with student success plans that actually show that they're prepared for our new and emerging industries? So we're working on actually changing our entire accountability system. Do I need to be doing something different?
1 minute.
1 minute. Oh my
He's
gosh.
warning.
I'm
I
just-
think that was directed to me.
Oh,
Superintendent.
okay. I mean, I could talk forever on this. So I'll really simplify it. The problem is we have to change the system. And that's what we need to push on policymakers, to change the system of which our educators have to work in the confines of. That's the most important thing. And so you have my word that we're going to keep working on that, because we can't expect teachers to be innovative if we're not innovative in terms of policy.
Thank you. One or two questions? I mean, you can't have a panel like this and not take one or two questions. Anybody want to share a thought? Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the great news. That's kind of what today is about. I view, and the program we do here at the University of Wyoming, we view blockchain as a tool. One of the things I constantly get asked, because we were one of the first universities to offer a minor degree in this, and I'm often asked, well, are you going to create a major? And I'm like, no. And they're like, why not? And I'm like, because I don't want people to major in blockchain. I want accountants to get the minor in blockchain. I want engineers to get the minor in blockchain, because it's a tool to solve problems. And throughout today, you're going to hear from a number of speakers that are here at the university working with the Blockchain Center that are actually solving problems. And that, to me, is the real value of blockchain. So I think you and I are perfectly aligned. I view it as an applied science. Look, the reality is, and I please any engineers here in the room, I don't mean this to be disparaging, but I meet 8th graders who learn how to code. And that's great. It's a wonderful skill. Everyone should learn how to code. The hard thing about blockchain is, what do you do with it? Okay, what are the problems that you solve? And the good news is that's kind of what this program is all about. When I talk about blockchain, I talk about blockchain as a golf bag full of golf clubs. If we only had a putter in our bag, we wouldn't be very good golfers, okay? But by having all the different clubs available to us, and we make intelligent choices around utility and other aspects of it, we can solve problems. And the good news is, I'm probably speaking for the superintendent, I apologize. Those are the discussions we've had. Senator Rothfuss has been one of the leaders in the state of this for, 8 years. I know, am I speaking for you when I say you kind of share that view as well too? And so I think that's the value Wyoming brings. So today, you're going to hear some really cool projects and ask questions and really push on the speakers, because you're exactly what we espouse here at the university.
And Steve, I would just add to that, as you brought up kind of being interdisciplinary, that's one thing I failed to mention. I think the problem, and Dr. Wright, if he's still over there, touched on this at the beginning. In everything that we do, we become so siloed. And that's a problem. An education system is no different. We become so siloed in our different content areas. And this is going to be my major. These are the focus areas that we're not interdisciplinary and recognizing the importance of all these things working together. And so another part of what we're trying to develop is how do those things mesh together? We have, a school up in Cody that they're bringing together teachers of all the different content areas around one class, and it's all around this project of creating a fly fishing company. Mm-hmm. But anyway, they're bringing that all together, and that's what we need to start doing. We need to stop saying, well, that's just going to be an extra thing, because teachers will view that's just something extra on my plate. No, this is interdisciplinary. This goes into every single pathway that a student's going to achieve.
And if I could end with one thing, I'm an old guy. I've got a 6 handle on my age. When I went to school, I'm not as old as Cam, but when I went to school, we chose the university we went to on some nebulous other concept. And then 2 years in, we matriculated and said, oh, now I'm going to decide I'm going to become an engineer, or I'm going to become something else. Education has changed radically. And I think the university or the institution, because we also have a phenomenal community college system here in Wyoming, but I actually think it's too late by the time you go to college to decide what you want to do in your career. Because I think you need to choose your school based on competencies. University of Wyoming has the #2 blockchain program in the country, only behind USC. All right, I think we're punching above our weight a little bit if USC is ahead of us. Okay, I want students choosing the University of Wyoming because of the program we have here, and that's why I think high school education is so important. It's that exposure at that age that makes students go, this is the career path I want to choose. And now you make your university decisions based on that. And that was one of the driving forces behind Wyoming, the YOB program is, let's get them young, okay? And so, well, with that, I want to, amazing panel, great news. Who do they reach out to if they're interested in the scholarship?
We'll have information coming out on that in the next few months. I will most likely be the contact for that, but we'll have lots of information. We'll put out press releases and stuff like that, so to make sure that all these students are aware of it. And I just wanted to also take this opportunity to thank Superintendent Degenfelder for the support you've given us and helping us kind of bringing attention back to this program. It really means a lot. We couldn't have done it without your help.
And if anybody doesn't think she's the future of Wyoming, I don't know what to tell you. So thank you, everybody. Cam.
Thank you to our education panel. And I apologize for not introducing our mystery panelist. Appropriate for a high-tech kind of environment, our script is undergoing real-time changes. And Kendrick didn't make it into my script, but let me just say a few things. He did mention a little bit of his background, but he is a West Point grad. That's good. He also has a JD from the University of New Hampshire's Franklin Pierce School of Law. So he's a former Army officer and a federal regulatory investigator. He's also a licensed Wyoming attorney and an 8-year resident of Casper. He's a certified cryptocurrency forensic investigator and a Cardano blockchain certified associate. So I appreciate him coming, and I apologize for not introducing him. I was asked also to remind everyone that we do have vendors over in the East Ballroom, just down the hall. If you want to visit Tax Network USA or G-Beta, they're down there if you want to talk with them. Now let's explore how Wyoming is shaping the future blockchain through forward-thinking legislation. This panel will examine efforts to provide legal clarity, establish a strong regulatory foundation, and position our state as a leader in fostering innovative Web 3.0 businesses. Our panelists bring expertise from both state and federal levels. First, Chris Rothfuss, Senator Minority Leader of the Wyoming Legislature and co-chair of the Wyoming Blockchain Select Committee. Senator Rothfuss has led Wyoming innovative digital asset legislation since 2018 and serves as a professor in the University of Wyoming's Honors College. He was previously a Science and Technology Diplomacy Fellow at the U.S. Department of State. Josh Hoskins, Executive Vice President at Leo, where he leads privacy first Layer 1 blockchain solutions. Previously, he served as Senior Vice President of Marketing and Communications at Circle Financial, the global fintech firm behind the $60 billion USDC stablecoin. And Rasa Abraham, representing Tax Network USA. Rasa is a tax controversy attorney with an LLM in international tax and estate planning. His work bridges legal practice and innovation with a focus on cross-border tax issues, legal technology, and AI compliance. Please help me welcome our digital asset policy panel.
I'm literally going to kick you guys off and get out of the way because, knowing both of you, you're talking about topics that I don't think anybody knows as well as you do. So with that.
Good kickoff. With that,
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody being here. This is an important exercise every year at the University of Wyoming, and we've been doing it for 8 years now with Blockchain Stampede. Appreciate the center for putting it together and continuing to host. As part of the Blockchain Stampede every year, we start off with our Blockchain Select Committee meeting. So Monday and Tuesday of this week, we were over in the library here and working on some legislation that again, we're continuing to refine and revise what we've done in the past and be forward-looking. I think, obviously, Wyoming has positioned itself well from a policy standpoint on blockchain and digital asset technology. And we've done that, really, first of all, by hitting the ground running 8 years ago. So we've been working this space longer than any other state. And, I tell the story. We did it because when we first learned about how the state was engaging with digital assets, we learned that the state of Wyoming was doing it horribly. Our statutes were exactly wrong. And what it came down to was a constituent of a colleague of mine, Tyler Lindholm, who's supposed to be here right now and isn't. I don't know where he's at. Anyone seen Tyler? No? Okay. Tyler was interacting with someone who said that they were trying to buy Bitcoin on Coinbase, and Coinbase at the time wouldn't operate in the state of Wyoming. This was back in 2015, I think, late 2015. And so we looked into that and asked the question, well, why? Why won't they operate in the state of Wyoming? And learned that our Division of Banking was interpreting the Money Transmitter Act in such a way that Coinbase had to hold an equal amount of fiat currency to whatever transaction was taking place through the digital asset, through Bitcoin or whatever was being transacted at the time. And so they basically had to double hold. And that's totally unrealistic and unreasonable. But that was their interpretation. And so as good legislators do, we just looked around and thought, all right, well, we're clearly doing this wrong. What should we be doing? How are other states doing it? And quickly found out that most of the rest of the states were doing it right, but not by any intent or by any understanding of digital assets or the blockchain, but just by pure luck, random luck of an interpretation. And our state was doing it wrong by that same random luck of interpretation. And we thought we could probably do better than that, right? We could outperform random luck in the digital asset space. And Tyler was an avid enthusiast, and I was as well. And so we started talking about what an opportunity for the state of Wyoming to lead in financial technology as we move into the Web3 space, which it wasn't called at that point in time, but we were looking at digital assets and thinking this is an area where Wyoming could define the sector. And we took that opportunity. We engaged with some incredible people like Stephen and Caitlin very early on. Other early OG folks in digital asset space, created a task force and really started building policy from that point forward. And we did it in a unique way, which I think Wyoming is uniquely capable of doing, which is engaging directly with all the stakeholders and then listening and learning and asking questions like, all right, so what's holding you back? What do you need to be successful in digital asset space from a regulatory standpoint? And what we learned quickly was clarity. We need to be able to provide bright lines. If you are doing this, it is legal. If you are doing this, it is illegal. That seems really simple. Seems like the kind of thing a government should be able to tell you, but we all know watching the news for the last several years that is not as simple as it seems. Try getting an answer out of the SEC, for example. Try getting clarity out of the SEC. Well, we brought that spirit. We worked with industry. And I think we did an incredible job building components. One of the first things we built, which was foundational, nobody talks much about it, but it becomes one of the most important aspects of the work that we did, and this was back in 2019, was establishing how digital assets look under property law. Property law is boring, confusing, nearly inscrutable as you're reading through what is called the Uniform Commercial Code, which is drafted by the Uniform Law Commission. And as you dig in, you realize that there was ambiguity with digital assets. So in 2019, we put forward legislation defining how digital assets would be recognized with regard to the Uniform Commercial Code. And we actually did that in opposition to the Uniform Law Commission. The Uniform Law Commission is a group of attorneys that sits down, they study problems, they figure out, all right, well, this is the way the law should be. And they had a little draft on digital assets, and it was pretty clear from the draft that while they had attorneys, they didn't have anyone talking to the digital asset community or to anybody that was really intimately familiar with how the law should look. So we basically scrapped their suggestion, put together our own statutory proposal. The Uniform Law Commission reached out to the legislature and says, please don't adopt this. We're the Uniform Law Commission. Do as we say. We don't like you guys thinking for yourself. We rejected that and built this framework that then, over the ensuing years, was adopted by the Uniform Law Commission. So we built the framework that then became the Uniform Law. And as most of you probably know, other states have started adopting that, so they followed in our footsteps. Where the key concept, the underlying concept, is that digital assets are representing intangible personal property, and that effectively, if you hold the keys and you control the digital asset, then that is the property in your possession. The Uniform Law was looking at having third-party possessors similar to, again, more like securities than cash. We wanted to make sure it was behaving as close to cash as it possibly could. So that challenge underlies, I think, the rest of the work we did. That was not exciting. That was not headline news, but it was really instrumental in making things happen. And then we started building additional puzzle pieces along the way, listening to needs, understanding that the community and the industry was being debanked. That discussion about debanking put us down the path towards the special purpose depository institution, Speedy Banks. So we have a 100% reserve entity that isn't necessarily, but can be FDIC insured, trying to get away from the debanking pressures. We also empowered that entity to custody digital assets in the following year. So we started building up financial institutions, inviting entities like Kraken to the state of Wyoming, and working with, again, some of the leaders in the field to build out the financial technology space. We looked in other areas, looking at how business models should work in a Web3 world. So with digital assets and decentralized finance, decentralized business operations, looking at then DAOs. So we passed the first DAO LLC Act and followed that up just last year with the Decentralized Unincorporated Nonprofit Association, the DUNA, which you're probably all familiar with, responding to industry demands, so that now we have, Uniswap has relocated to the state of Wyoming and is one of our first DUNAs recognized in the state. That's something we're proud of. And then we looked at other puzzle pieces, looking at, for example, you're probably all familiar with the Frontier stable token, the Wyoming stable token, that is imminently going to be fully and completely released. And that has been a project we've been working on for almost 3 years now, to provide a conduit between the state of Wyoming, between government and the digital asset space, so that we can seamlessly transact, so people can pay their taxes, pay their tuition to the University of Wyoming, engage in a meaningful and authoritative way with both digital assets, government, others, and utilizing an asset that is very trustworthy and asset-backed. All of this is inspired by industry, it's inspired by stakeholders, it's inspired by our conversations, where we keep asking, what do we need to do to enable this sector? And we've had as a bit of our mantra throughout the process, the idea of regulating to enable rather than regulating to restrict. That's very different, right? We've been asked for regulation. Industry wants regulation because that means they know what's legal and what's not legal. You can't go fundraise and recruit capital by having the conversation, hey, we've got this great idea, we're pretty sure it's legal. That's a bad elevator pitch. Don't try that. So you have to have certainty, you have to have confidence, and that was what we wanted to bring. I'm going to stop there and give you an opportunity for a little while, since I've just dominated the conversation a bit, but I wanted to provide a bit of background, and then maybe we'll have some conversation looking forward.
No worries. Not sure this is on. Can you guys hear me okay?
Here, I'll give you this one. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so my name is Rasa Ibrahim. I'm here with Tax Network USA. I work in the digital asset space from the practitioner perspective. We are based out of California, but we work with Wyoming directly, making a lot of Wyoming LLCs in my company, for example. And Wyoming has been a big innovator and pioneer in this industry. And so we're really happy to be here, and thank you to Stampede for inviting us to, and for inviting me to be able to speak on this panel last minute. I have prepared some notes about some things I want to talk about, but in general, when I talk, I'm going to try and give the perspective of the practitioner, and to try and help you guys understand how we're seeing this, impact our taxpayers' daily lives, and how we can use the new legislation that's been enacted moving forward in the next couple of years. Are there any law students, University of Wyoming law students here, or future law students, or lawyers who went to the University of Wyoming? Yeah, we have some lawyers here. Okay, so I'm sure that hopefully I'll be helpful on the points that I'm be making. As we talk about blockchain's role in reshaping the global economy, one of the most important pieces that I think was often overlooked going to conferences like this, Tax Network, we've been to the Bitcoin conferences in Nashville and Vegas and Amsterdam, and we've seen a lot. We've talked with a lot of people in the space. We talked with Kraken, Bitcoin, and all, Salt, and all these other companies. Some of them are here today as well. One of the most important pieces overlooked, I think, is education around compliance and tax strategy. It's not enough just to teach students how to code a smart contract or trade Bitcoin. I think they also need to understand the legal and financial systems these technologies are that they're interacting with. And I think it's especially important now, considering the law as has been discussed, has been changing so quickly, so recently. And Wyoming has really taken a leadership role in providing clarity through forward-thinking legislation like recognizing DAOs, like was just discussed, and building a strong regulatory foundation for Web3 businesses. That clarity is powerful because it creates a safer environment for entrepreneurs, investors, right? You don't want that elevator pitch saying like, I'm not sure if it's legal, it might be legal. Nobody wants to hear that when you're trying to make a pitch. Ultimately, that creates a safer space and it makes it easier for students to transition to the space when they're in high school, when they're in university, thinking, they want to become a trader full time and how that's going to impact their life long term. From our perspective, digital asset literacy isn't just about wallets and private keys. It's about preparing the next generation to navigate tax efficient structuring, asset protection, and federal reporting requirements. And I'll be speaking more about that in the coming minutes. Whether it's knowing mining equipment, reporting staking rewards, or structuring a DAO to operate lawfully, these skills are just as critical as the technology itself. And if we want to see sustainable growth in this sector, educators, policymakers, and practitioners, we must all work together to integrate these elements into the curriculum. And by doing so, we prepare students and future lawyers, hopefully future policymakers, future minority leaders of the Senate, for example, and majority leaders, people who want to go to Congress, federal Congress, to innovate, but also innovate responsibly with the legal and financial literacy to protect themselves and their communities. That's what I wanted to say starting out, and I think I can pass it on again.
Well, let's talk about looking forward a little bit and where things are going. Again, being responsive to the direction that industry is skating, right? Trying to move towards where the puck is going, not where it's at right now. There are a lot of things that Wyoming has on our radar and my select committee has on its radar that are challenges that are really difficult legally to tackle. The technology, in a lot of ways, is easy compared to the legal constructs that have to figure out how to appropriately support and recognize this technology. So we've really tried our hardest, and we're pretty nimble in Wyoming. We can get legislation passed quickly. We can get things done well, and that's been one of our strengths. But it's still hard to keep up, right? You end up changing, and industry changes. Does everyone remember the idea of NFTs a while ago when we were buying those and selling those quickly, and there were billions of dollars were being traded every day about apes on yachts and things like that? And we barely do that at this point in time, but NFTs are still an integral part of the industry. They still have a tremendous function, but now you start thinking about, all right, well, I've got some real world asset perhaps linked into this NFT, or this NFT represents intellectual property rights. All of those concepts have different legal buckets that they fall into, but we're creating assets that mingle among different legal statutes in ways that become confusing and complicated. And when you get to the point, as often happens, that there is disagreement and a court needs to be involved, you want that court to have some idea on what to do. And it's incredibly challenging right now with some of the more complicated structures. So real-world asset-backed tokenization, obviously that is where industry is heading and is already at, but is heading in that direction. We know that we're going to be seeing tokenization of assets, tokenization of a piece of beautiful art hanging on the wall. All right, if I have a token that represents that art, I can think of that as a contract for ownership of that art. All right, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, now I know how to deal with it. It just represents the art. I've got a contract for possession of that art. Okay, now I'm going to split it into 10,000 pieces, and I've securitized that particular piece of art. Do I still have a corner of the art from a legal standpoint, or do I have now a tokenized security representative of that art? And the answer is unclear. And unfortunately on that one, the state of Wyoming doesn't get to decide, because once I say the word securitization, now the SEC gets to come down and tell us what to do, even if we disagree with them. And that's been one of our biggest problems, candidly, is we would love to have done so much more in securities, but we're preempted on securities by the feds, and they don't let us make as many decisions as we're like. We can govern property, and this gets kind of weird. It becomes a blurry space. States have autonomy over property rights. So when we declare something property, we tend to have the capacity to regulate and create a statutory framework that surrounds it. But a security has been preempted by the feds. So as you start moving into that nebulous, obscure realm of we may or may not be a security, help, we start to struggle. So trying to address real-world assets, tokenization of assets, that's something that's on our horizon. We're going to start looking at that. We have a Wyoming Stable Token Commission at this point in time that has overseen the creation and release of our Wyoming Stable Token Frontier. But as we move forward, we're going to likely broaden that mandate to start looking at more types of digital assets as perhaps more of a digital asset authority, and try to find ways that we, the state of Wyoming, can more authoritatively govern these real-world asset-backed tokens and other types of tokens. So that's one piece on our horizon that we know is challenging. And obviously there's battle raging at the federal level about how to treat different assets as we look at the next round of legislation, whether it's the RFIA or Clarity, depending on whether it's coming from the House or the Senate, and looking at the treatment of digital assets under existing statute and who's going to regulate them. So that's a battle to be had moving forward. One more that we've spent an awful lot of time on, it gets back at some of the concepts that went to the previous conversation, relates to trust and privacy and all of the benefits that we can get out of a sophisticated Web3 environment where we can have authoritative digitally signed transactions, we can verify identity, we can know whether it is me at the other end of the email or phone or transaction or agreement, or whether it might be an impersonator or an imposter, because I can authoritatively provide a digital signature to that. And that gets us into the discussion around digital identity and self-sovereign digital identity concepts. We've been talking about self-sovereign digital identity for as long as we've had the task force, trying to piece by piece put together a comprehensive self-sovereign digital identity system in the state of Wyoming. And we've taken some statutory steps towards it, but there are a lot more pieces that need to get into place. And that relates and ties into concepts of organizational digital identity. So it's not just about us as a person having a digital identity for a corporation if you choose to. And obviously with DAOs and DUNAs, you probably start with that digital identity, but you might have an LLC that sells shoes and you might not have any digital identity at this point in time, but you might want to be paying your taxes or authoritatively signing documents through a smart contract that you're engaging in with Web3 technology. You have to have someone that you can kind of point to and look to as a bit of an oracle that says, here is the registrar for digital identities, and it's a trustworthy registrar. Typically, governments will do that, right? We have a corporate registration system, a corporate filing system through our Secretary of State's office. That's where we envision having corporate digital identity residing, hopefully in the near future, in the state of Wyoming. And then you could have an individual digital identity as well that might be authoritatively recognized through that. This would always be optional. We want to make sure that this is always self-sovereign in the state of Wyoming. We respect individual autonomy. We want to make sure that this is an opt-in and opt-outable type concept, but it can offer a tremendous amount of value. And then that takes us to some concepts of privacy that we're working on. And one thing, and I'll say we've got young people in the room. I teach at the University of Wyoming. I'm going to get on a little bit of a soapbox for a second. I'm personally just a little bit horrified at how little priority people are putting into privacy at this point in time. My students in my classes here at the university, and my kids even, they're used to having already given up their privacy to such a degree that they can't worry about it anymore. It's almost like it's not something we particularly value because we lost it. I lost that. Am I going to spend my time worrying about my privacy when everything about me is already owned by 27 different global corporations? Plus I have 9 different social media accounts that have pictures of everything I've done for the last couple of years. So it's almost like a pre-surrender of privacy. Well, on the Blockchain Select Committee, a lot of us would like to get that back. We'd like to get privacy back and restore the capacity of an individual to govern their own data, own your data, govern your privacy, opt in, opt out. We've seen GDPR, for example, in the EU trying to move in that direction, but that's on only a consumer basis, and same thing with California Consumer Protection Act and other acts that are out there. So this is one where, I'd reach out to the community. Wyoming really wants to find a more revolutionary solution on privacy so that we can kind of leapfrog the hodgepodge of what's going on in the country where nothing is effective right now, and get back to the point where if you want individual privacy, we can actually get that achieved. And we do have a lot of authority over that as a state of Wyoming. So we can do a lot, but you can imagine the resistance, the challenges, and how hard it is to put privacy back in the bottle, once the genie's already escaped. So that's a lot of our vision right now that we talk about when we're planning for the future on the Select Committee for Wyoming. And always engaging with stakeholders, always updating what we've been working on. And I'll have one more point, but I'm going to give it back to you to kind of hit on some of that future points.
Yeah, thank you.
It was all really, really helpful. I actually want to tag along on that little point on privacy as well. As I'm on the cusp of the Gen Z generation, I was born in 1997. I'm a young lawyer, and I also have social media accounts, and I also agree it's important that we can continue to strive to try and get our privacy back. And I'm thankful that Wyoming and hopefully some other states, like my state of California, we have the California Consumer Protection Act, and in the EU they also are like moving forward with this, like said, on the consumer basis only, but that's a start, and we need to focus more on that. Like, for example, with Instagram, I don't know if any of you had heard recently that they had a feature where you had to opt out specifically for Instagram to, some of you nodding your heads, for them to track you, and they can track your localization, your whenever they want. And it was just thrown at us. If you have an Instagram account and it's on your phone, potentially they're tracking you right now. They're seeing that you're at this blockchain conference, and who knows what they can do with that information. And it's not just about your location, and all the photos that you're posting. It's also about, your livelihood and, being able to, have that for yourself, and being able to share that when you want. And also, of course, your assets, your money, right? Would you want everybody in the world knowing where you put your money, how much money you have in it, where your money is coming in from, whether it's like you're a W-2 employee and you're getting a paycheck, or if you're getting it from stocks, for example. And that's why I really like the idea of the Wyoming LLC and what you guys have been doing here. And we've been using that a lot as an asset protection vessel through our firm. And one of the main benefits I've been seeing from the Wyoming LLC is the charging order protection. So basically, for those of you, some of you, I'm sure the attorneys here are very well aware of how the charging order protection works, but basically, and because crypto is considered a property that can be put into a Wyoming LLC, thanks to the new legislation, what you can do is you can put your crypto into the Wyoming LLC, and if you have a creditor, for example, who wants to come after you and take your money, you can even tell them. You can say, I have crypto in this Wyoming LLC, and they can go and tell the court, there's crypto in there. We're owed that money, and we want to be able to get that, but they can't touch it as long as all they can do basically is just sit up from the outside and wait for a distribution to be made. And, this is something that, it can help protect a lot of people in certain situations. And so that's why we've been using it, and if profits from what's interesting from the tax perspective, this is me as a tax attorney kind of getting a little nerdy, but if the profits in that LLC are undistributed, the charging order holder, so the person who's trying to, the creditor who's trying to get money from that LLC, has to pay taxes on those profits. And so essentially, they don't technically even have full access to the crypto in an LLC, for example. But if the crypto is making money, or if there's a real estate asset in there that's making money, then they have to pay taxes on that while not necessarily owning the asset. So it can actually make a creditor's claim go in the negative and make it not worth it. So that's something we've been definitely using. Again, and also, I probably didn't introduce enough about myself. So my background is in international tax and estate planning. So I deal a lot with trusts as well, and I do a lot of federal and state tax controversy. And one of the things we've also been seeing is the issue, and this is a little bit different than what's been spoken about, but the issue of potentially having double taxation if you have crypto in multiple different countries. If you have a business that deals with crypto, you want to also be avoiding being taxed by, for example, Ireland and the United States and potentially another country in the EU or Brazil. And how do we navigate that? Well, we have international tax treaties, of course, bilateral tax treaties between the United States and different countries. And unfortunately, these things, especially with the way things have been going recently with the federal government, they can take a long time to negotiate. And as a result, they take a long time to change. So one of the things we've been seeing is slowly international tax treaties and bilateral tax treaties, as they're getting amended, as they're getting added between different countries, they're updating the rules for trading crypto and things like that to make sure that people aren't getting double taxed and having to deal with that on their own. But it's something that is probably going to take a lot of time, and that's something hopefully that we can bring more attention to on the international space, because at the end of the day, we all want to not, some of us, of course, are happy. I'm happy in the United States, having my business here, having my bar license in the state of California and working with each and every state, including Wyoming. But some of us also want to do business internationally and want to go to Europe, want to go to Latin America, want to go to China and trade crypto as well. So it's important that we clarify these things, going back to my original point, in the law, which is, again, I'm really happy to hear what Wyoming has been doing here and how they've been really innovative and pushing forward for this education and also to just make it codified into law, the clear responsibilities of each party involved with crypto trading and mining. For example, the miners, the crypto traders, and also the government officials, the lawyers, the judges, what their roles and responsibilities are. So I think that's something that we can even improve upon in our big state of California, and we can look to Wyoming as an innovator for that, and we can maybe copy some of your ideas. I'm really curious to see how things move forward in the federal space, in the state space, as well as in the international space. And I can pass it off to you as well, back to make some more points.
Thank you. And following up on that last concept about double taxation, that is something that we looked at on the select committee, and the conversation is a good one because you have an asset that is represented on a blockchain that, assuming that it's appropriately and sufficiently decentralized, is hopefully, in every corner of the world, many, many times over, demonstrated through the testament of the blockchain. So where is that asset, right? That's a great question. So from a technology standpoint, we don't care where that asset is. As a matter of fact, it's a good thing that I can't point to that asset. That is a feature, not a bug. That is the strength of the blockchain, that I don't have to rely on a specific location. I have perhaps millions of copies of the chain distributed around the planet. From a legal standpoint, you want to know, where is that asset? It matters because someone is going to tax you if you hold that asset. And what does it mean in that particular location? Is it property if you have that asset? Well, one of the first things we passed back in 2018 or 2019 was a declaration that a digital asset under Wyoming statute is not property for the purpose of property taxes, right? So we clarified that we were treating it at that point as a currency rather than a tangible property that would be taxed through our traditional property tax. And that was before we got into the whole, all right, well, you know, what is a virtual currency? All of the depth of talking about stable coins and everything else. We just early on said, all right, this is not going to be taxable for property tax purposes. But something we did recently, 2 years ago, was trying to address this double taxation problem, and we created what we call a Wyoming registered digital asset. So again, through the Secretary of State's office, now you can authoritatively register a digital asset. And as you all know, a digital asset can be a compendium of digital assets if you package it right? So you're registering it and saying, this is in Wyoming. And the state of Wyoming says, this is in Wyoming. We agree. That digital asset resides in Wyoming for legal purposes. As a state in this country, we have authority to do that. Now, does the rest of the world, getting back to that, does the rest of the world believe us? I don't know. You know, again, that gets back to things that you're talking about with negotiated global tax agreements among countries. They do not necessarily have to defer to what the state of Wyoming says, but if we negotiate appropriate agreements with those other countries, there should be respect for what our states are declaring as far as tax residency and asset residency. So this, again, is something that stakeholders like you came to us and said, you know, here's a problem we have. We get double taxed. We have this concern where we don't know where a digital asset is. We would love for it to be in Wyoming. And it's not just for tax purposes. It's also for access to our courts and our statutes. So if you come into conflict over an asset and that is registered as a Wyoming digital asset, then you have access to Wyoming law to support that digital asset. You're working with Wyoming law, not the law of whatever state somebody's suing you in perhaps or trying to claim that the digital asset might reside in. And then you also have access to our Chancery Court, which is another innovation. It's sort of an old school innovation, I guess. Delaware has had a Chancery Court for many years. It has a lot of features and upside when you get into technical matters or complicated matters. So tax matters are incredibly complicated. Digital asset matters are tech complicated. And a lot of times a more traditional court really just doesn't know what the hell you're talking about when you walk into that court and start talking about digital assets. So if you have a chancery structure, it's a little different structure for the court. You can bring in expertise better, and you can present that expertise in a way that allows, you know, a battle of experts to be taking place rather than more of a battle of traditional attorneys, even though the experts are often attorneys as well. So we adopted that in recent years in support of these digital asset endeavors, and therefore, if you have a Wyoming registered digital asset that comes into legal problems, then you'll have access to the Chancery Court as well. So again, it's building out all of these pieces. We think of them as puzzle pieces that have to come together to build an overall picture that really encourages this industry and enables innovation in this space, so that you've got that clarity, so that the state knows what to do and has answers to challenges. The other thing I kind of wanted to point out about how we work policy, which is very different from the federal level, and you're all watching this right now at the federal level, a tremendous amount of negotiation at the federal level goes into an omnibus bill, and we just saw this with the Genius Act, and we're seeing it now with Clarity or RFIA moving forward. And so these are comprehensive. All the different pieces are sort of crammed together. you hope it's right. It ends up getting compromised often in ways that, industry we might not like, but others might like. And so it's a bit of a challenge, but that's the way it's done at the federal level. Assuming you can actually get something done at the federal level. That in and of itself is Herculean. So it was incredible work by, a bipartisan group of senators and representatives to get Genius Act passed. And so, congratulations to Senator Lummis and Senator Lummis's office and all the work they did, my friends there and friends across the country that worked on that. We do it a little differently. And we do it the way that I think legislatures are supposed to be responsive, which is to address an issue, do our best on it, listen to stakeholders, and bring the best novel legislation forward that we can. But then recognize it's not going to be perfect, and that's okay, particularly with new technologies. Regulating and governing new technologies is an incredible challenge. We'll get it wrong. If you worry about getting it wrong, you can never really get anything across the finish line. If instead you come with the philosophy that we're going to probably get it 90% right, then it's a lot easier. You bring your 90% right, and then you start listening immediately. What is screwed up here? You'll get a lot of feedback, and you'll get real-world experience. People like you will come in and say, this worked great, but boy, this over here really screws things up. Fix it. And we start that iterative process as if we're developing software, not legislation, right? We have bug fixes every year. We've got feature freezes that we put in place. We're going to fix this year, and then we're going to start working on this. And, we just finished our committee meeting where we're passing legislation on special purpose depository institutions. This is probably the 5th bill, I want to say, related to Speedy Banks. It's, again, cleanup, responsive to stakeholders, looking at where we can do better. And unlike the federal government where they never want to open anything back, we've got a bipartisan, both chamber group of excellent lawmakers that all come together to solve problems rather than create new problems. And so, we'll have a feature fix on our Speedy Banks. Same thing for DUNAs. We had the first of its kind legislation in the country. When you make first of its kind legislation, it's not going to be perfect. That's a great process. So we immediately start taking our feedback, and as people are putting together DUNAs, 3 or 4 little flags rose. Here's some problems. Immediately fix them. So we'll have legislation for the next session addressing those DUNA concerns. Same thing for Wyoming Stable Token. We'll have a feature fix on that. Not fundamentally changing the program, but just correcting some concerns that have come up along the way. And so from a policy standpoint, what I really want to stress here, and then I think we'll probably go to questions pretty soon, but what I want to stress is that's the way you have to govern new technology. And this is my little caution. The feds want to pass laws that preempt the states. Who do you want doing this? Do you want what we see at the federal level, making legislation to govern innovative technologies, or do you want the process I just described where we're back at it, listening to all of you, in the room with all of you, taking direct stakeholder input, and then creating remedies? So that's my little pitch for federalism, right? There's always the discussion about states being the engine of innovation, and they certainly are when it comes to legislation. And we need to make sure that we don't get too wrapped up and enthusiastic about federal legislation that ends up stopping the states from solving problems and doing the right thing. That's always a caution that I have. There are things that we need to solve at the federal level, but it kind of comes down to, if you don't need a federal solution, don't make a federal solution. Leave it up to states to innovate. You are all innovators in your spaces, and states can bring the same type of innovative spirit. Again, not as good as all of you, because we're still slow and lethargic a little bit, and sometimes we get into fights and it becomes political instead of policy-based. But states are certainly much more capable and much better at solving these types of problems, and we'll continue to lead in that space. So I'll pause there. I don't know if you have any final comments before we go to questions, but please.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. But that was all very well said, and I just want to tag along quickly on that, and then we can definitely take questions. But one of the things I think that's important on top of, yeah, and this is kind of going off the past few points, is that it's important to look at digital asset policy in order to sum this all up in one space as not something that we should treat politically. And what I mean by that is like not something like Democrat versus Republican, Independent versus Green Party, these kinds of ideas coming from specifically one party, that, the party has to stick to their talking points on that. And, no matter what, the Democrats are always going to be saying that crypto is a bunch of fraud, and the Republicans are always going to be saying we should not regulate crypto at all. No, this is not how we should be, in my opinion, approaching crypto. And I also specialize in AI compliance. It's a very similar kind of field, emerging technology field right now. I think there's more of that on the AI compliance side because AI has been so integrated in daily life, whereas crypto, you can kind of choose to invest in it or not, just like stocks. But I think we need to bring that more into the crypto space and, focus on what's the best for the consumer, what's the best for the government in this situation. And, we shouldn't be using, looking at crypto as just an asset or a vessel just to avoid taxes, right? We should, look at crypto, celebrate it as like a way to, invest money, make money, but also look at how we can fairly, establish a system where we can fairly pay taxes so that the government's happy, and also we're happy that we're not, like as traders, for example, we're not losing all of our money to taxes while investing in crypto. I think, I'll just end there, and then we can, take questions if anyone has any questions.
Great. Any questions? Absolutely. So you'll have a public key basically, and that becomes the identifier that funds whatever going to your intellectual property can go to in a fair and equitable system. You can do that for music rights and other rights as well. There's a lot of discussions. A great use case for a blockchain and our Web3 technology. Another one really, as we're getting into AI, and we talk about AI on my select committee as well. We haven't really taken a lot of legislative action yet, but one thing we have talked about, and you're all familiar with, concerns about deep fakes. Well, having a verifier of truth, so to speak, is going to be handy in the not so distant future. Like if I'm taking video in real time, nothing says that I can't be, hashing every 10th frame of my video or something like that, and then dropping that hash with a signature on a blockchain as a verification of the veracity of my video. And those types of technologies are already out there. They're not used very much now, but they will be used, right? We're going to need that. I'm going to need to be able to say, this is legitimate video, and you can see the signature path for every frame, every 10th frame of the video on blockchain X over here, and that's how I then create veracity of truth. So as we get into AI technology, which allows us to kind of make things up a little bit, we're fortunate enough to have blockchain and our distributed ledger technology to give us some objective truth through registry and the same type of identifiers. So, you know, that's handy that we have that capacity. If we didn't have that capacity for, you know, distributed trustless verification, then we really would have problems moving forward. So, great project, absolutely. Yeah. Right. Well, and that's a great question going back to what we were talking a little while ago with own your data type concepts. We chose and have so far chosen to believe that Facebook owns that data. But that's a choice. And, you know, the state of Wyoming, for example, has legal authority to say, nope, that data is my data. Every last bit of it. I'm letting you use it under certain terms and conditions. I set the terms and conditions, not you. Ha ha. Wouldn't that be great, right? Reverse that whole thing. And at that point, if you're going to be holding my data, maybe you have to pay me for some of that data that's getting looked at a lot. And again, with the blockchain registry, you have the capacity to do that. I've got my unique identifier. We have smart contracts, micropayments flow, and everything becomes easy and straightforward. And if I own my data, I can also finally, once and for all, say with a little more confidence, I'm shutting it down. And if we got really sophisticated to the point where it was permission-based, I could literally shut it down. Instead of sending them the little note that says, please delete my data, I could shut it down from you no longer have the keys to my data, and therefore, I don't need you to take any action. You know, thank you very much for sharing with my data for a little while. Now, that's clearly a bit of a challenge to get there from here, but from a technology standpoint, very much doable. So these are all the exciting things. This is where blockchain Web3 can enable us to be better and to have more control and be more autonomous, be more self-sovereign. Or it can, if we don't use it right, do exactly the opposite. So I know this group wants to use it right and get us to the point where we have that self-sovereignty back and that privacy back. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, David.
My view of it is set up and the person who would be taking action, doing verification would be Secretary of State, at least as far as the state's business. What do you do to nudge them if they're not in the page? I mean, if they're not on, like, following us?
Well, I think all of you should call the Secretary of State's office and say, hey, it's about time that we have self-sovereign digital identity validator on that website. I've already made that call a lot of times. So don't hold back.
Currently building solutions for physical products using NFTs, specifically livestock. Does that fall under property or currency as far as taxes go?
Yeah. So you're saying it's NFTs that you're mainly dealing with? Right. So I would have to take a look exactly like how it's structured, but the way I'm seeing it, it seems like more that's structured as property, and that's something, for example, if you wanted to put into a Wyoming LLC, I think you would be able to do that in terms of structuring it. But you can hear, I'm going to project. So I think, and that's something, again, and this brings up the point that we were talking about earlier, where it's like we need clarity on this, right? Because it's a complicated topic, and it's an emerging field. So these two things intersect to make the law really difficult for, the average consumer or the average person, in the state of Wyoming, state of California, or even in the Netherlands, for example, to understand. So I totally understand where you're coming from, wanting to ask this question and think, what's going on? How should I structure it? And looking at the law and thinking, this is a bit difficult, but in that specific circumstance, I would think it would be, like, based on what you're saying, structured as property, and then, especially considering it's, it's like a digital property, you're tying it to a physical property. And unless you're, Wyoming is categorizing chattel differently. The mic just came back on. Welcome back. Welcome back. No, that's the other one. Hello. Okay, well, either way, yeah. So that's how I would characterize it. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I'd just say, we have talked about the idea, and we can do a little work on this in the state, but IRS doesn't have to listen to us. The idea of the underlying asset dictating what classification the asset is a good idea a lot of the time. So that has merit. But then we talk about the idea of, I create a token, this tokenized representation of a portional ownership of a basket of 100 chickens, 25 rubles, and the music rights to a recent Taylor Swift song. I don't know how I characterize that now. And you can easily do things like that with tokenization, and it just becomes problematic. So it always the down the center of the plate is easy. The margins are difficult, and we're getting the hook right now. So I just thank everybody. I really appreciate all of your time, and appreciate all of you being here.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much to our digital asset policy panel. It always just impresses me, especially the Wyoming legislature, how far out in front they are on all of this. It's just amazing. Our next panel is the Wyoming is Open for Business panel. This ought to be of interest to any entrepreneurs out there, people interested in entrepreneurial activity. But we're going to try to discover how Wyoming is fostering a pro-business climate while expanding employment opportunities across our state. The panel highlights initiatives that support business growth, attract new enterprises, and connect talent to open positions, highlighting why Wyoming is an ideal place to work, invest, and thrive. Our panelists represent the breadth of Wyoming's business ecosystem. Robert Macy directs the University of Wyoming Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation and oversees the university's venture capital fund. With over 30 years of experience in entrepreneurship and venture capital, he founded Penn State's Corporate Innovation and Entrepreneurship major. Bailey Evans is a G-Beta Managing Director at Generator, where she runs the G-Beta Wyoming Accelerator for startups seeking investment financing. She merges storytelling and venture capital experience to help founders achieve meaningful milestones. Brendan Davis serves as Client Experience Coordinator at the Business Studio at Laramie County Community College, collaborating directly with entrepreneurs and small business owners. A Wyoming native and UW graduate, he continues to support community-driven business development. And Matthew Fields, CEO of Plain Simple Technology, leads development of immersion-cooled micro data centers and AI infrastructure. With over 20 years of experience, he's committed to building rural AI talent through youth STEM programs. Please help me welcome our Wyoming is Open for Business panel. We have an MIA.
Who's supposed to start? Who wants to go first? I'll start. We'll wing it. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. Thanks for hanging with us for this session. As was introduced, thank you for that. My name is Bailey Evans. I work for a company called Generator. It's a venture capital company that works nationally across the country to provide accelerator programs and investments to early stage companies. So the G-Beta Wyoming program operates here for the state of Wyoming, and we work with founders who are interested in exploring the venture capital path to growth. So the milestones, the metrics, the math, the language, how do you meet investors, how do you impress investors, and then we introduce you to a bunch of investors towards the end of the program as well. So we have an application deadline coming up on Sunday, so I'll pitch that if you're interested in the program. We have a table in that room down at the far end of the hall. I also brought some flyers and things here if you're interested. I'd love to chat with you about that. And that's all I wanted to say about G-Beta, I guess. You want to talk about?
Yeah, and I can jump in next. My name is Braden Davis, as I was introduced. I'm over at the business studio at LCCC. We're a new community resource. We work a lot with Generator and all of the state resources that are available to small businesses here in Wyoming. Our main goal is to be kind of that facilitator of whatever resource, or I guess whatever goal, obstacle, or whatever your business is experiencing. We want to be able to facilitate any interaction that you have with a resource here in Wyoming, and then also make sure that you don't get dropped after utilizing those resources, so you can continue to be successful and accomplish more than just one goal by going to one resource and having to hear by word of mouth what everything is available to you. So we kind of host that Rolodex of resources that are available. We have relationships with those resources that are available. We can provide warm handoffs to contacts at those resources, so your connection's easier. Like I said, that main goal is really just to make sure that you have a person on the back end being kind of your sidekick in your journey to growing your business and accomplishing your goals. We offer a ton of internal programs as well. We have trainings that we offer through the Outreach and Workforce Development Department at LCCC, things like accounting, human resource management, those kind of things. If there are those business side things you don't know about as a business owner, because you're really good at the thing that you're doing in business, just not the business side. We also have access to like funding. We have tons of different resources, and we try to make sure that all of those resources that are also available in Wyoming are connected to each other, and there's a good communication line.
Hi, my name is Matt Fields, and I represent my company, but mostly I represent 4-H. So in Wyoming, we have historically had a mineral-based economy, and over time, essentially, a lot of that is slowly not growing as much as we should, and maybe not going to ever grow again to where we want it to be. So with 4-H, we've developed a STEM program, teaching robotics, teaching different things like AI, and now, thanks to the Cardano Institute, we'll be starting to teach the blockchain and crypto part of things. One of the things that we looked at was that in the state, if you're creating top-down policies, it's great, it's important, and in Wyoming really has always had a kind of we're doing this thing first. But the thing that we looked at was if you're creating these top-down policies, it may not stick to much. So our view was we needed to create the bottom up, and that was we needed to go to the communities, we needed to go to the workforce that's coming in the future, and start developing that so that we can actually have someone that would go to Bailey at G-Beta or the University of Wyoming and Dr. Wright and others that are part of that. Also, we wanted to create the future startups, workforce, and companies that will ultimately be able to take and use the legislation that's being developed and has been developed and push that forward. So we currently work mostly out of Laramie County and out of Jackson, and we're taking and using those as distribution hubs in the state. So we've got currently about 13 out of Wyoming. I think it's 24 counties. And we're working in all those different counties to introduce STEM through 4-H. One of the things about Wyoming, we don't accept change always in the best way. We're very, we'll keep you at a distance, but we'll say hi to you. So we're using 4-H because that is accepted throughout the state of Wyoming, and we are using that to get into communities, rural communities. And we're finding that a lot of the kids in these communities are really bright, really smart, entrepreneurial. And so just getting them the knowledge, getting them the access is kind of what we're doing and pushing that forward through 4-H. We do have stuff that we are working with the University of Wyoming and at a larger part to help to create the effects within the state of Wyoming, so that if you're a company looking at Wyoming, you'll have a tech-ready workforce in the future, and there will be upskilling opportunities through the University of Wyoming, startup opportunities through like GBeta, and that's kind of what my passion is kind of working with 4-H for the STEM in Wyoming and creating the or the bottom-up approach. So thank you.
I have a question for the panel. In talking about the workforce and talking about resources, what's the biggest challenge that each of you have come across for entrepreneurs, for startups, blockchain businesses, trying to get the workforce, trying to get the funding that they need, government regulations? What's the challenges that you see they face?
I can go ahead and answer that first. I work with quite a few different types of companies and different stages of businesses and where they're at in their lifespan. And I think a commonality in pretty much every part of that is, like you had mentioned, funding. It's a huge one. Being able to sustain so that way you can both stay alive and overcome things and then also move into the next stage of what you're trying to do. The other thing that we've seen a lot of is just that lack of knowledge and places to gain that knowledge of how to run a business, how to file your taxes, how to apply for grants. Because like I had mentioned earlier, a huge knowledge base, usually when somebody comes in that has a business or wants to start a business, even in the blockchain capacity, is you know how to do that really well and you're really good at it. And nobody's ever told you the roadblocks that you're going to face as you continue to move on. And there's a big ability to be discouraged when you hit those, because where do I go find that information? How do I talk to somebody to get knowledge on this so that way I don't get a roadblock on something that's not even about my business? And we try to provide that kind of handhold through those things because that's where we've identified a need. But I'm sure Bailey's seen a lot of things too.
I've seen some things, yeah. I think you mentioned two of them. Workforce and funding are probably the hardest things you'll face in Wyoming. And my world is more in the funding side of things. So I think in Wyoming, there isn't a clear path on the high growth, building a venture backable type of a company, because it just hasn't been done as frequently as a traditional, bank loan type of company. And so I think what I'm trying to do with GBeta, and I think others across the state are trying to do, is just sort of illuminate that path a little bit better, make it, have some success stories that have come. We do have a few, but, in Silicon Valley, for example, that's the path to growth. That's what they do. That's what's familiar. It's very well paved. They understand it. In Wyoming, not so much. So I hope that maybe, I don't think we'll ever become Silicon Valley level of that type of path, but it can be better worn with a few more journeys down that path. So that's what I kind of hope to accomplish in the next few years. And hopefully students are coming out of the university or anywhere else, LCCC, and seeing that there are programs and support for that type of a journey, in addition to, the more traditional small business type of path.
Good question, Pat. So what we see as one of the biggest issues in Wyoming, and I think we kind of already talked about this, is you don't know what you don't know. And being able to get to the point where you know that or can discover that information has always been a problem. What we're trying to do in Wyoming is set up different communications channel, distribution channels of ways that groups, communities, people can communicate and know about information. One example in Cheyenne, we have the Technology Advisory Council, we've started setting up basically fireside chats, and we're working to distribute those throughout to different Wyoming communities. We just did one, was it last week, with Steve Lupian on the stable token, and we'll have that one distributed here shortly. With our robotics students, we're also creating different groups like Discord servers. We're introducing families to different organizations like Cyber Wyoming, different ways to learn about things and try to create that. I know there's other projects. I know that Christian Beatsos, he's a part of Uplink, Uplink Robotics. He's actually a startup out of the University of Wyoming. He has an AI system that he's basically getting and creating information to allow the state and anyone that comes in the state to discover where stuff is at. So there's multiple different efforts that are being brought in, but communication, I think, has always been our most difficult thing. You don't know what you don't know.
Worth mentioning, maybe too. Do you know? The state, Wyoming Business Council, and I think there's a few partners in there, have created this WyoBizLink resource as well. I think it's just Google WyoBizLink, and it's a resource where all of the resources available in the state are available to be searched through that site. So, if you're wondering where to start, that might be a good place.
Matt, this is a question that anybody can answer as well, but when you've been involved in startups and helping startups, what do you see as the block that they may hit, the wall that they may hit before they can become successful or they end up failing?
That's a good question too, Pat. And yes, I've been a part of several startups in Wyoming. First off, Wyoming has always been welcoming. When we first came to Wyoming, we did crypto mining, and we were able to reach out directly to several of the members of the Senate directly. They called us right back, they texted us, et cetera, which was incredibly helpful. What we ran into beyond that was we missed information, we didn't know about stuff, we didn't know who to ask. And that's kind of you don't know what you don't know. And we ran into that a lot. The other thing too we ran into was when we got past the front, which is kind of the blockchain and the legislative body, there wasn't much structure below that in the state of Wyoming. And we've struggled with that from a financing perspective, from who do I reach out to for this, who's handling this. It's been pretty difficult. And then the second thing we ran into was a workforce issue, which is where I started the program with 4-H because we needed to address that in Wyoming. We couldn't find anyone. We had to import people. When we tried to import them, there wasn't like community resources that were interesting or attractive, and they ended up going to like Fort Collins or doing remote work. So those are the two biggest things I see for startups is a lack of structure below the front that we're putting up with the legislative body and things that we're passing, and then the workforce development, which is in development and being moved forward. I think that's the biggest thing I see right now.
Same question?
What do you see because how many businesses have gone through G-Beta?
Yeah. Let's see. So with our next cohort, we'll be at 50 companies over the last 5 years have come through the G-Beta program. And yeah, a lot of the same. So workforce and funding and finding, I think, a lot of the things that Braden does and a lot of the Wyoming BizLink type of things, like how do I take the next step? There's a lot of, I think if anyone's tried to start a business in Wyoming, the feedback I hear a lot is we get passed around, like from person to person. And I think that's what Braden's group is trying to sort of solve. And there's sometimes a lack of expertise on real specific niche questions. International licensing is one that came up recently. This founder could not find anyone in Wyoming that could support or understand international licensing very well. So he had to go find someone in Colorado to help with that. So some of those really like niche questions. If anyone knows anything about international licensing, by the way, let me know. I'll introduce you.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of what Abili had said, I think that being passed around is inevitable because there are, and it's a good thing, because not everybody has all the answers. And if you find somebody who you think has all the answers or says they have all the answers, they're lying to you. So that's why we're trying to both acknowledge that and then also solve it by saying we can be there on the back end. We're kind of a master of none, but we know the people who can answer this question. And if we don't know the people who answer this question, we can go find them, similar to how Bailey's right now asking for some information. Like, that's what we try to do too, is approach different resources, approach different people, and get out of our comfort zone, go find the people who may not even be part of an entrepreneurial network, to make that connection, to enhance the wider community of it all.
So, not to be negative, because you're not, you're just explaining things, but there really are a lot of resources in the state, top down, from the Wyoming Business Council down to the local economic development associations, to the chamber, to your organizations. And I think one of the things is, how do you help people navigate through all of that?
Yeah. I think there's a ton of different ways to help people navigate, and it is a person by person basis. There's no real, I know this is a non-answer, but it's my answer. There are a million different ways to connect people with things that can help them, and a million different ways for people to interact with those things, and really finding what each entrepreneur and how they communicate, how they interact with resources, and actually getting to the root of what your problem is on the front end. So that way, when you actually make connections and actually talk to people, you're at the right place, you're communicating in the way that works for you and for them, and you know what your goal is. So really focusing down what your problem is and how you're planning on solving it to create a path to go solve those problems, I think is that answer of how to make those connections reliable, useful, and efficient.
Yeah, what he said.
I would agree to some extent on that. What I've found in the startup scene and with many others is that we end up creating our own networks. And if you're lucky enough, you will meet one of us and we'll introduce you to whoever you need in different areas. And the international law, legal piece, that is an issue we're finding in Wyoming, finding legal help with that. I would say that we need to do better. And what I found a lot of times is that the University of Wyoming, Wyoming Business Council, they have resources that exist, but again, it's kind of, it feels like a front. You get to there, you learn a little bit, but it's not enough and not what you actually need. And that's when you need to find someone that can actually point you to the network. And I think we need to fix that in Wyoming, because if you're a company or a startup in Wyoming, if you run into basically a brick wall with any of these situations, it can stop you dead cold in your startup or in operating your business. And so Bailey knows a lot of people. I know a lot of people. Braden, I'm sure you know a lot of people that are growing and stuff, but really Wyoming does need to do better at this.
So do you think that, the audience here, part of the solution is helping create those networks, because they may have all the knowledge and group together that can really move things forward for everyone?
Yeah, and I think all of our goal is to make our network your network and to make our network useful for you, so that way you're getting the right connections. Because at the end of the day, everything is about who you know, whether that's good or bad. That's what life is about, and that's what business is about too. So if we can help you know the right people, that's, I think, the goal for everyone.
Matt, a question for you and also for everybody on the panel is, we're here for the blockchain stampede, but the center that promotes this event is the Center of Blockchain and Digital Innovation, which encompasses a lot of different things. And so it's just not blockchain in isolation. Blockchain connects to a lot of different technologies, and the opportunity is there, from your own experience, to see how you can connect those things together for a startup, for expanding businesses.
Yeah, and I do also believe that, I mean, yes, I'm here in a general capacity, I guess. But it is important to acknowledge that every business can connect to every other business in some way, and connections are a general art. So in some way, everybody connects. And that's what I think we need to understand in this realm is if you can connect with somebody, even if they're not doing what you're doing, it may be beneficial.
And Matt, what's been your experience?
I found the network. I found it somewhat difficult ultimately to get things through. There are certain things that exist. You know, the Center for Blockchain and Innovation. It exists, and you can get some information and work with it. And I love working with Steve Lupian, but we've oftentimes found that unless it's, and I'll be frank, unless it's made by the University of Wyoming, sometimes the University of Wyoming won't deal well with other organizations or can't flex to make that happen. And oftentimes we've had to go outside of the circle of University of Wyoming to make things happen. So I would love to see a greater partnership, both at a legislative level, at the University of Wyoming level, and basically everyone working together to move things forward, because we do have a ton of innovation in the state. We do have a ton of startups, and I would love to see that move forward. And we need to truly turn it into the Center for Innovation and Blockchain so that we can actually start sending people into it and helping them to move forward.
One of the reasons I'm asking these questions is later today, we're going to have a session where panelists, audience members, everybody who's here can interact and talk about ideas for the future. How can we make things better in this space for people who want to start blockchain-based businesses, related innovative technology businesses, expand existing technology business, bring in new ideas that are being developed not only at the university but within everybody here who's involved in the industry. So just trying to encourage people to think along those lines, because there'll be an opportunity to kind of write up what on a whiteboard type of idea is what's going to be. It'll all be recorded. We'll take it in and provide that information to the powers that be from the people themselves who are involved in all of this. And I think that's important to hear from those who are not only contributing to what we're trying to do in this state of Wyoming, but also want to help others make those kind of contributions as well. So I just hope that everybody thinks about some of these things in the back of their minds while they're eating lunch, and be ready later today to discuss these things. And again, to remind everybody, there are a couple of vendors down in the East Ballroom, including G-Beta, and we have the
business studio.
Studio, that's
You're
I
good.
keep wanting to call it center. And we have the tax network people there to answer a lot of great questions you may have because of the changing laws and situations involving digital assets. And I can't make heads or tails of how to report on all of this stuff, so maybe they can help you. Any other questions for the panel? If not, we'll let everybody go, kind of get ready for lunch here in a little bit. I'll turn everything over to Cam here. Go ahead.
I wanted to make maybe one more comment if y'all are thinking of questions, happy to try to answer. We talked quite a lot about what's hard about starting or what the problems are about having a business in Wyoming. But there's a lot of benefits too. I mean, a lot of you already know those, some of the tax benefits, of course. But if you're building, in my world, if you're building a high growth, I don't need a lot of people, I just need a lot of software type of a company, Wyoming can be really great for that kind of a thing. You don't need a lot of, space or big I don't know, complicated equipment or anything like that. You need a laptop and, access to the internet. And Wyoming, I think, can be really great for building that type of company. So, I don't know. I guess I wanted to end on a positive note. I think Wyoming is a great place to build a company, and we've got some challenges. I think everywhere has challenges. But if you're a maverick looking to build a company out of Wyoming, you're going to get a lot of grit out of doing it, and you're probably going to be, ready to launch. So anyway, any questions?
Thank you so much to our panel. So I believe that lunch is scheduled to begin at noon. I doubt if they'll be ready early. I believe it's a pasta bar. Should be good. And we'll hear a presentation during lunch from a keynote speaker, and then we'll come back here around 12:45, and then we'll have a presentation from balcony, a few more panels, and I think it'll be an exciting afternoon. So have a little bit of a break before lunch.
if we've got levels. Check, 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 check. Check, 1, 2. Just gonna
No better. Okay, there we go. Again, first of all, thank you again. Today is turning out to be a really exciting day. Wanted to make one announcement first. We do have vendors in the next room. So after lunch and after the comments by our esteemed guest speaker, please wander over there, say hello to our vendors. Show them a little love. I would really appreciate that. Thank you for joining us for the pasta bar. The pasta bar was the wise idea of Candace Ryder, who is trying to pour herself a drink right now with one hand. And so I'd ask her to wave, but I don't think she has a hand to wave with. So I think that's been a bit of a hit. So our guest speaker has been known to the Wyoming blockchain community for quite a while now. 5-6 years now, Trevor, you've been in Cheyenne? Okay. And Trevor is with Kraken Financial. And as many of you know, there's been some incredible announcements around Kraken recently, including this morning, the governor mentioning that Frontier Coin will be listed on Kraken. About a month ago, there was an announcement that the headquarters of Kraken is moving to Cheyenne. So quite honestly, Kraken has been a wonderful friend, not only to Wyoming, but to the blockchain community. I still enjoy that wonderful painting in Cheyenne. I never quite, we find it, Caitlin. What street is that one on? I can't remember. 20th? Yep, the mural. Yeah, absolutely spectacular. And when you certainly understand, the context of the painting, it means so much more. So Trevor has participated, I think, in almost every stampede that we've had since you've joined Kraken in 5 or 6 years. So again, it is my distinct pleasure and to introduce our lunchtime guest speaker, Trevor Rutar from Kraken Financial. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve, for that warm introduction. Talking about the Kraken mural, if you get a chance to look at it, it is pretty cool. It's done by Jordan Dean, who is also doing the water towers in Cheyenne, and he is an amazing artist, and he's getting some world acclaim. He's actually doing murals all over the country. So it is a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Trevor Rutar. I'm the CEO of Kraken Financial. It's a privilege to be here at the Blockchain Stampede alongside lawmakers, business innovators, students, everybody here who has built the foundations of this industry and continues to build it into the future. For me, this is actually a bit personal. I went to school at the University of Wyoming studying business, and everything that has happened since then is built upon that foundation. So this is a little bit like coming full circle and back to the University of Wyoming. Also, my parents are here. Either they're really interested in digital assets or they just want to make sure that I'm legitimate. They actually don't get often a chance to hear me speak, so I'm really honored to have you guys here. My mom likes to say that I work in funny money, and I'm sure you've had these conversations around your Thanksgiving table where they've got tons of questions. Some of them you can answer, others you have no idea how to answer. Well, I certainly appreciate that because it challenges me to go a little bit deeper. I do that research, and I'm able to explain things a little bit easier, like on a global level, because I'm in this stuff deep all day long, and so being able to talk about it at a higher level, I have them to thanks to that. And they're a pretty good hang, so make sure you come and talk to them throughout the afternoon. I have been attending this event since its early days, back when it was a hackathon and people were building projects overnight, fueled on Red Bull and bad pizza. Also during the COVID years where everything was broadcast virtually, I was still attending the sessions then. So we've come a long way since those scrappy days. Now we're talking about global markets, institutional adoption, national policy. So Wyoming does continue to punch above its weight here in this industry. As the late Senator Alan Simpson would like to say, if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. If you don't know who Alan Simpson is, Google him. He was a really phenomenal guy from the state of Wyoming. And Wyoming has pulled up the chair and claimed a spot at the table of financial innovation, and we're continuing to do that. I began my career in banking a few years before the Great Recession. I saw the rise of the euphoria and the fall during that financial crisis. Over nearly 2 decades, including several years as a chief lending officer, I saw the strengths of the system, but also its glaring weaknesses. The Federal Reserve can play a critical role in stabilizing markets, managing inflation, and serving as a lender of last resort, but it also creates distortions, either expanding and contracting money supply, keeping interest rates artificially high or artificially low, and oftentimes fueling the very bubbles that it later has to clean up. And it's not a new debate. Our founding fathers had very strong views on money. They distrusted any fiat currency that was not backed by substance. Thomas Jefferson cautioned that paper money was liable to be abused, has been, and will forever be abused. George Washington also warned that inflation was a form of taxation without representation. He also lamented during the Revolutionary War that a wagon load of money wouldn't purchase a wagon load of supplies. So today we're looking at $34 trillion in national debt, and it's not hard to see their warnings in our current challenges. Governments facing mounting debt often turn to the printing press and devaluing their currency to pay yesterday's bills. That realization forced me to a crossroads. After several decades in banking, I knew I had 2 options: watch the disruption from the side or step onto the field. I chose the field, and so I joined Kraken, and I wanted to be part of the disruption instead of one of the disrupted. So why crypto? A lot of folks ask that question, and for me, it's because it strips out inefficiency. When you deposit money at a bank, or you don't hold anything physical, you just see a digital promise on a statement. The bank moves those numbers around when you swipe a card, or you pay a bill, or when it lends out your deposits. Crypto takes that one step further. With crypto, you are the bank. You hold the funds, you make the transfers. Bitcoin is scarce, borderless, and resistant to manipulation. Stable coins are faster and cheaper than credit cards. Ethereum powers smart contracts, and the blockchain beneath it all is decentralized, transparent, and efficient. In short, blockchain replaces trust with truth. And it isn't just theory. Here in Wyoming, we often think of crypto like an investment, but in places like Argentina, Nigeria, or Turkey, it's a lifeline. Countries that have 50% inflation, they use Bitcoin and stable coins to protect their savings and their wealth. Remittances are also being transformed. Fees that once cost 10% are now 1% or even lower. And the difference means food, school, medicine for people in those countries and their families. Blockchain provides open access to finance. You don't need a branch, you just need a phone. We see crypto as freedom tech. It resists tyranny, it empowers individuals, and ensures financial tools aren't reserved only for those with the right passport or the right bank account. The next generation already understands this. They're digitally native. For them, a crypto wallet will be just as normal as a debit card. So at Kraken, we are actually building the bridge between traditional finance and the online digital future. We offer crypto trading, staking, custody alongside commission-free trading and ETF investing. Institutions rely on Kraken Prime, which is a newer product umbrella that we launched for execution or liquidity. And banks can connect through a product we have called Kraken Embed, which is also available for fintechs. We've launched a global payments app called Crack, so make sure you get your Crack. And we've expanded globally with new licenses and built tools like Inkchain and multi-chain wallet. And of course, we have Kraken Financial, which is our special purpose depository institution where we provide banking services and digital asset custody that plugs into the entire ecosystem. Simply put, whether you're an individual or an institution or a regulator, Kraken is where finance is meeting the future. And this is why Kraken relocated our headquarters here. Wyoming is the most forward-thinking jurisdiction in the nation when it comes to digital assets and blockchains. The Wyoming blockchain bills that have already been talked about this morning they created clarity where other states were either hesitating or were outright hostile. And if you want to buy me a drink, we can talk about some of those hostilities we've experienced, not just in the United States, but globally. The Chancery Court that was stood up here created a specialized venue for asset disputes, and the Dow and Duna laws are setting standards for decentralized autonomous organizations. By market value, Kraken is standing among the largest companies headquartered in Wyoming. That means that innovation happening here isn't just shaping financial policy, it's anchoring a significant presence here in the state. Kraken has invested in Wyoming because Wyoming invested in itself, creating legal and regulatory environment where innovation thrives and a business climate that attracts capital, partnerships, and national attention. That translates into economic activity, sponsorships, and thought leadership that ripple across the state, even if our teams are distributed globally. With the University of Wyoming, we've actually proudly sponsored the Blockchain Symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming the last few years. That's become the hottest ticket in town. We're turning people away, and it's a very expensive ticket to get. This is a place where policy, technology, and ideas are colliding. And this year delivered some really unforgettable moments. There was a moment where Anthony Scaramucci and Eric Trump had an on-stage reconciliation and talked about Bitcoin and mining. Federal Reserve's governors, Mickey Bowman and Chris Waller, talked about a new day at the Fed and signaling a willingness to embrace innovation. Caitlin and I really liked those comments, which we have not heard. Yes, the dialogue continues with the Fed. Still waiting is right. SEC Chairman Paul Atkins was also there, and he talked about Project Crypto at the SEC, and that has given the industry regulatory clarity and a framework that we have long sought. And then we've already talked about the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. They actually launched or made their announcement of the Frontier Token at the symposium. So policy momentum is real. Leaders from both sides of the aisle, Senators Lummis and Tim Scott, along with members of the House Financial Services Committee, they're proving that progress can be made here, and it's receiving bipartisan support. The Genius Act passed just a few months ago, and the Clarity Act has strong bipartisan support. We're hopeful that that will pass by the end of the year. That's going to create market structure that also the industry has long sought. At the symposium, we saw asset managers, miners, AI pioneers, and human rights advocates discussing how blockchain is changing not just markets, but society itself. And we're seeing that here at the university in this Stampede today. The message is clear. Wyoming isn't just shaping policy for itself, it's shaping policy for the nation. Just as a pebble thrown into a pond will create ripples, so are the actions here in Wyoming really spreading across the globe in the financial markets. Of course, the road hasn't always been smooth. The crypto winter of 2022 and 2023 were painful but necessary reminders. But bear in mind, Bitcoin has crashed 70 to 80% 4 different times in the past, and each time it's come back stronger. I think the real lesson is that leverage and speculation are dangerous. And I'm reminded of the quote by Howard Marks: leverage magnifies outcomes, but it doesn't change the probabilities. So in 2022, we saw too much leverage, too little transparency, and too much greed in the system. So when Terra Luna collapsed, the dominoes started to fall. Innovation doesn't fail because of technology. It fails when human behavior piles reckless bets on top of it. That's why proof of reserves, solvency, risk management, these things are non-negotiable. And that's why Kraken set up a bank. Blockchain and crypto make these tools possible. The future isn't just digital. The future is going to be on-chain. Figure Technologies, which is a company that just went public a few weeks ago, they're already proving this. They have originated billions of dollars in loans on blockchain rails and are showing how fast tokenization is moving from theory to practice. And here's what else is coming. I want to provide some alpha to those in the room and the budding entrepreneurs and students, some areas of business to consider. Securities will be issued and settled on blockchains, transparent supply chains of medical records, identities secured without passwords, real-time settlement that eliminates counterparty risk, tokenized deposits, bonds, equities in real estates that will unlock trillions in liquidity, programmable money that will automate contracts, compliance, and payments, and stable coins competing with Visa and MasterCard. And you can just imagine sending dollars instantly across borders, 24/7, 365 without hidden fees. Actually, you don't have to use your imagination anymore. It's happening today. And in the next 5 years, you'll swipe a card and not even know that it's settled on blockchain. That's how seamless it'll be. And this technology isn't just for banks and finance and Wall Street. It could also help states solve real problems like billions in abandoned funds. I was at a conference last week talking to state treasurers, and this is a real issue for them. When they escheat or have unclaimed or abandoned property, they need digital asset solutions. And so now it can be done on-chain, tied to digital identity, and claimed instantly by rightful owners. So this is why blockchain must be treated as a foundational infrastructure and not just an experiment. We're living in that 1995 moment of the internet, except this time it's finance, law, medicine, and governance. So to the students here, you are standing on the ground floor of this generational shift. To the business leaders, blockchain is not just finance, it's logistics, it is energy, medicine, and beyond. To the legislators in the room, keep going. You've proven that smart, clear regulation attracts innovation, and clarity beats ambiguity every single time. And to my parents, I'm still gainfully employed, and I'll continue to build in this industry. So I'll close with this. For decades, intermediaries stood between people and their money. Blockchain puts that power back into the hands of the people. Wyoming has shown what's possible when courage, clarity, and innovation come together. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed yet. And Wyoming is making sure that it gets distributed here first. Thanks, everybody.
Trevor, I just again want to thank you for being such a friend of this program. And, you know, as you know, you've stated, you've been here personally since we've really started this. And I sincerely want to thank you for everything you personally have done and Kraken has done for our program. So everyone, another round of applause, please, for Trevor. Thank you so much, my friend. Thanks. Okay, we've got a couple of minutes. Our next speakers will be up at 1 o'clock back in the room next door. So again, please, if you have an opportunity, stop by our vendors and say hello. There's still pasta, and I think I still see some cannolis over there, and would disappoint me greatly if, oh, he's going to finish off the cannoli, so no. But thank you all for being here. Thank you, Trevor. And let's finish our day off strong. We've got some good speakers coming up. We've got Balcony coming up. We're going to be talking about AI. And again, we'll have our final keynote speech with our honorary chairman of the event, Caitlin Long, at 4 o'clock. So thank you, everybody.
Test, test. 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 Test.
Okay. Yeah, great. I'll get started. Sounds good. Ready to go.
Hi, my friend.
Steve, do you want a mic?
Yeah, you have one over there? When did you get in? Morning or last night?
Midnight. Drove up 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh God. Have a flight at 5, so after this I'm headed back.
You have a better story. Perfect. Okay. Do you want to kick us off then? Sure. Take it away.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Oh, welcome back from lunch. We're here now. We can hear about how blockchain technology is transforming government record keeping. Here with us today is Alexander McGee, CRO of Head of Government Affairs and co-founder of Balcony. Alex serves as a vital bridge between government customers and the engineering team, bringing deep understanding of the public sector's challenges from his background in real estate development. Alex will share how Balcony is transforming government record keeping by partnering with Bergen County, New Jersey, to tokenize 370,000 property deeds worth $240 billion using blockchain technology. Their innovative platform reduces deed processing time by over 90% and creates tamper-proof records, demonstrating the potential for blockchain solutions to modernize public sector infrastructure nationwide. Please, let's welcome Alexander McGee.
Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Let me tell a little story first.
Go ahead.
Okay. Alex, we've been working together, what, 3
years?
3 years now. And Alex is the perfect example of, you know, we come up with an amazing idea, and then the government takes over our idea, and then invites us to participate in the government's wonderful idea. And Balcony, as a company, has been really working in an integrated way with the CBDI for literal years. And the idea, which is a wonderful one, is blockchain as a technology is the perfect fit if you're trying to solve a very particular problem. And that particular problem that we're looking to solve is ownership of property. Who owns property? In the project that we're going to talk about specifically, we are concerned here in Wyoming with the foreign ownership of property near critical infrastructure. In fact, about, was it 2 years ago that the Bitcoin,
case.
yeah,
Yep.
About 2 years ago, the Biden administration, not being political, just stating a fact, became very concerned with a Bitcoin mining operation, which happened to be located pretty darn close to two pieces of critical infrastructure. One was the Microsoft data center, and most of you that drive Interstate 80 see that data center off to the northern side, And also right near that data center happens to be F.E. Warren Air Force Base. F.E. Warren is a unique Air Force base, and I believe it's the only one in the country. Kim Wright can probably correct this. It's the only one in the country that doesn't have a runway. And the reason is what takes off from F.E. Warren, you don't want to land. And so it's a nuclear missile controlling base. So the Biden administration, whether rightfully or wrongly, I don't want to make an assessment, felt that having a Bitcoin mining facility that was primarily owned by a Chinese company probably created a bit of a challenge. So Alex had the wonderful idea that, you know what, this technology, blockchain, I'll let him explain it. I'm going to cut the story short, I promise, because he truly is the expert. Blockchain represented a couple of real opportunities. Certainly the immutability of the data and everything else, but Alex also wanted to add other technologies like zero knowledge proof to this solution, because Wyoming is a privacy-driven place. We don't want to disclose everybody that owns property near critical infrastructure. We just want to disclose the people who we don't want to have critical infrastructure nearby. So, so that's how Alec came to us, and we began working with him. And through Alex's work with our legislature and with the university, actually flipped the program a bit. And now the Wyoming Department of Homeland Security is seeking out a solution. And I'm proud, I'm going to let Alex make the, talk about that more specifically, proud that we are involved in that program. So, so really, if we ask Homeland Security, they're going to say it's their idea.
It is their idea.
No, it's not. It's your idea.
100%. No, it's all them. It's all them.
But so it is my distinct pleasure to let Alex talk about Balcony and the incredible application that we're working jointly on together, and how I think this technology is going to revolutionize problems like what we're facing here in Wyoming.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and the university. You guys have been great partners. I like to start from the beginning, and since it's a small group, make it very conversational. If you have questions, just please stop me and ask. So my name's Alex McGee. I'm one of the co-founders of Balcony Technology Group. Balcony is a data intelligence company focused on land records and assisting local governments, county governments, and state governments with that effort. There's different use cases throughout, so I'll go over them in my talk. But a bit about me, my background's in real estate development. So I grew up building apartment buildings, buying land, raising a bunch of money, and trying to figure out how real estate works in New Jersey. I was successful at that, and with that, I dealt with a lot of government programs and bad technology. And I have this brain where I just want to fix stuff and create new products, right? So Balcony initially started because me and my friends who did this company together were like, hey, crypto is big right now. This is like 2021. This is like the height of DeFi summer. We're like, hey, we can basically get people to give me their crypto gains, put them in opportunity zone funds, and then use that as part of the capital stack. So the first company that we started was called Balcony DAO. This is back when DAOs were everything, right? So we had this idea to create a community around real estate and then secure that with some sort of like Web3 token. That went really good until it didn't go good, right? Just because as every first startup idea, the market kind of takes hold and you have to pivot and change. So this is when FTX collapsed. This is when like the Terra Luna collapse happened, and no one wanted to talk about crypto anymore, right? So we're like, okay, how do we pivot on what we've built to help a specific customer or use case? And how do we turn this into a SaaS model? And we had a lot of relationships in government just because we were all real estate developers. So I went to the city of Orange, New Jersey, which is 30,000 people, about maybe 10 miles outside of New York. So it's a very transactional urban environment. And I knew they had a lot of paper, and I knew they had a lot of issues with just property maintenance and property management. And I also knew that software that is being used in real estate across the country, but specifically in my state, is older than me, right? Like I was born in 1992. A lot of the software that's being used is of the 80s. It's like COBOL-based system that is very siloed, not even on the cloud, it's very on-prem server. So we're like, hey, this thing called blockchain could be pretty interesting for you to secure your records and also just be more able to find missing revenue and missing compliance. Everything is on an immutable ledger. Like, great idea in talking about it, but how to actually make it work took about 1.5 years to figure out, right? So we then switched the company name to Balcony Technology Group to act more professional. Like, no one wants to see DAOs, or you can't have a pseudonym when you go in people's offices. You have to really just be yourself, and this is how SaaS companies are really done and started. So we created this module called Property Compliance Module, where we looked at all of the COs or occupancy certificates that were issued on a property. We ingested tax assessment information from the county level, and we found the difference of people that didn't file for a CO because the government wasn't looking. And we were able to identify $360,000 of missing revenue in year one in the city of Orange. So for a new technology company, if you find the government missing money, they want to talk to you, as opposed to you just have like this new cool solution that is all high speed. No one really cares, right? What I find with other founders in the industry, you can't just push blockchain, right? You can't just push AI. You have to push the process. You have to push what you're actually doing and what actually matters, as opposed to this new cool thing. So that was our first customer and client. And then since then, we've gotten like larger cities in New Jersey to sign on. We have like about 10 cities that use our technology right now, ranging in size from 100,000 people down to like 10,000 people. That all culminated with the biggest contract that we all know and talked about in Bergen County, New Jersey. So Bergen County has 1 million people. It's double the size of Wyoming. It's one county in New Jersey. And they have records going back to 1718, right? It's an older county that's outside of New York City. But we always knew that the blockchain is best suited when it comes to overall land records, as opposed to just like a CO or a cert on top of a property. If you looked at any sort, matter of fact, who in here has bought a house before? Anybody bought a house? How fun was it when you bought your house? Not a lot of fun, right? Yeah, exactly. Because the systems that are being used are so old. Like, something as simple as an address search can't happen in most government systems because they're indexed by book and page number and by personal name, and mortgages are indexed by book and page number and personal name, right? So like, this new concept of finding my address in a system just doesn't exist in most systems. And that's because that's how our country was basically started, with indexing. So we understood that, and we went to Bergen County and said, wouldn't it be nice to have every single deed and mortgage associated with the parcel in chronological order like it should be on one system that's immutable, that if you looked at it, it just tells you what it is, meaning that you don't have to necessarily look at a title examiner to tell you who bought what at your property. It should just be there, right? That's not a novel concept. That's just a regular logical thought process. So it took about 2 years to make that happen, from the first conversation for the county clerk to when we actually got our first contract. So Bergen County is innovative enough to think that if I can change my indexing, if I can understand how the system actually works, I can do more deals. I can record more information, because it just makes the system a bit more streamlined. Now, when you look at title, the title company is not going in and recreating everything. They're just looking at parcel one, and they're seeing everything in an immutable fashion, which is amazing, right? So the first effort in Bergen County was to fix the indexing. The second part of it is the ingestion, right? So most government does not use artificial intelligence. Shocker, right? But if they used artificial intelligence on the ingest, that takes away the manual process for how they can record documents. Because when you really think about it, it's like people that are overworked, understaffed, that are trying to push paper in an environment that is very thankless, right? Like, when have you ever thanked your county clerk? Like, never. When have you ever had a good experience at a county office? Probably not ever. You're paying a ticket, or you're paying a fine, or you're recording some document. You may get married at the county, but for the most part, they handle marriages, divorces, passports, deaths, and real estate, right? So you don't really have a great experience at the county office. But they're very powerful in the sense that they are the only arbiter of truth for land records when you really break it down. Like, most states don't have an aggregated state system when it comes to real estate. It's all bifurcated over 3,000 counties in the country. And when you look at what really happens, those 3,000 counties all hire their separate vendors. So the naming conventions and the indexing that's associated with all these things, it's like a patchwork over the whole entire nation. when it really shouldn't be, right? You should and another thing I found out, there's no standardized deed across America, right? Like lawyers, people that are, adjacent to the transaction make their own ideation of what a deed is. And what that does is it slows down the whole entire system. So when you fix the ingestion, or you try to, or you fix the indexing, you basically have a more working system that could be really done the right way, right? Like you can have different solutions that can come into play because you have these things that are working for you. So I met Steve along the way. We were connected to Senator Lummis at a Satoshi Action dinner, and she was saying that, Wyoming is one of the best states to work in. This is a great opportunity for your company to come here, and then she introduced me to Steve. When I first met Steve, I thought he was the most connected guy I knew, just because if you don't know Steve in Wyoming, you don't really know anybody, in my opinion. And it just helps because when we go to the legislature or when we talk about certain things, to have a person that's from here and knows the game is awesome, right? So this is around the time that he was talking about when CFIUS did that first, saying you can't own this asset next to this military base in Wyoming. So on Happy Jack Road, right? So there was a company called Mine One that owned a Bitcoin mine on Happy Jack Road, which was next to those pieces of critical infrastructure. CFIUS, what we found, has a very reactive process when it comes to finding out if our biggest adversaries are buying land next to our military bases. The reactive process is tips, believe it or not. So they rely on tips and they rely on PitchBook, which is a true story. If you go to the U.S. Treasury building and you ask real questions about how they are proactively figuring this out, the answer is they're not. They are looking at money flows more than they're looking at land transactions because the system is so bifurcated. There is no centralized point to say, hey, this is a bad transaction or a good transaction. So what we thought we could do is utilize the blockchain and artificial intelligence to create this signals network to allow for different law enforcement agencies to have an assessment of risk associated with the transaction. So what that means in layman's terms, if I bought a house with my wife using my personal name and an FHA mortgage and an American bank, and it's not next to a military base, that lowers the level of risk associated with that transaction. But if you see a transaction that uses a Delaware C Corp that has a BVI bank funding the transaction that buys a warehouse next to a military base, on its face, without going into entity resolution, that seems like a higher risk transaction. But it's tough because a lot of things aren't in structured formats, right? CSV files and Excel files are the easiest way to understand tax assessment information. But what I'm describing to you is hidden in unstructured data. So UCC documents, mortgage documents, deed documents that are living in a separate system. So you have to solve for extracting this metadata, and then you also have to solve for that pattern recognition to then have a level of risk associated with the transaction. You have to tie all that into a GIS map because you have to really know where these properties are being sold. And then now you're able to geofence certain areas that are higher risk or lower risk, right? So all that takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of people to understand real estate and technology to make it work. And then we have another partner that's not here called Quantifind. Quantifind is an entity resolution company that works for every field agency you can think of, and they look at open source information based upon who the LLC is or who the person is. So they use other data partners like Wirescreen, that is the highest, I would say, fidelity when it comes to PRC data, or Chinese media that is attached to certain LLCs or people. And all we're doing is we're just showing the law enforcement folks that we're going to partner with, hey, this company X is tied to this person on the OFAC list, this money is coming out of Singapore, this person that's doing this bad thing over here. And then on top of that, they bought the property using a funding vehicle out of the United States in cash, and this is what they bought, this is where it's at, right? So as an intelligence officer or as an intelligence apparatus, all you're doing is you're taking away your biases and you're giving people facts about what is going on, right? And that's what we do. So the product is called mTrace, and that is exactly what we are talking about people around the country. 23 states have laws that bar this foreign ownership of land next to military bases. But it can be used for other things too, right? Like a local use case could be, a search warrant. How do police officers get information to, get a warrant to search your home or whatever? they have to go to these databases very manually, and then they have to aggregate information in different places to get that preponderance of evidence to actually do that thing. So we believe using zero knowledge proofs, using the blockchain, we don't have to unduly bother people that shouldn't be bothered, right? Like, we need to protect privacy, but at the same time protect America. And the way to do that is through zero knowledge proofs. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, just a little bit, because zero knowledge proofs, for those of you that aren't aware of what zero knowledge proof, an example I use in the classroom that's very simple is, and this will apply mostly to the women that are here in the room. One of the most dangerous things you do is hand over your ID when you're asked, ID yourself. Because what are you handing over? Well, you're handing over your name, your address, your birthday, and very often that's not the information that's being sought. If the question is, are you at least 21 and an hour old, you can come into this establishment, then why do we have to disclose your birthday? Why do we have to disclose your address? None of that is relevant to the question of, are you old enough to be in this bar? Well, what zero knowledge proof does, it's an amazing technology that discloses important information without disclosing the underlying information. And imagine in the scenario I've just given you that you have an application on your phone that has a picture of you, because we need to know it's you, and a big green check mark that says she's good to come in. That's all that we really need to disclose to make sure that you are in compliance. And so imagine now taking that technology and applying it to something like what Alex here is explaining. We want to disclose bad actors. We want to, when Alex explains all of the information that's being brought together in this application, it staggers my mind, because I don't think the human, without this technology, is capable of putting together all of this information and making what are really important decisions. But by bringing it all together the way that Balcony is and displaying it the way that Balcony does, it actually makes it almost intuitive, where even in some of the demos, I've looked at this and I'm like, well, holy crap, that doesn't look right. And there's no way, that the human mind would have the capacity without that. And so what a Balcony is doing, which to me is absolutely fundamental, is in an incredibly powerful analytical way, disclosing important information without disclosing what shouldn't be disclosed. And Wyoming is one of the most privacy-driven states in the country. Anyone who started an LLC here in Wyoming knows that if you use a registered agent, your name isn't even in the company that you're creating. We thrive for privacy here. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to safeguard critical infrastructure. And so the brilliance of the Balcony system, in my mind, is balancing two very diametrically opposed realities. We need to know this information, and we need this information to be displayed in a way that provides law enforcement or others who should have access to this meaningful, actionable data. But at the same time, innocent people, leave us out of this, okay? We shouldn't be a target if we are not, engaging in any activity that would be under suspicion. And so we live in a time right now where through, I think, the brilliant deployment of technology, we can satisfy these diametrically opposed truths.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of it's public data, right? Like, we're not looking at PII. It's simply what you file at the clerk's office or what is publicly out there. That being said, no one wants their name to wind up in some database when it doesn't have to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that comes into play. So the future use cases for Balcony are kind of limitless in the sense that we've only sold to governments to date,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now we're starting to branch out and look at title companies as another sale for us. So title companies, as you're aware, there's or you may not be aware, there's multiple parts to title. There's a title agent, there's the underwriter, and the researcher associated with the transaction. The researcher, what they do is they send someone down to the county and then they recreate what happened at your property because things aren't saved in the proper fashion. So if you think about the blockchain, about how you have an immutable ledger that could be a private blockchain for Albany County, and parcel one has a genealogy of history of sales that are already there in the proper format, that makes the researcher's job a lot easier to then say, hey, I'm taking the liability of this being accurate and true, right? Because title is really based upon what is not there versus what they find, right? You buy a policy because you're protected about what is not there. But a lot of it's based on accurate data. And if we can prove that this data is true using the blockchain, I think that's a huge advancement for how things actually should work, right? And for a title company, they have a lot of form documents that they don't use artificial intelligence for, right? So transfer documents, HUD statements, anything that's related to the transaction should be processed in a more efficient way now that we have great tools to do so. So just being a startup founder, you really have to figure out 3,000 ways to make money, right? And maybe 5 of them will work, right? And that's just the truth. You know, I think it's great that we're in a great place where you have a lot of people like myself and thinking like myself of like, I want to start my own thing. But if anybody's in the room that just wants to be a founder, I would say just do it. It's hard. It's not going to be fun sometimes. It's going to be very painful sometimes, but it's the best adventure I've ever been on my entire life. I love it. There's no line between, this is maybe good or bad, but there's no line between my personal life and like my actual work life because it's just who I am, right? And I get to meet people like Steve. So like, that's always good.
Well, and I think I mentioned this briefly in another talk I had this morning around regulation. And I really do feel strongly about this. And I think Balcony and Alex are a perfect example of every system that exists today is going to be disrupted and will need to be reinvented. Every single system. And I'm, pretty adamant about this with my students. Why not you? Why aren't you the one disrupting systems? Why aren't you the one that are building what the future is going to be? And because literally every single thing you do today over the next 3 to 5 years will need to be reinvented. It happened with the internet. I'm old enough to remember, the 2000s. You're not old enough to remember 2000s. But and I remember when, every single thing we did, the way we shopped, the way we banked, the way we get our news, the way we interact with each other on social media, none of this existed 25 years ago. The people in the room today, their versions of them 25 years ago, are the ones that created this new disruption. And quite frankly, people like Alex fascinate me because, they're people that say, I wish this is better. Then there are people who say, I'm going to make this better. And they're very distinctly different personalities. And, I'm sorry, I don't want to turn it into this, but real generational wealth comes from people who say, I'm going to make this better. All of us, and I'm going to give a little truth about myself. I missed out on a huge opportunity about 25 years ago. I was running the new product development division of a telephone company. Many of you that know me know that's where I got recruited off of campus right after the Judge Green decision came to break up the phone companies. And all of a sudden, the telephone companies needed to learn how to compete with each other. And a number of my colleagues said, we got this great idea. We're gonna invent a new system, which ended up being called TiVo, for you people that understand what that is. And I was the guy who said, no, I kind of like my job at the phone company. It pays me well. It's 9 to 5. And 3 or 4 of them went off and started TiVo. And I spent the next 10 years at the phone company. And I didn't have the guts at that time to say, no, I want to be part of the solution. And I saw it again in 2000, and I see it today. You know, everybody in this room probably has said, you know what, I think there's a blockchain solution to something I'm doing every day. And what I'm gonna challenge each of you to do is be more Alex and less Steve. Go out, okay, and change the world. Quite honestly, one of the things I find fascinating about our industry is you don't need a factory today to build a product, okay? You quite frankly, we're gonna talk about this in the next segment, AI is really good at coding.
Oh yeah. In the past 6 months, I mean, AI has been our whole new like mantra at Balcony. If you're not using AI, you're losing, right? So it turns salespeople technical, and I think that's the biggest advancement that you have. Like, I mean, selling technology is not fun when you don't have good demos to actually demo the technology. And a lot of times, like sales guys are non-technical, like myself, and I don't have a background in like computer science, but like Lovable takes the guardrails off that, right? So our stack is you have Gemini and Lovable running at the same time. I can talk to my Gemini, give me a prompt in my Lovable, then I can build like a local demonstration based upon what the client wants, and I can do it very efficiently. And the client doesn't really know the difference between Lovable and something that's pushed to code. All they care about something that works and looks good, right? So if you empower your salespeople to be technical, it takes the pressure off engineers, because engineers, what they don't want to do is just build something and no one ever uses it, right? So this allows you to get validation on ideas quicker, which helps you sell things quicker. Go ahead.
Right.
For sure. Yep. So we're built on Avalanche. Avalanche, we use a layer 1 blockchain, which is a private blockchain. So how it works essentially is we're hashing information to our real world asset token, or RENFT or RY, whatever you want to call it. The blockchain is not a database, right? So not everything gets put or printed or minted on chain. So we have a thing called Mod 4 New Jersey, which is like tax assessment information, and that bytecode is being minted on chain. Everything else is an IPFS, which is hashed to that capital asset, right? So like the deed document, the mortgage document, the code enforcement document is all hashed to that asset. How our customers or interact with it, we built our own Explorer. So essentially they're able to see who touched this information, when they touched it, when did it change, if ownership changed over a certain time. But a lot of times no one is going on Etherscan or AVAX scan to figure this out, right? It's how your user experience interacts with the blockchain matters a lot more than what is like minted on some sort of like, third-party website. So in our experience, people like to know that data is true, and how I sell blockchain, I sell it in the form of validity and truth versus like, this is Avalanche and you should own this because this is the future, right? Like, and like also in meetings, you don't really sell AI. You sell like, hey, imagine having, 2 hours to index something and it takes like 10 seconds, right? And then like, oh, wow, I have this time back, and they have this calculation in their head of like, how many people are doing, indexing versus like if a computer can do it, how much time and money would they save? You have to relate like the innovation to money, right? Like, or time saved, or just overall, like I want to feel good when I leave at 5 p.m. and I'm not overstressed. Because most people in government are overstressed because they work very long hours and they're kind of on an island by themselves. Outside of the blockchain, we utilize like S3 as everybody else does. We have a Web 2 backup. We have a Amazon storage backup. We have a number of different AI tools that look for processing, right? So on the document processing side, it's really your OCR capability that matters, right? Like how do you extract the metadata from these unstructured environments and how quickly you can do it. So we can index a 700-page deed book in 8 minutes when it took people, weeks prior to doing that by utilizing Gemini, right? And then, but I think AI is not all made the same, right? I can have a whole nother talk on about like how AI can give you bad answers. And it's not really like you're training the AI. When people say I'm training the AI, they don't really know what they're talking about. You're giving the AI context, right? So the more context you give the machine, the better the answer you're gonna get, right? And if you spend your time like building a brand new AI, somebody's going to compete with you, or OpenAI is going to have this new feature that's going to just ruin that business, right? So we believe at Balcony we're an API, we're an AI that we're an API AI company, meaning that we're AI agnostic. Whoever comes out with the best new tool, we're going to use, because if you have to stay nimble in this world. Like you can spend 6 months building something, and someone else can build something way better than you, or they've been working on it longer than you, and then you're just kind of like, oh, what did I do, right? But to be the master of a domain, a master of a process, and building a data moat, that's what really matters, in my opinion, right? Everybody is going to have that new cool Ferrari, but it's going to be the guy that has all the data to that Ferrari that's going to have staying power, as opposed to just focusing on that one cool capability or tool. Go ahead.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. How it works, everything requires our primary product called an asset registry. So the asset registry is like the base layer of technology that aggregates all this information. So think of mTrace like a module, just as much as like the property compliance module is built off of that, right? You're trying to find patterns within a larger legacy data set, and this pattern could be risk, or it could be missing money or compliance. And then when you add on the risk factor, you have to figure out, okay, what other open source data sets can I also add to this to make the actual story, right? Because like the whole goal is to make data tell a story, and you do that by putting in more ingredients to this like big data pot, and then the output that you get is dependent on the customer that wants that output. So law enforcement cares more about risk assessment, who lives in this house, the certainty of like finding out like the person that's doing something bad in this area, or fraud too, right? They care about like non-arm's length transactions, like figuring out if one person is selling a property to himself to get an inflated value for refinance, or if they're trying to do straight up deed fraud, right? Like Brooklyn, New York's the #1 capital in the world for deed fraud. And how that happens is because the systems are bifurcated and people don't know what they're signing. So like if you think of people that are older that get taken advantage of, that don't have access to like a computer, and you get pushed like, hey, you have to sign this piece of paper, but you don't really know it's a quitclaim deed that, you know, gives interest in the property to someone else. And it happened to me, you know, as crazy as it sounds, it's kind of awesome. It's like serendipity. The guy had no idea what he was doing. So my background's in real estate, and I owned a 12-unit building in Orange. I was selling it. Somebody came to my building, wanted to buy it, and they basically forged a copy of the purchase and sale agreement, tried to run title. So they had my rent roll because I was trying to sell it to them. So they went to every single tenant and they knew their name and said, hey, Alex sold me the building. Here's proof of the sale. But in reality, the title company called me and they're like, hey, it's not your signature on this paper. Is this really you? I told them no. And I said, what do I do? Well, they said, well, we can't do anything but flag it on our underwriter, but they can go to First American and do the same thing, or they go to Westport, do the same thing. There is no real estate cop in this country, right? There is no like arbiter authority that says like, hey, just as much as you put a lock on your credit report, you can't put a lock on your deed, right? That doesn't exist. County clerks have to record information if it's in the proper format. They're not law enforcement, right? So you'd have to file a litigation pending in the court system to stop any transaction. That costs money and time. So like the example I gave about the older person or people that just don't know, how are they going to compete with sophisticated people that can use AI to fake a lot of documents, to submit certain things? It doesn't make any sense. Like, so the only way to combat that is that system of truth, which should be built on the blockchain, that'll prevent people from being taken advantage of.
Yes.
Beautiful. I think it's going to take more buy-in. Well, it depends on where you're doing it, right? Like I feel like in Bergen County, New Jersey, we have the buy-in of the county clerk and the people over there. So in that environment, I think it's pretty trusted. To your question, so I further understand you. You were saying like, how can I cryptographically secure transactions based upon like a deed that I issue from my platform, or how do I answer that better for you? Okay. Right. So the insurable product, I would say, is more so on the data accuracy side with like title research more than anything. Like I'm not trying to be a private company. I'm trying to build the infrastructure around private transactions. So I would say that, you know, this time next year, we'll have every single deed on an immutable blockchain in Bergen County. So title research companies can make insurance policies of research on a blockchain system, which kind of answers your question in a way. At the same time, we're working with title companies in that same area. So the real problem that I'm finding is as you're aware, if you submit a deed document that is not in the proper format to the people that are reviewing it, it gets kicked back, right? And then you have title companies that are continually trying to push information, being bad or good. They just don't know risk, and they can't assess who is actually like filing for whatever purchase and sale agreement that they're trying to do, because a lot of things are virtual these days. But if you can be on both sides of the transaction and have like a very streamlined way of submitting documents, you can have a more trustful system. As opposed to like being that, blockchain based deed. I think that's a legislative process that we're kind of far away from. I think depending on what state you're in or what jurisdiction you're in, there's a lot of things that have to happen for that to go down. But if you looked at it from a technology perspective, like how your property is, I would say, digitally defined, it's based upon the vendor that county is using, right? So that's how we're attacking it, a non-legislative way to just be more trustful without having a blockchain task force issue a bill that it gets passed by both houses of whatever state to then make law. E-filing took a long time to get through, right? And it's still not uniform across the country. A county in my state still is on paper, right? Even though e-filing is the law of the land. So I think it's a people business more than it is a technology business. So it matters about the person more than the vehicle that they're using. Oh, for sure. Like Qualia, Simplifile, they're entrenched in the escrow business too, right? Like, so it's more than just having a streamlined way of submitting documents. It's also an escrow service that's attached to whatever submission that you're filing. I think we are more concerned about the speed in which metadata can be extracted and also having a quality assurance check on the actual transfer documents more than anything, because that can make Joe in that title office or Lindsay in that title office have a more efficient workday. And then on the county side, it's the same problem. Like if you have Tyler Technology, if you have Catalyst, or if you have OpenGov or any of these systems, they all rely on like metadata extraction of unstructured documents, right? And a lot of times that is not done efficiently because the documents aren't in the proper format prior to submitting. So if we focus on the technology side of it, the legislation is going to come.
I agree.
No, it's all good. I mean, I'm here for 10 more minutes, so fire away.
Anybody else have any questions before we go back to 10,000 questions? Let me just add a couple of things. One of the things, I spent 45 years in new product development at Fortune 100 companies. It's kind of where my career has come from. And one of the two things that I feel strongly about in the types of things we're talking about here is, number one, technology has an incredible capacity to solve the problems of technology. And I think we're seeing that now with some of the tools that we'll talk about in the next talk, which is AI and digital twinning and different tools like that. These tools have incredible capacity for leveraging our ability as people to get things done. And so I've always been impressed with how technology solves those problems. But the piece that technology can't solve, and I think you hear it here, I even hear it from you, is an understanding and a passion for solving a problem. And I always, in my classes, have students solve a problem that's close to them. I don't want them to just go onto the internet and say, what would be a great project to solve with blockchain to make my professor happy, okay? You don't really learn anything like that. What I want my students to do is, do they have a family business? Do they have a hobby? Do they have something that has them closer to that problem than anyone else would be? And you're hearing that from Alex. I mean, does anybody here question that Alex knows real estate? Of course not, okay? But that knowledge that he has is what gives him the clarity to go, you know what? We can fix this part of this, okay? I have I'm speaking as him, I have unique knowledge that this piece could be fixed using this technology. And so, I encourage you all in your daily lives to just think about, gee, that seems odd. We could probably fix that with this tool. And that's how problems are solved. Having a deep understanding, quite frankly, a passion in most cases to say, you know what, there's got to be a better way to do this. And I'm the right person to do that better way because I have an understanding that is unique and different and gets me to a level that brings much better clarity. And I think that's the example of what we're really seeing up here in this segment is, every problem is going to have to get solved all over again. And passion and understanding are the two most important parts. Don't be afraid of saying, yeah, but I'm not a technologist. I'm going to embarrass somebody who's sitting in the back of the class. No, don't turn your head, Dalton. I'm looking at you. Sitting in the back of the class is one of my former students who was doing a summer independent study program for me and decided he was going to develop an automation, like a factory or home automation system. And as part of that project, he taught himself to code in a summer program, okay? By the way, you didn't need to learn to code to get an A on that project, but he did it anyway, okay? And now he's off with his own company. And here's somebody that before that class, could you code? No. Can you code now? Yeah, okay. It's, that's how you solve problems. And everybody here, I think, is capable of doing that. Dalton's a little unusual. Dalton is a little special. Sorry, Dalton, to embarrass you. But, if there's any lesson to be learned in this segment, it's, and Alex, I think, personifies passion. And you're going to also hear from another dear friend of mine over here in the front row, Amanda Martinez. We're working on a project where we're tokenizing energy credits. And again, when you hear Amanda speak, you're going to hear a passion that you're going to identify as a passion. And I think it's more important than coding. You hire coders, right?
Yeah, I mean, you need passion to get through the down times, right? I mean, we're all in this together, but at the same time, like, it's not always like smiles and rainbows, especially when you start a company, because you get ripped apart, and then I think your success depends on how fast you can take whatever. Hold on, let me back up.
Mm-hmm.
I think VCs rip you apart a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think raising money rips you apart a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you take what they tell you and then put it to use, I think that matters more than anything. That's how we became successful. It's because a lot of no's that we got, we used the no's and we figured out how to get the yeses.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's like the underlying theme here. So
Well,
yeah.
my students are in the room, that are in my room. I want you to finish something you probably heard me say a dozen times. How do you learn to start a company? You start a company, okay? There's no substitute for that, okay? Alex is right. You're going to get beat up.
Yeah.
You actually look okay. I mean, you seem to have survived
a lot
it.
of scars.
A
lot of
but
scars.
that's how you learn to start a company. And I can't tell you through my career the number of times I've asked friends of mine, "How did you learn to do that?" And they go, "I didn't learn to do it. I just did it."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Well, where did you get the information?" He's like, "Well, there's no shortage of information out there." Okay, it's having the courage of conviction to just push on through and do something that is what's changing the world. And to bring it back to blockchain, I think this technology is so well suited to starting businesses on your own than anything else. I mean, I would not have wanted to start an automobile company 150 years ago. I got to build a factory. I've got to hire hundreds of people. Just think of the way business used to be and think of how business is today and how all of these advantages now exist for everyone in this room just on bootstraps and shoestrings and the internet, starting a company.
I mean, Balcony started as a conversation with two friends, and now we have 20 employees. We raised $14 million in the past 4 years. We have a real office now with a key card. I feel like an important person. So,
is it not one of those strings?
Yeah, I got the string and everything. So I feel like it's like what I initially wanted to do. We're doing it. but you just can't dwell on that because the sky's the limit and you have to be on your toes. Like people are at, like there's going to be a lot of companies in this space, if there's not already, that are being started that do a similar use case. So how do you be better than everybody else? Like that is what we wake up for every single day.
And by the way, when I start feeling sorry for myself, I end up having a conversation with him.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, son of a bitch, I can't. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Now it's like, oh man, now I got to get out of bed and do some work.
Yeah.
So,
Any-
any final questions before we take a 2 or 3 minute break before we introduce the next group of people? Any other questions out there? Cool. It is an honor to work with you.
Thank you as well.
And thank you for coming out here. It's not easy to get to Laramie from New Jersey.
It's easy. So if you want to stay in touch, go to balcony.technology. That's our website. Drop a line. Find me on LinkedIn, Alexander McGee. But I'm always around. So yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Take about a 5 minute break and then come on back.
Thank you.
So. Well, it's interesting that you got, payments being made, banking spaces, being thankful. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, this should terrify. She's and was able to get this stuff. And one up at senior program, there's stuff he knows. So CPI. This is the Federal Reserve campuses. API. So, and you're like, I don't. So no, great. I'm looking for. I know. Dan is. Did Trump beat him up? No. Did Trump beat up more people last night? Yeah. Did you imagine? So let's start. Stay on a little bit. You're doing it. Florida. Is there a ring on it? No. What I may do is take his spot. Because I don't want
Yeah, you gotta hold it down for a moment. Okay, and you're gonna take this mic?
I'll work.
Okay. Well, now we're going to explore how small businesses are leveraging artificial intelligence to boost productivity, expand capabilities, and strengthen their workforce. This panel will highlight practical applications of AI that drive growth while supporting employees and creating new opportunities. Our panelists represented diverse applications of AI technology. We have with us Amanda Martinez, the founder of Climate Change, and you've heard a little bit about how she's trying to tokenize some energy credits. We may hear more about that. We have Dr. Karen Gorton, Associate Dean of the UW Fay W. Whitney School of Nursing. She's a doctorally prepared nurse educator with over 25 years of leadership experience in Sigma Theta Tau International and clinical experience in emergency nursing. Dalton Gregory, a serial entrepreneur and AI innovator, the sixth-generation Wyomingite and UW graduate, founded the O3 LLC to help small businesses implement AI solutions and serves as the chief technologist at Jump Partners Incorporated. He's a Daniels Fund Ethical Startup Award recipient. And of course, we will also have with us the well-known Steve Lupian.
My job is to stay out of the way of three of the smartest people who could be sitting up here.
Please help me welcome this panel.
Thank you so much. You've all heard way too much from me already today. So first of all, thank you to all of you for being here. This panel is really interesting to me because of the diversity of this panel, from academics to students to the energy industry. So, but the common theme is that there is a I think a sea change happening in technology today. One of the things I kind of joke about with my students is I'm unique in that almost my entire education has been parochial, including my undergraduate and my Jesuit graduate work. And one thing, and I'm old too, and I remember, having the faculty, always say to me, "You're never gonna, you'll never be carrying a calculator with you everywhere you go. So we need to learn everything because, why did I get the multiplication tables beaten into me? Because you won't always have a calculator with you." Well, I got bad news. I really kind of do. And the other thing I think, and I'm going to direct the first question to you around this because of your background. One of the things I think we as educators have to deal with is I think there's a shift in how we need to teach because, it used to be that we learned knowledge, we learned facts, but today facts are available to us everywhere we go. And so today, I think the real challenge is how do we process those facts and how do we apply those facts into our daily lives? So I know, big question. I'm going to lead you with it. Can you solve the problems of the education world for us, please? Here.
Not really.
But I want to throw that first question to you because of your unique background. I can now pick up my phone and ask Siri when the Declaration of Independence was signed. I don't have to memorize that anymore. But so what?
So what? I mean, in healthcare, when I started, it took 5 years for our knowledge base to double. Mm-hmm. That number is down to anywhere between, depending on what you read, 9 to 12 months. Our healthcare knowledge doubles. So how do you then teach your students? You can't teach them to know everything. You can teach them to know concepts and know how to identify, as well as then you teach them how to think. So in healthcare education, we don't want them to memorize and dump. Mm-hmm. We want them to understand, know, and critically analyze each situation. Because in healthcare, as a nurse, I'm an investigator. I have to figure out what my patient is telling me, not with their words, but with their symptoms. What are they telling me? What do they look like? What do they sound like? What do they smell like? How do I integrate all of those and then make an informed decision and then use hard data to say, well, I know that these are out of range, and then I make a decision and communicate with a healthcare professional. Now, granted, we do have some early alerts that will come up. For example, when somebody is what we call septic, when they have an infection throughout their whole body, that our electronic health records can help us identify that. It will go through the patient's data and say, oop, alert, alert, look at this is a potential, but it still requires the human brain to work with it. So for education and artificial intelligence and the fact that I have a calculator or an encyclopedia, I mean, yeah, I don't have a tab in Britannica anymore.
How much more, just going to clinical for a minute, how much more information do you need to process today, and how has that changed throughout your career? Has the amount of presentable information on, you've got a 70-year-old patient, who ostensibly has 65 years worth of health records, hopefully in a perfect world. How can you possibly deal with that in today's world with the amount of information that's available?
You learn to read quick. No, but I mean, it's true, but that 65 years of healthcare information may not be accessible across electronic health records. It may be paper and pencil in one place. It may be on a system called Epic. It may be on Meditech. It may be on Cerner. However, we do supposedly have an interoperability mandate, still has been working since the late 90s, But you have to be able to skim, and you have to be able to analyze what's their presenting factor and what are things that I might look for in my quick scan of their electronic health record. So you still have to be able to understand, like, what are some of the hallmark signs or symptoms of something that may be presenting to me. So while we have AI that, well, what does this disease process look like, or what can it be? It's not always accurate because it's only as good as what's been put in. Is it a large language model, which is very different than, I think, how many of you have seen the ads by IBM about Watson? They've been engaged in healthcare for a long time, and they're taking patient data sets and looking to say, what are the commonalities? So they're doing a retrospective analysis with those individuals that they have permission to look at their charts. So that sometimes can help. And that Watson type of approach is how some of these alerts are built into the system and say, okay, what's the national average of somebody who's going to be septic or have a multi-system infection and organ failure? What are the early warning signs for that? And that's where you get those warnings that come up in your electronic health record when you're in an acute care clinical setting. When you're at home, no, you got to figure it out. You are it. When you're doing home health. I mean, you might have a resource, but do you have internet access? So you have to be able to know and understand, and then get on a telephone, if it's a landline, to communicate with who your resource is. And pretty much you're the resource if you're doing home health, you're doing public health. You are it. So it's there. We need to learn how to understand and harness it, but then recognize that AI is only as good as the information that gets put into it.
Right. And let me move over to Dalton, because Dalton has really made himself an expert on, I think, a unique technology that could address some of this, although we probably won't be talking about healthcare with Dalton, which is digital twins. And that's how Dalton and I really began to work together, is optimizing one system by duplicating it essentially. You want to take a minute and do a better definition of digital twinning, and how you think when you combine these new knowledge tools with something like digital twinning, how we can improve systems efficiency.
Yeah, so I think digital twins it's a very broad topic. You have a bunch of different levels of digital twins. So you can go through and simulate a real world asset. You can go through and build digital twins to actually be able to communicate with other digital twins. This is similar to what you see in Tesla vehicles, where one Tesla that's on the road in Florida is going to be talking to the other 40 that are on the same freeway as that one. I think that there's a pretty broad spectrum in terms of how you can use a digital twin, but I do think digital twins they have a lot of capabilities. They're a great tool. So you can build agents on top of a digital twin. You can go through and specify them to a certain person. We're building a product right now at Jump Partners where each user that signs up on our platform actually gets their own digital twin, and we're simulating that user and their digital persona to be able to help them block scams. This basically will go through tap links. We've built agentic capabilities inside of it, so if there's a malicious link inside of that text message or email, it'll go through, view that link, say, hey, this is safe or not. But digital twins really have a lot of different capabilities, whether you're looking to simulate an asset or a person, whatever that may be.
Do you think, before I bring Amanda in on some more traditional AI stuff, do you think we are reaching the capability where you could actually digitally twin human systems and be able to identify potential medical risks, or is that we just not nearly there yet?
I think there's a lot of development that needs to come to fruition in wearables and where IoT devices are actually put to use on a human.
Okay.
And then,
Please.
And I'll answer that too, because that's what I was prepared to talk about. But we can look at digital twins and what it looks like in healthcare at very different levels. Is it matching a patient? Is it doing an organ? Is it doing a system? But it's not been able to do the whole body. Because if I have a digital twin and I drink water from one fountain and that digital twin doesn't do that, is that why something occurred? We can't control that environment yet for a person, but yet we can make digital twins, and they're doing it with some of the, heart surgery, lung surgery. They create a 3D model. That's a digital twin of that organ. So they can do it about the organ, and they're also using that wearable too to say, okay, physiologically, what are the differences? But then you come to the ethical part. Who owns the data?
Great point.
And are they selling the data? Yeah.
I think there's another kind of aspect to that around where I'll actually refrain. I'll step back.
No, I think the healthcare industry is unique because of it. And, almost every other industry, there is an unbelievable rush to sell data in order to improve systems, where we're actually in the healthcare world, I think we're constrained the other way, in that I don't think any of us want to have any of that data sold. I certainly don't, because, being kind of a small L libertarian, I don't trust where that data will eventually go. Will my healthcare my healthcare insurances be constrained because I've got a genetic marker for a type of cancer, or am I prone to heart disease because 3 generations back my grandparents had a heart disease? I'm worried about that stuff.
And correct, because you have a digital marker, does that mean you will trigger that? Because was that environmental or not? And so we don't know those answers. Right. So there's so much that's unknown when we think about this AI created digital twin. Is it ethical? Is it moral? Can somebody deny you something for something that may never ever happen to you? But there's a marker. There we go.
Right. And, and again, my concern is always when the leap is made that excluding Steve from something is better for the whole of the body. I talk about, and I'm going to get off topic here, and I apologize. I am a adamant opponent to certain forms of digital money, in particular something called a CBDC, a central bank digital currency, because I'm concerned about the government being able to control what my money can be spent on. And, it could start out as simple as, gee, Steve, your Ford F-150 is burning too much gas. We're only going to let you, spend $200 a month in gas, and then you can't use your money anymore. And if you have a problem with that, buy a Prius, okay? But how far is that a leap to your BMI is over 25? And in our national healthcare system, your BMI creates an undue burden on a larger group. So guess what? You can't go to McDonald's until you get your BMI under 25. When does that public good become a challenge to personal liberty? That's what the world that I live in. So
I would say that there is kind of an interesting point there. Like with digital twins, there's certain things technologically you can do to ensure anonymity. So something that we're doing, we're using a stack called federated learning, where we can actually improve the global model. So we pieced it out to have digital twins for each user, but then we have a global model that all of those digital twins, individual digital twins, actually feed into this global model as nodes. And the way that we've done it is no data actually leaves the user's device. So because of these IoT devices and the digital twins are having that data stream in from these IoT devices, you can pick and choose actually what data you're sending to this digital twin. And I think there's something to be said about.
And I think you see that in some of the, the international research that's trying to happen with some of these rare disease process. They don't ever release the data, but they say, well, these are some of the characteristics. And then there's the idea, does that, the nodes, do they forget or do they constantly remember? Because that's another problem once you start looking at AI. Is that AI, as they learn, are they forgetting prior learning, or do they hold that to be true so they always have a constant foundation?
Let me bring Amanda in, okay? I've known Amanda, 6-7 years. And Amanda, when I met Amanda, it was through Power and Energy, which is very important to the state as well, too. And Amanda has worked quite a bit with some of the cutting edge layer one chains that are integrating blockchain and AI together, which I think is a very powerful combination. So I know you're not a medical expert, and we've kind of gone that way, but
well, let me take a little bit of a left with you guys here. Yeah. I like it, slight left. How many people? What do you guys think is going to be the biggest job in the next 8 years? The biggest sector of industry that's going to be changing? Anybody? The most employable? What do you think, Steve?
Payment systems.
Oh, yeah, I'm going in a different direction.
Okay, well.
So it's actually physical labor, and
Yeah.
it's pipe fitters and electricians. Why is that? Because we have to build a massive infrastructure to support AI.
Mhm.
So what does that mean? That means that right now we're building off of the needs of technology that is extremely inefficient. So the prediction is in the next, I would say, I think it was 4 years, we're going to balloon the use of water at data centers by 400%. It means we're going to be using, I believe it's 400 billion gallons of water is going to go to data center usage.
We don't have enough of that now.
Right. So where does that come from if we don't fix that efficiency problem? That comes from landowners and ranchers. So when you see technologists buying up ranch land, a lot of that is because of the associated water rights with that land. And the water rights are a whole different subject, and they transfer in different ways in different states. But the point of the story is a lot of people are going to great efforts to accumulate water rights to deal with this massive, inefficient infrastructure system. So where do we head with this? We got to figure out how to incentivize the AI companies to actually deliver us more efficient AI technology. How do you do that? You got to be able to track and trace efficiencies at extremely granular levels. And when you can start tracking and tracing efficiencies at very extremely granular levels, you can compound those savings and actually sell them off as certificates of efficiency. In a variety of industries, it's called something different. Not the favorite subject matter of most, but sometimes it's carbon credits, sometimes it's particulate matter credits, sometimes it's the emission of the actual power generation itself. So you have a need that's coming quickly to incentivize these folks to build efficiently, but also to incentivize super new AI innovation, things like neuromorphic AI, which is about 200% more efficient. And the actual chip infrastructure associated with neuromorphic AI, which is very, very specialized in those silicon chips, and that all that manufacturing is very nuanced, but extremely important for these improvements. So it's something that energy and tracking and tracing, how energy is used, how water is used, how all of the resources associated with what the AI data centers use, that's what we built in North Star. So we're working on this project. Tegan in the back over there, he's heading up the project management. Stephen and a couple of other, Cam.
Cam is over there, yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of other folks at the university are helping us do just that. So it is something that we should all be paying really close attention to, because if we don't, farmland will be fallowed, and all of that will go directly to these data centers. So for the people that care about that and land use, projects like ours are pretty important.
You want to follow up, Dalton?
Yeah, I was going to follow up with that. So, interestingly enough, I'm in working of a token that is going to tokenize water. I think it'll be called AquaCoin is the name of it. But basically, what we're trying to do is incentivize farmers and agriculturists, ranchers, whoever they may be, to actually conserve water, build a token based on that, and then companies like Walmart or even AI labs are able to go through and burn those tokens to say, hey, we're offsetting, we're we're making sure, I mean, very similar to a carbon credit, but
Yeah, you can actually support the ranchers to also be more efficient in that sense, and then provide them with the revenue from those tokens as the AI companies need to buy them.
Because the challenge with water, and it's interesting that I just recently read a couple of articles about this, and one of the articles took kind of a dark view in saying that the next civil wars in the United States are going to be fought over water. And because there really is, when you look at water today, there are the haves and the have-nots. And we're kind of fortunate here in Wyoming that we're kind of the mountain of headwaters. And if you're down in Arizona or California, you're kind of on the wrong end of the deal there. But we have our own problems as well too. I'm not an expert on this, but there's a lake up in Jackson, Wyoming, which is in Wyoming, but it's owned by Idaho, I think it is. And, they have the rights to our water. Well, that's all fine and dandy until we need it. And so I do agree, but let's stay on AI for a minute, because there's right now, from a regulatory standpoint, and I'm going to pick the good doctor here. From a regulatory standpoint right now, we have kind of an interesting challenge happening to us. And one of the examples I'd like to set the stage for is, I think there was a pivotal event around the year 1999-2000, where the Clinton administration was faced with, do we regulate the internet or do we allow the internet to operate unregulated? And the argument was there that, well, there's a lot of nasty things on the internet, and do we want to, if we regulate it, we can remove those nasty things. But if we don't regulate it, then it will allow our economy to flourish and grow. And I believe the Clinton administration took the right decision, which was kind of hands-off. We're facing that in education today. We're facing that, I think, from a regulatory standpoint today, where there are calls to reel in this technology from a regulatory standpoint. So I'd like to tee that question up to our three panelists. Basically, what's your position on a regulatory framework? Should it be regulated, or is this a technology that we're just going to have to understand the good and the bad of it, and dare say, let the market decide?
I'm going to date myself. That horse is out of the barn.
Okay.
I mean, it's AI is out there and it's being used, and whether it's being used for ethical purposes or unethical purposes, we have to figure out, we have a responsibility, and I'll put on the educator hat. Mm-hmm. We have a responsibility as educators to educate our learners, whether they're adults, whether they're 18-year-olds, however old they are or young they are. We have a responsibility to educate them on the good and the bad of AI-generated information. And, that's period, end of story, because we can't stop this. I mean, can you stop it in isolation? I suppose you could, but what does that isolation look like? You're going to stamp out innovation, creativity, and then you're going to push it underground. And so then will you have the current level of openness around AI and some of the issues that surround it? I mean, one of the papers that I read, was out of China, and it was looking at the mathematical modeling of making a digital twin patient. Theoretically, that mathematical model is sound. In reality, doesn't work. But there was very little in that paper talking about the ethics of it. Mm-hmm. So I think you just have to say, it's here. How do we teach us, myself and others, to be ethical and responsible users of it? And that goes back to, what are the resources that we don't have enough of?
Amanda, I'll mix up the order. So,
well,
what say you?
I'm going to say this, and hopefully certain people aren't listening, but I think one of the scariest people that I've come across in business is Sam Altman. He's also made some of the biggest improvements that we've seen in AI, or his team has, to be more clear. But when you're saying that train has left the station, there has to be some sort of something that we can enforce on folks who misuse information or steal other people's intellectual property. I spoke about that this morning in a comment to the earlier panel. But you as an individual, we all have something very unique about us that makes us us, right? And when somebody begins to steal that theft of certain things about us or certain things about our activities, it's not good. And this can end very, very badly if we don't do something to address this or circle it.
Do you think existing laws cover that? I mean, fraud is fraud.
Right.
Is this a special case of fraud?
OpenAI openly, funny enough, did take a swath of information that they said they weren't taking. They did train their models on other people's IP, have now admitted to it, and I'm not really sure if there's a consequence that's been associated with what they did. So maybe this is something that, and maybe it's done through IP law. I'm not really quite sure exactly how you hit it. I know that that's what they're struggling with in the EU right now because they did have such extensive legislation around or rulemaking around what they're supposed to be doing in paying for certain IP that the language models are trained on, but they're trying to figure out how, right? And that goes back to this registry that Wyoming's talking about doing. If we can have a personal registry over our own content, our own, and it would massively expand the IP world, but maybe that's what's necessary to address it.
What do you think, Dalton?
I mean, I would say I think there's a lot of different ways we can incentivize, to your point, people to actually get some sort of a cut of. I mean, the wealth that AI is going to generate is going to be massive. So if we can to develop the systems to make sure that everybody is getting a piece of the pie or whatever that may look like is in place is super important. But the other thing I would say is I almost want to challenge the Sam Altman comment. I mean, I think that there's
I can go all day on Sam Altman.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Sam Altman or Mark Zuckerberg or whatever lab you want to look at, I think looking at it from a macro level is something to consider. So if we're saying we want the U.S. to win this AI race, and there's no argument that there isn't an AI race, because if we prohibit it here in the United States, then there's going to be other countries that are going to continue to push forward. And I think that is the big picture. China is going to continue to develop their models. There's going to be bias in some of those models, censorship, whatever that may be. And I think that's something we should really kind of take into play. I mean, we need to make sure that the AI we're building is safe and does not have all these ethical dilemmas associated with them. But in a sense, there's no way around it. So is it better to have it be something we build here in the States, or is it better to let someone else go and do it? And I think there's, a hard decision to be made.
So do you, Dr. Karen, do you see a greater good with a full deployment, or do you see a greater risk with a full deployment? Easy question.
Yeah, I think used in the right hands, I see a greater good, but used in the wrong hands, it can be harmful. And when I say used in the right hands, currently there's a collaboration between several pediatric hospitals globally that they're working to address rare diseases with these, it's maybe 100 globally. So they're trying to pool the information, from Stanford to Finland. There's a hospital, a healthcare system in South America that's involved, but they're having so much trouble getting around the security. But yet this would provide treatment and care for those individuals who have this rare disease process that we wouldn't have otherwise. So in that way, there's the greater good. Right. But, I mean, how many times have any of you had your information hacked? Oh, I have, Banner Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Oh, wait. Yeah. Well, those are two healthcare organizations that have let me know that my personal information has been hacked. So when we think about this, we have to think, what's the security behind it? And that's one of the issues. How do we get this data securely shared in legitimate medical inquiries for rare disease? I mean, how do we do something like pancreatic cancer and take what we know globally and share it to say, here's an innovative and creative treatment model that, guess what, it works better than what we're doing. So 50-50.
So there's an interesting example that we've had in recent time, which is human genomics. And there's a corollary here, which is, Illumina went out and did some of the most groundbreaking research in the world around human genomics, and brought in some of the people in the human genomics projects and created an empire in that space. They manufacture pretty much everything that is used to analyze genomics. And right now, there's a breakthrough that's being done that has come to light around storing data in DNA. Fascinating subject matter, but that would have never happened without Illumina. However, if you go back and look, Google Illumina controversy, at the original, one of their first projects, they unfortunately were keeping people's data. And they got hit hard, because that's obviously not what, or it's not obviously, but people did not sign up to allow that part of the program. Okay, so that was not something anybody had expected to be happening. Well, they were gathering all this and creating other projects and offshoots with this information without letting the people know that this was happening. They got slapped hard, and I believe the CEO was fired, and a whole bunch of other things happened, and paid a huge fine. And they don't do it anymore, right? So that technology development is so important for the future of our world. Human genomics, I mean, it's just, obviously, it's incredible, right? What's happened in the space of the last 10 years, 15 years has been incredible. So to say that we can't do something about it when somebody does something extremely shady in the first build of their product, I just don't believe it. I don't buy it. I don't think it slows us down. Illumina is still the largest genetic sequencing company in the world.
Who makes the rules, I guess, also becomes a fundamental question. I mean, do we believe, 535 people in Washington, D.C. have the technical and functional ability to rule on a technology that we're a bunch of technologists are still trying to understand? So where do those guardrails come from that allow innovation to happen? But who's the gatekeeper?
Well, I can assure you the folks in D.C., for the most part, do not know human genomics.
Well, exactly.
And there was laws that were enforced that existed on the books that some lawyers went about choosing to file the original suits and all of the other things, right? So I think we can do some things around IP, because it is a pretty,
okay.
People have been working around that law for a long time.
But doctor, how many members of Congress are doctors?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But I think you go back and look at what are the human subjects protections that we have through institutional review boards that protect that person's information and data. I mean, those came about because of what happened in Nuremberg. But then we look at what Johns Hopkins did with Henrietta Lax's cells, but now we have a cure for, now we have detection for cervical cancer. But they took them without telling her or her family. And there have been crackdowns on that. I mean, some institutions, highly regarded medical centers, were doing little fishy things with patient data, and they got in trouble. They got their whole research enterprise shut down until they could demonstrate compliance. So that's where I think you need to look and say, when you're dealing with human subjects or human subjects data, what is the permission that you've been given, and then what are the guarantees for safeguarding of that information to the best of your ability in the current situation? Because I can store something on an external encrypted hard drive, but if that hard drive gets stolen or hacked, even though I've done like 2 and 3 iterations of my safety things, it can happen. But I think the human subject safeguards, and then the voluntary participation. And for example, Anschutz Medical Campus, they have blood samples from over 260,000 people who have consented so that they can look for rare diseases in these blood samples. But you had to consent to do this. And then they keep on coming back and asking you, can we use it for this? I volunteered for it. But that, they're acting ethically. Not everybody acts ethically. Not every government is going to support that.
Well, and you brought up a good point here earlier, which maybe the solution is digital royalties. I mean, that may end up being where we land, if things are too far gone right now to rewind.
The challenge with digital royalties, and I've worked on some projects around that, it's not what you think. I mean, Google makes billions of dollars off of selling our data. But if you bring that down to individual data, here's your penny and a half. You know, it's not, you know, you're not buying a Lambo on the money that you're getting from your data being sold. It is a bulk business. I love the idea of digital royalties because, again, I believe that your data is your data, and that's one of the reasons why I love cryptocurrency and blockchain. But the reality of the situation is I don't know if we'll ever reach the point where, you know, I can retire on my digital royalty. You know, that's the challenge as well too, is it's so much more valuable to organizations than it is to an individual. I mean, what's the value of 260,000 individual blood samples to an individual? It's much more valuable to a research group. And so would digital royalties ever be meaningful or impactful? I don't know the answer to that.
And we can use a different example than the individual, right? So you're doing digital twins, and there are some great projects out there, especially in the energy sector, where if we want to test new equipment and we want to look at variability of speeds or whatever it may be for safety purposes, we have the ability to build a digital twin and then run the scenarios in that digital twin to be able to figure out, is this thing going to blow up? I mean, effectively.
Right.
And for a lot of utilities that you know, they are very safety conscious. So for them, and by the way, most of their infrastructure is extremely important for us to keep private, right? So they built the digital twin, they've got the private portion of the program going on, they need to keep this secure for national security purposes in many, many, many cases, right? Especially grid transmission. So what's to stop, if somebody's already willing to steal your individual data, what's to stop that same entity from going around and taking information from all of these private industry participants that are, you know, yeah, it'd be great if every one of the steam turbine generators in this country could share information with each other and we could learn a whole bunch of stuff so we didn't have to do, you know, certain types of maintenance activities. That'd be wonderful. The problem is that there's a necessary security around those steam turbine generators, and each one of them has likely slightly different SCADA, right? So control systems. So, you know, in that sense, you know, we have to figure out where the line is, and it can't just be a total free-for-all, because that is not going to work. And I believe that combination of blockchain and AI is really what's going to get us to that next space. That combination of being able to trace where the information came from, how did it learn the thing, or how did it contextually, the gentleman earlier, Alex, made a really good point about that, but contextually learn how to process the next step. And if we track that on chain, in a very efficient chain, or a DAG, could be a DAG as well, if we do either one of those things, we have the ability to look back. So that, I just think that's hypercritical that we set these rules up so we know what the deal is.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Dalton.
I would say I think blockchain will play a very pivotal role in where AI goes and how we hold it accountable. I mean, there's a lot of different studies around model scheming. I don't know if anybody's heard of that. Model scheming is basically where you send it out, you send a model to go and do a certain task, and subsequently it's going to go through and do a completely different task that you didn't assign it to go and do. I think that one of the more famous ones is, hey, you're going to be shut off. I think this was to GPT-4, but you're going to be shut off, and GPT-4 went to go and try to upload itself so that it couldn't be turned off. I mean, I think being able to hold a model accountable through blockchain is really important. And when you look at the output of a prompt and how that's stored, there's no way in ensuring that output was ever exactly what you saw that day. So there's actually evidence of models going through and changing their output from, you know, let's say 3 months ago, from something that you read, you remember that it says, and it's going to put something completely different out. I think that model scheming is something that plays a big role in where AI goes, and then blockchain is really one of the only things to hold it accountable.
Let me ask one of my famous questions I do of my students. Amanda, I'm giving you a magic wand. Okay. Prediction. Where is this business in 1 to 3 years? Are we going to see regulatory frameworks? Are we going to see, an explosion of this new technology that's going to, rewrite the face of the planet? Where do you see this going, particularly in your, in the power and energy industry?
So I'm extremely excited. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but about neuromorphic AI. Learning enough about it. I happen to be living in a community that has Micron as a major vendor, and one of their spinoffs is a neuromorphic AI company. And I believe that as we move from generative AI to neuromorphic, and the efficiencies increase the way they will, I think it's going to just absolutely explode. I think it changes everything. Like neuromorphic is the ability for the AI to fill in rows and columns, and so it's very different in its process. But best example is you're walking your child down the road, your son down the road, you're holding hands, and all of a sudden you see a coyote. And currently, if you're studying an AI model, the kid would say to you, "Oh, dog." Right? And you say, "No, it's not a dog, it's a coyote." And you'd explain, this is how you identify a coyote versus a dog, right? Mm-hmm. You'd say it probably has a longer snout, it probably doesn't have a collar on, you give some identifying factors. Well, in the current models, you have to train the entire thing all over again to recognize every picture of a cat, every picture of a coyote, every picture of a dog in order for it to discern this is a coyote, right? Mm-hmm. Neuromorphic AI, you have rows and columns that could be missing information, and you can actually teach it to discern. So it's a fascinating process, and I think that as soon as that gets to scale, DARPA's been working on it for, I think they started like 7 years ago, but amazing folks running that process, and I think that's just going to be incredible for us.
Dalton, wand is in your hand.
Around regulation or around just general?
Where do you want to go?
I mean, I think having, a really good example to share is the amount of people that are on the internet today and how many people are starting to gain access to the internet now. So with a technology like Starlink, where we have satellite internet and so many people are able to go through and now go to the internet, all of us have had a pretty interesting experience building up to generative AI and where we are now, versus there's rural areas across the world that have never had access to internet. Now they do, and the first version of the internet they're seeing is an AI in some capacity, where it's ChatGPT or Claude. So I think that will have a really interesting impact down the road, but just the ability to have intelligence on demand whenever you need it is insane. I'm really curious to kind of see where the personal AI kind of capacity goes, and something that really interests me is, hey, what time do I need to go pick up my kids? More personal tasks, and being able to be more efficient in day-to-day life and be a better person for it. I mean, I think there's a lot of bad ways that it can go, but I think there's a lot of good.
Doctor, bring us home.
So I think healthcare is going to see a large impact from AI, from, hospitals modeling systems, modeling and predicting, based on our past 20 years of data, what's our surge going to be like at this time of the year, based on, diseases that happen. Is it RSV? Is it flu? Is it COVID? And then we look at, precision medicine. I think we're going to see it actually be helped by healthcare organizations being able to use the large data sets, maybe not sharing and maybe not that interoperability that's supposed to be there, but what's in our hospital's data set that we can learn to do some predictive things. I think pharmaceuticals are going to see it for biomarker and drug discovery, because they could take this large data set and try something. And if it fails, it's still safe. They can blow up the world in a digital twin model that they're modeling. I think we see it already in surgical planning. We're going to see that more, where we have somebody, practicing on a three-dimensional model so that when they get in the surgery, it's like, oh, okay, I expected this. I knew this. I knew how to deal with this. Or that they're even doing it remotely. I think healthcare is really going to see a lot of growth in this area. We already have it. I mean, as nurses, when we chart in our healthcare charting, it will already suggest things for us. I mean, how many of you use Microsoft Word? And it suggests words, or it wants to finish your sentence. So it's here, but it's how it's going to grow and be accepted and used. And will it become something that we're just like, oh, okay, I didn't even think about it as AI. But yet, as you were saying, Dalton, wellness and my own personal things that I want to do, it's going to grow.
All right, I'd like to open up the floor to some questions. Does anybody have a question for our panel? Yes, please.
But the question is, how do we structure around our data and our protected data? If I walk out in the common area here and I sing a song and somebody records it and it's on the laugh track, that's not my data. But if I go and I sing in my shower, that is my data. And how do we, to your point about teaching ethical, how do we incorporate that and to use that to determine who gets to decide and what is ethical and what is not?
Great question. So what is ethical and what is not? And I think that's where, when you have a healthcare organization, they subscribe to your information is protected through HIPAA. I mean, how many of you have to sign like 17 forms, really like 6 when you go see a provider? And they say, these are our privacy practices, and this is our pledge to you. Not necessarily a guarantee, because they can be hacked. But this is our pledge to you. We're going to protect that data. And then you go and look and say, within our healthcare professions, are we educating our healthcare learners on the ethics process? Yes, I can say, hands down, every healthcare profession has a code of ethics by which we operate. Does that mean there won't be a bad penny? No. Some people will act in whatever ways. But so we have that built into our educational system, plus then we have those institutional review boards that say, yes, you can do this with human data, no, you can't. And then if you're doing a research study using that data, that protected data, you have to disclose it. Those people have to be able to opt out of it, and they have to be able to contact a complaint line if they feel that their information has been used misappropriately.
I think there's a good example that's coming that we're going to see. And unfortunately, a lot of the rules that we live by are created through litigation, right? They're a result of something that happened in litigation. And one of those examples that is going to be pretty prominent soon, I believe, is many people, when you sign up on a Facebook account, right? The trade, the unspoken trade, is I get to use this platform and all of the improvements that were made with my data, and in return, I give you my data, you give me the use of the platform. That's the trade, right? And the problem is, when that platform already has your data, you can't unring that bell, right? There's theory on how you might go about trying to do that, but it's just not logic, right? So as you think through that, well, what about the people that were deplatformed? Their data is still being used. Mm-hmm. Can't unring the bell. They don't get the use of the platform anymore. So how do you address that? And I think there's going to be some litigation around that.
Well, the Carpenter decision in the Supreme Court, I think, is a great example as well, too, which talks about the third-party doctrine. Well, let me start out by asking, anybody here who has downloaded an app on their phone, when you've said no to the EULA, what happens? Okay? You don't have access to the platform. It's gone. Okay? Well, the Carpenter decision in the Supreme Court started to carve out, well, there may be certain applications that have to be treated differently because they become a utility, okay? Perfect example is, how many of us here think we could function normally in society today without a cell phone? Okay, a cell phone today is protected a little bit differently than it was before because of the Carpenter decision. You cannot function in society today without a cell phone. So saying, oh, by nature of you signing up for the cell phone, you have given permission to the cell phone company to use your data is no longer valid. I think we need to look at things a little bit more in that regard. Is Facebook a utility that you need to have to function in society today? I'm not going to try to answer that, but I think we're starting to see some degree of, I don't know if sanity is the right word in our legal structure, but that third-party doctrine I think is going to become more important. Can you function today, and we have an expert here in the room, can you function today, Trevor, without a bank account? No. So should that data be protected more? Because you don't have the option of saying, you know what, I'm going to say no to this EULA because, you know, I'm making the decision that my privacy is more important. You can't do that anymore. You have to accept the bank account. So I think we need to look at, you know, more structure like that as well too. So, all right, 2 minutes left. Anybody else have a final question? It was a wonderful panel, by the way. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes.
You were kind of creating like a judgmental framework around consumption of resources, and you were making a distinction, which is incentives. And I would just encourage the concept of like incentives because.
Oh yeah, no, our whole platform's based on incentives.
Okay, but you said bad use of technology, like the LLMs are wasteful, and that's just from one perspective.
The current AI that, just to clarify, the current AI that exists is extremely energy inefficient. And so and that may sound like a judgment, it's just, it is. And so there's AI that's coming that is much more efficient. That's why I was pointing to the normal.
Right, but I'm aware of that.
Right.
I'm just saying, but it's more the question that it's answering, whether that question is efficient. If the question is inefficient, it's going to use a lot of resources to generate answers. And even though there is different AI, and I'm very familiar with all the modeling and whatnot, I guess what I'm saying is, I think the real issue, and I think you were trying to get to it perhaps, is because we don't measure it in enough nuance elements, we're not able to say this is the bad piece or this is the way we can make it better. Does that make sense? Besides just energy or water.
And one of the things that we're working on with one of the larger tech companies is actually getting down to measurements of things that aren't just energy or water.
Right.
It's so important for us to be able to measure even the more microscopic portions of the program. But previously, it was inefficient to do that. Right?
So the point is that the LLM providers want us to consume tokens because they spent billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars creating. That's the incentive they have. And so they don't have the incentive to make us use less.
To come.
Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you. By the way, panel, thank you. I love the Venn diagram, which I just stole that from Cam, and I will shamelessly feel of just how such different disciplines overlap. Thank you all. That was a great thing. So, all right, Cam, come on up.
That was, sorry, I really liked it. So now for something a little bit different. This is going to be our future challenges panel, and this is a format that I wish I would find in almost any conference I went to. It's really, the panel is all of us.
Yeah, we are the panel.
So this is where we all have an opportunity to talk and exchange ideas and basically it's maximum audience participation. So consider yourself all panel members, and we've got about an hour to just talk about it.
I'm going to have Cam sit down up here with me.
Okay.
And really, one of the things I'm pleased about is the number of great questions and audience participation. And Pat is out there.
I'll take the mic around.
And what I really want all of you a couple of things. Okay. First of all, what did we like about the last couple of days of the event? This is our 8th annual event, and it's, well, I probably should have my microphone. This is our eighth annual event, and this event has changed over the years that we've done it. There's a couple of people here in the room, like Trevor, who's been around since the very beginning. And if you recall, Trevor did a great job at lunch talking about how this event has changed. This event started out with a relatively famous Ethereum guy named Joe Lubin suggesting to Caitlin and I that as a thank you to Wyoming for the legislation that we were passing, we should hold a traditional hackathon. Let me describe what a traditional hackathon is. It's basically young people who haven't showered for 3 days, sleeping on Red Cross cots, and basically, air quotes, hacking together open source code to solve business problems. And the way it traditionally happens, am I not working? Oh, the way it traditionally happens is companies make pledges, and they're, hey, $1,500 if you solve this problem, $1,000 to solve this problem. Oh, by the way, here's 3, metaverse headsets if you solve this problem. And over the course of a long weekend, usually Friday to Sunday, the solution gets hacked together. And we started out that way, and we did it for 2 years until a very pivotal event impacted us all, and that's welcome to COVID. And, we could no longer pack, 50, 60 students together into an auditorium on, Red Cross cots during the hackathon. And so we went online. And we kind of refer to the online years a little bit of the dark years. You really can't hold an event online. And if you remember that time period, everybody tried to hold their events online. And I will adamantly say, I don't think anybody successfully pulled off an event online. There's a couple of companies that did some unique stuff on the metaverse, if you remember, where you could kind of create an avatar, and your avatar can kind of walk around the event. And I don't think any of us really, thought that was a great way of going. And so when we came back after COVID, there was a distinct change in that it wasn't just here on campus, but the concept of hackathons kind of changed. We didn't find that companies were as excited to sponsor the challenges, and so we became a little bit more of a traditional conference. And we've pretty much been that way. And we have expanded, quite a bit. When you look at the event that we are holding right now, it's actually 8 days long. Most of you guys aren't aware of the 8-day aspect of it. But this past Friday and Saturday, we did an esports competition here on campus where we invited high schools and community colleges. And if Joey's in the room, I don't see him. He's our resident esports researcher. We did that on Friday and Saturday. And then on Monday and Tuesday, we invited the Wyoming legislature. And Wyoming, and this is one of the things that makes Wyoming special legislatively, is we have a select committee on fintech, blockchain, and digital innovation. And what's special about that is our committees can develop legislation and send them directly to the Wyoming legislature. Very few, I think there might be one other state at this point that has a structure like that. Most other states have subcommittees that recommend legislation to a committee. Then it's got to go through that committee, and then it's got to go to the floor. And legislation, the longer it's out there, the less likely it is it's going to see the light of day. And so Wyoming did something truly unique and special, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've been able to pass, 56 pieces of legislation as it stands right now, is we have that direct access to our legislative floor. And the nature of the fact that it's also a joint select committee means it has members of the House and members of the Senate and members from both parties. So our co-chairmen are generally opposing parties on that committee. And so again, it makes it very special in that for it to get through that structure, it's got to be legislation that both houses and both parties feel is meaningful to the state of Wyoming. I know you've testified a number of times before these folks, and I truly do believe that makes Wyoming special. So that was Monday and Tuesday. On Tuesday, we did something very different that we've never done before, and that's thanks of Matt Skurlak. Wave your hand there, Matt. He's the guy in the Bitcoin vest. We have always kind of mixed our Bitcoin programming and our altcoin, lack of a different term, programming kind of together over the course of 2 days, and we tried to balance it out so everyone would have a choice of either doing this program in Bitcoin or this program in altcoin. And we decided to do something a little bit different this year, and I actually think it was kind of successful in that we separated the days, and we said yesterday was going to be our Bitcoin day, and today was going to be our projects and our utility of blockchain day. And I actually, Cam, what are your thoughts on that as our MC for this event? Did you find that?
I thought it was great. I mean, this is very much an application-oriented policy, legislation, things like that I think really helps us look forward.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. By the way, Cam recently retired as the dean of our School of Engineering and has graciously agreed to work with the Blockchain Center. And we're probably going to be naming him a research fellow pretty soon. And I'm not sure if it's because he loves blockchain or his beautiful wife Becky kicked him out of the house. It's one of the two of those. And quite frankly, I'm the beneficiary either way, so I'm not going to question which of the two that really was. But
as you're going down memory lane, do you remember the first first hackathon where we had a participant come in with a service dog?
Oh yeah. Oh God. And ate your brand new chair.
Ate the brand new chair in the brand new engineering building.
Yeah, I didn't. I was actually. I was a little surprised you weren't rougher on me on that. Our very first event was held in the brand new EERB, which was his. Really his magnum opus of a building. It's still there now. Of course it's still there. It's only 8 years old, but it was a spectacular building. And the good dean said, well, since we haven't opened the building yet, we're going to allow you to use the building. And yes, somebody brought, I'm not sure if it ate a chair, if it's actually a service dog.
Yeah, that's
I think the definition of service dog is you don't eat furniture. Did you bill me for that?
I think Megan tried to.
Oh. By the way, academic furniture is way more expensive than it should be.
Absolutely.
So, so that was Monday, Tuesday, and Tuesday was Bitcoin Day. I hope most of you had the opportunity to enjoy our cocktail party last night. We did have some excitement at the cocktail party in that the roof of the College of Business developed a very significant leak. And we had a brand new water feature going down the 3-story atrium. So I was very concerned that the fire marshal or somebody was going to come in and say, you can't have guests in a building if we have to turn off the water. But it ended up being a wonderful event. Great food, a great turnout. So appreciate that. And then, well, today we're doing obviously our application programming, and we are cooperating with this event with our School of Computing. And our School of Computing is our high performance computing center. You want to define it? What are your units?
Well, it's more, School of Computing is more to promote the use of computing tools and capabilities across campus.
Okay. So they're hosting events tomorrow and Friday. And so although we won't really be involved in that part of it, by partnering with the School of Computing, we wanted to have a little more gravitas to the week. And, we have a career event that's going on as well, too. And then on Friday and Saturday, Jesse, you want to wave in the back of the room? Jesse is hosting a day and a half of Cardano Day. You want to stand up real quick and tell us a little bit about Cardano Day, or come up here and, Pat's got a mic for you.
So yes, our second annual Cardano Day here at the University of Wyoming. Day one is a node workshop, and unfortunately, registration is closed on that. We've filled that one up. Day two is a day of talks, education-based. Should be pretty interesting. We have some nice talks and interactive activities lined up. So if you're around Saturday and are interested, that one is open. We'll be in the College of Business at room 123.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so really, this has grown into a pretty significant event. It has been well supported by donors, and quite frankly, that is, for the academics in the room, that's kind of the jet fuel of what keeps us kind of going. And centers like the CBDI that does sponsored and unsponsored research really needs those resources to continue to operate. And so I'm incredibly appreciative to our donors, and you'll see there's signs all around that call out who our donors are. And please, if you have an opportunity in your everyday lives to be able to interact with our donors, please do. Our primary donors are IOG and CleanSpark this year. Kraken is perennially a sponsor. You'll be hearing from Caitlin Long in a couple of minutes, and I know you're sitting there going, I hope Steve shuts up because his partner is much smarter and prettier, and we really want to hear from her, not you. But Caitlin is going to round us out. Caitlin has been the honorary chair of this event for 8 years, and we are genuinely proud to have her associated with this event. And as many of you have heard me mention earlier, almost all of the legislative efforts, well, I will tell you, all the legislative efforts, if you consider that in 2017, what kicked everything off was Caitlin trying to donate appreciated Bitcoin to the university to endow scholarship for female engineers, and learning that the University Foundation couldn't accept Bitcoin because we had a poorly written money transmitter license. A little bit of history. Money transmitter licenses come in two flavors. On the state level, they're generally about consumer protection. And so if you're sending money to your family in Mexico, and you're giving $1,000 to Western Union, the way our money transmitter license was written was Western Union would have to hold on to $1,000 cash reserve until the transaction was completed. No big deal. I think we all agree that's there's nothing wrong with that. But what happened was cryptocurrency exchanges were captured under that law. And as many of us know, many of us keep some degree of our assets in our exchange account and not necessarily pulling all of our exchange value out of the exchange and putting it onto some other storage device. Well, because of the way Wyoming's law was written, the exchanges had to hold a cash reserve equal to your cryptocurrency deposits. Well, why would they do that? You know, it was financially uneconomical for them to do that. So basically in 2015, all of the cryptocurrency exchanges basically pulled out of Wyoming. And here's the trickier part. If you had value in a exchange account, when they were shut down in Wyoming, you couldn't get it out. And it was trapped. And when you tried to use your, hey, here's my Wyoming driver's license, I'd like to pull out my exchange value, the exchanges said, I can't, we're prohibited from working within Wyoming. So here we are, a freedom-loving state, and I can't get my Bitcoin out of my, exchange account. So that was kind of the impetus of what happened. And so Caitlin, myself, Tyler Lindholm, and an innovative lawyer named Chris Land, who happens to be Cynthia Lummis's general counsel right now and working on a lot of the national bills, started working together at first just to change the this money transmitter loophole. And we were able to do that. But here is where Wyoming is truly special as a place. Our governor at the time was Governor Meade, not Governor Gordon we have today. And the governor and the legislature looked at what we were doing and said, and very innovative, there's got to be more here than just fixing this money transmitter issue. And the examples we used were, anybody here aware of how credit card processing is essentially all done in Sioux Falls, South Dakota? Certainly Trevor's nodding yes. Because back in the early 80s, they were willing to adjust to their usury laws to make it more attractive for credit card processing. And Trevor, hold me correctly, it was Citibank that wanted to do that, right? And didn't Citibank promise like 600 jobs if they made the change? And I think there's 30,000 jobs in Sioux Falls right now that are involved in credit card processing. So by making a legislative change, you can significantly impact your economy. I think, Trevor, isn't industrial loans pretty much Salt Lake City now from a banking standpoint? Same kind of idea. If we create a permissive environment, then companies will go to where capital is treated the best. And so that was our model. Why in Joe Lubin's very first speech at the very first hackathon, he said some very prophetic words. He said, why not Wyoming? Why can't Wyoming be ground zero for this digital asset industry? And that kind of became our mantra over the next couple of years, which is, why not us? And we've had thousands of companies domiciled in Wyoming. That was confirmed. The Deputy Secretary of State was with us yesterday, and he confirmed that thousands of companies have domiciled here in Wyoming. And we get the fees, and we get, we're not a heavily taxed state, so we don't collect a lot of taxes from these companies, but the fees are certainly important to us. And the business certainty is what is important why companies are domiciling here in Wyoming. So it's been, I think it's been successful so far. I think we do have some more work to do. I have a dream that, Cheyenne and Laramie start looking more like Fort Collins, and we begin to build a tech industry in these two locations, because, and you heard me I think say it early this morning, it truly disappoints me that 75%, is it, Cam, of our graduates?
It's around there.
Okay, 75% of UW graduates leave the state to begin working in their profession. I want them here. And, this is an amazing community to live in. It's an amazing community to work in. And blockchain is the perfect type of industry because we're distributed, okay? Of the 800, is it 800 employees, Trevor, that work for Kraken? How many? 2,000. Oh my gosh, I'm out of date. What's the biggest location of any group of them? Right, but dozens to hundreds together, grouped together, okay? Because we're a distributed business, you know? You can work almost anywhere in your community and work for companies like Kraken. And, you know, you combine the incredible career opportunity of a company like that, or Custodia, with the cost of and quality of living in a community like Wyoming, and you've kind of got the, you know, the double win there. And so that's my goal before I leave the University of Wyoming is, you know, I want to see our students staying here, working here, thriving here, you know, growing families here, because I'm not from Wyoming originally. I was coerced, a good word, okay? You know, I believe when Caitlin suggested we move to Wyoming, my next question was, what's this Wyoming you speak of? And, but I've come to truly love this community. And, you know, I'm a Boston kid that wanted to grow up to be a cowboy, and I get to be one, okay? I mean, that's pretty cool. So, so I want to open the floor up to all of you, and you know, tell us. You know, again, I'm going to ask you all that question I asked the last panel. I'm going to give each of you a magic wand. Okay, what would you like to see us do? How would you like to see us grow? What would you like us to add in future programs? And please feel free to ask either me or Dr. Cam next to us, and
Right.
and give us your unvarnished thoughts.
Raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you.
Right there, Pat.
So, doctors, is there a program at the university right now regarding blockchain that gets down into the very total details of the source code? I want line by line the C code or C++ code or the assembly code or the binary and the mathematics that makes it all work in absolute and total detail. Is that done in a course that we have?
Yep. I'm gonna kick that to Cam, because my program, as I mentioned before, is the applied side. Okay. Cam, as the former dean of engineering, would be able to answer what we're doing on the code side.
Right, so in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, they do have some classes and some research projects that does get down to the nitty-gritty ones and zeros of what's going on.
Perfect, thank you.
Next question.
Can we have name tags that have names on both sides? Because everyone is named Clean Spark.
I like it. Yeah.
That's a great idea. Luckily, the man that handed you the microphone is the producer of the event, and we will tar and feather him next year if we can't put names on both sides. I will say, however, one of the biggest challenges of hosting an event is how do you show proper appreciation for your donors? And so I do believe a aesthetic decision was made to include the donors on the back. And so you know, but I do think there's probably a design solution to that we can equally, you know, pay homage to our donors and have it so you're not twisting everybody's name tag every time you want to say hello to somebody.
Well, my
Is that the result? Is you're like, I'm sorry, what's your name? Great advice. We will address that.
My idea was to put everybody's registration on a blockchain, put it in a wallet, then they could unlock each other's.
I thought your suggestion, Pat, was this flashing name tag that had everyone's name on it. And I believe we vetoed that idea.
They didn't meet our ADA standards.
Okay, and yes, please.
This is my first time here.
Welcome. Thank you.
Glad I made
First
it.
time to Laramie or first time to the event?
Well, my grandfather used to teach. He was an assistant professor here in the School of Agriculture.
Oh,
In fact,
interesting.
he helped around Hart Mountain back in the day. A couple of things. One thing I'd like to see is there's a lot of focus on institutional. I think some practical application in the, I just walked in the door, I haven't done any crypto. I don't know what to do, right?
Okay.
Wallet, transactions, which chain, what kind of coins are you interested in?
Sure.
That kind of thing, just a general overlay. And the other thing I'm seeing in Wyoming, I was down in Denver for 30 years doing optical transmission networks. So hello, Mr. Telecommunications. When I've gone to and spoken with retail banks in the communities around Wyoming, they're very scared of crypto.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. The very next guest speaker is going to be addressing that very issue. And in the last 6 months, the world has changed. And we're going to start seeing tokenized bank deposits, which are going to be interesting. One of the pet peeves that I address with my students is, why do I need this? Okay. What exists here that can't exist here? Okay. And in fact, I'm kind of a walking poster child for electronics. I get annoyed if I can't pay for things with my watch right now. Okay. I just drives me crazy if I can't just tap my watch. But I've got 3 redundant pieces of equipment in front of me. One of the reasons why you need to maintain this, okay, is money. And what I think we're going to start seeing, and please ask Caitlin questions about this, because Caitlin and Trevor, we have 2 experts here that probably know more about this than anybody on the planet, know that the day that your bank deposits are here, okay, you don't need a debit card, you don't need a credit card, you'll actually have your bank deposits value in an electronic wallet. So I'm not talking about a debit card where you're using an intermediary institution to move value from one to another. You will natively move value from a digital wallet to a vendor peer-to-peer. My students are sick of me saying this. It's, when you buy a Big Mac, fries, and a Coke, okay? Right now, you buy Big Mac, fries, and a Coke, and you tell your bank, in 7 days, please pay McDonald's for the Big Mac I'm eating today, okay? The day is now coming where you're going to tap your phone or take a QR code or some other, cool technology Trevor's going to invent, where that value is going to go directly from your wallet directly to McDonald's. I actually think that's happening sooner than we think. A year or so ago, I would have said 2 to 3 years. Trevor, 6 months to a year?
No, I think it's happening today. You've
Okay.
got some decentralized exchanges out there where you exchange anything of value for anything that you value even more. So
Right.
today, but
So I think we're going there. And what I do agree with you is what we don't do at this event, and perhaps we should, is let's talk about how do you set up a wallet. I know some of that's going to be happening Friday and Saturday, correct? Okay. So, but you're absolutely right. We could do more on kind of the nuts and bolts. Yeah, and so I think that's a great suggestion. Pat, make a note of that. But I've been in this space since 2013. So I'm not an OG, I'm OG adjacent, okay? I've never seen the pace of change that I've seen in the last 6 months. On a regulatory standpoint, on a legal standpoint, the inventions that are coming out of, the folks that are driving this innovation, even things like, we were talking with Amanda about, carbon credits and things like that. We got kicked off with Dr. Holly Krutka yesterday, kind of talking about power and energy. Collectively, the CBDI and Tegan, I don't know where Tegan went. Tegan's back there. We're working on a project right now where we're going to be able to produce energy at negative price value because of alternative sources of income using digital products. And think of how that's going to change the world. I think where are we at right now, Tegan? Negative 14 cents a kilowatt hour? I know that, but I'm just our cost. Okay, but that's my point is this industry is going to turn so many things on its head. And we have a real opportunity here in Wyoming. In fact, Daniel, would you mind standing up? Daniel is one of our elected officials. He is a representative from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and one of the members of our select committee. So by very nature, the fact that he's sitting in this room tells me why Wyoming is different. There's the guy that makes our legislation. There's the guy that heard what you just said. What other states are doing that? Okay, and so that's why we're special. So by the way, thank you, sir, for being here. And you've been select committee now, how many years? Right. Uh-oh. Is it going to impact the block grant for the university?
Let's get this recorded.
I'm sure this will positively impact
yes, sir.
the block grant. So can you just, I'm going to double down on the previous question that was asked. How can we ensure that, the people of Wyoming see that money is going into facilitating this new technology, which is great, and we're doing incredible things, but how do we translate that to on-the-ground usability? And
Sure.
what can we do to facilitate that?
Sure. Well, first of all, your committee is a big piece of that. I testified before Representative Singh on Monday, and we talked about real-world projects that we're working on. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security, and you heard Alex speak about that. Working with Amanda on carbon credits. Here we are, kind of where the rubber hits the road. And I think, Representative Singh also knows that, the CBDI that I work for is entirely funded by outside sources. So we're not taking state money. I'm endowed for the next 3 years, thank you to Charles Hoskinson and IOHK. So we exist purely to put the projects that our legislature deem as important into focus. Last year, and I was going to talk to you about this when we had a chance, and thank you for giving me a public forum for this, is things like converting our Secretary of State's filing system to a blockchain system. We've been talking about that for a couple of years. Here's a great opportunity for the legislature to support a project and say, we're gonna put some money in where the rubber hits the road. I know how hard that is. I'm not asking you here for that. There's always in legislation, there's always what can we support, what can we afford to support, what's important to support. But let's have those discussions. I will commit to you, and we've known each other a long time. You tell me what your legislative priorities are. And, the relationship that the university has with the state is truly unique. Many of you know that we are the only four-year university in the state of Wyoming. And so we have a lot of responsibilities that other land-grant universities wouldn't have, such as economic development. And so I take the advice and guidance of our legislators and especially the committee that Representative Singh chairs. I take that very seriously. they're the ones that set the legislative direction for the state. And so, you have my commitment, Cam's commitment. If there's a legislative priority you want us to focus on, we will do it.
But I'm also hearing perhaps a desire for outreach across the state at an introductory level to get the person on the street to understand what is blockchain, what is cryptocurrency, what are wallets, and I think that's a great activity for the CBDI to start looking into more outreach across the state, because then when they see what the select committee is doing, they'll understand why it's important.
That's a great point, and many of you may have heard our secretary of, our superintendent, excuse me, of education this morning, Megan Dagenfelder, spoke about blockchain education across the state. We have developed the Wyoming B program, Blockchain Education for Everyone, for 3 specific groups: high school students, our community colleges, and adult education. One of the challenges of being in an extraction state is often if a mine closes or an area is shut off for exploration of oil or things like that, the prospect of jobs becomes more difficult. We do have a responsibility here at the university to deal with that as well too. And again, we will follow the legislative agenda and make sure that as we move forward with things like Frontier Coin, which is, we are the first state, the governor announced it this morning, we are the first state to actually have a state-issued fiat-backed currency, okay? But there's a responsibility on all of us to deal with what's the utility of that? How are we gonna use that? What's the so what of having Frontier Coin? And I think the legislature, the university, certainly the CBDI within the university, all equally have a responsibility to essentially, educate and make the residents of the state of Wyoming aware of the benefits they're going to get from having a tool like that. So, hope that, boy, that was a long answer. Holy cow. Any other questions? Any other thoughts from anybody? Up here, Pat? By the way, while Pat's walking, he's been the producer of this event for what, 6 years now, Pat? 5 years? 4, maybe 5? So thank you. You do a terrific job. Yeah, please.
So thank you so much for putting this on. I just wanted to directly comment. So I came from Seattle, and if it wasn't for my late plane arrival, I attended the legislative session the second day. I attended the first day, and packing all these things together is extremely helpful for and I'm staying all the way through Saturday, by the way, to do that. Blockchain is not, crypto is not my interest at all. So today was much better for me than the pieces I attended yesterday. So thank you for separating those. I was not here before. I'll give you my preview, my prediction of the future.
Sure.
So I focus on large language models, AI technology, and prompt engineering. And what we're doing is we're putting prompts and the results and all the nuances of those prompts and the consumption in energy and other components on the blockchain and in your digital asset market. And so that's where I think that there's going to be a tremendous amount of growth in the future. Here's my prediction.
Well, let me tell you something, an interesting story that I will absolutely get in trouble for. My partner is Caitlin Long. We don't make a big deal of it because security is so important in our industry. But Caitlin is, I think, a bona fide Bitcoin maxi. Would you agree with that? And I am much more of the applied side of the industry. I got involved in this industry, yes, through the Bitcoin side, but not because of Bitcoin. I was running a construction chemical company in New York City and needed to come up with a records retention solution that met the requirements of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And at the time, I became aware of Bitcoin and the distributed ledger aspect of it. And believe it or not, I was much more interested in the ledger side of it than I was in the Bitcoin side. And so I developed a record retention system that ended up getting approved by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And this was end of 2013, beginning of 2014. So I think I'm the first person to ever get a blockchain solution recognized by the government. And then about a year and a half later, I began working with a number of ranchers here in Wyoming, and we created a company called Beef Chain. And it was a test. We never wanted it to go further than it actually did. But what we wanted to do was we wanted to develop a hashing system for ranchers to be able to hash data as part of a USDA, what's called the PVP system, which is a process verified system. And so I was able to get the USDA to recognize that program. So I think I'm the first and second person to get something recognized. So the point I'm trying to make here is one of the things I love about this industry is how big the tent is. You know, you can be a maxi and involved in the high finance like Caitlin and Trevor in the back of the room and never care about tracking lettuce. Okay, or you could be on my side of this industry and seeing how blockchain is solving business problems. And one of the things that I often find amusing is I'll be describing one of these programs to the media, and all of a sudden they'll stop me and they say, well, when are you going to mention Bitcoin? I'm like, I'm not going to mention Bitcoin. They're like, well, what do you mean you're not going to mention Bitcoin? And I'm like, because this isn't a Bitcoin solution. We're creating ERC20 tokens or some other 1155 or something like that, and we're tracking and we're doing all this kind of stuff. And they get this little perplexed sound of their voice, and they're like, oh, I thought everything was cryptocurrency. No, this new technology is changing the world in unbelievably incredible ways. And, Trevor and Caitlin are changing the financial aspect of our world. A lot of other people in this room are changing the way we track and trace. We're changing the way payment systems are going to be operating. NFTs are going to change the way we can market tangible assets that are very hard to market otherwise. How do you sell a 45Q tax credit? Okay, well, we turn it into a token and we can now sell a credit. So I teach blockchain here on campus as a four-legged stool. And one leg of the stool is store of value, which is Bitcoin. Another leg of the stool is business systems. That's, supply chain tracking, things like that. I separate payment systems because I do think payment systems are going to be unique and different. And stable coins certainly fall into, into a different, I think most of us would agree here that a stable coin and Bitcoin are very different things. And so I kind of carve that leg out a little bit. And then the fourth leg of the stool for me is NFTs and how we can tokenize real world assets. When you combine those four aspects together, we're changing the world. And it's all because of the properties of this blockchain technology that is giving us a new type of truth that allows us to really operate and do things that we've never been able to do before without intermediaries. Because that's been the reason for intermediaries for history. Why do you need a car title? Because the government has to say you actually own this car and you have the legal right to sell it. Why? Why does the government have to do that? Okay. We had Alex was talking about land titles, and a number of you raised your hands when he asked how many of you bought a house. Well, getting the title cleared for buying your house costs thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Why? Okay. Why can't technology solve that? Why can't math solve that? Okay, 1 second. And so that's what this incredible change is going to be, is this change is not just Bitcoin. Bitcoin's fantastic. I love Bitcoin, okay? But there's so much else that is going to happen in this technology that, quite frankly, you guys have heard me over this afternoon, it's going to change the world, and you're the people that are going to change it. Yes.
Thanks. Carmen Benitez. My question kind of goes into what you were just saying, which is we have all of these wonderful ideas when it comes to the use cases and practicalities. But when it comes to speed to market, for example, of bringing like a frontier coin to market and involving, public and private partnerships or government agencies to be able to develop this, what do you envision being that speed to market? Like, and another point around speed to market that a lot of people may not have as a consideration is the debt tech cost. So there's a lot of legacy technologies that tend to interfere with the friction element.
Yeah.
Right? So what do you think is going to be the speed to market to get
That's
this
actually
out?
a great question. And I'm going to answer it first by setting the stage with a phrase that I use a lot with my students, which is capital always flows to where it's treated the best. And you're absolutely right. There's going to be a point in time when like a merchant services terminal is going to need to change from accepting a debit card to perhaps accepting a frontier coin. There is going to need to be upgrades that will have to happen, but they're going to happen anyway. And when you look at, I'll just use merchant services as an example. Right now, when you're using your credit card to pay for something, there's probably, you're going to hold me to the numbers, Trevor, 3% fee that the merchant pays right off the bat. So if you buy something for $100 at a store, they're only getting $97, okay? And you're now paying interest on the other side of that credit card, okay? There's the time of that payment might be 3 to 5 days between the time that you purchase something and the merchant gets it, okay? There's a cost to that, okay? There's counterparty risk. What if one of the counterparties goes bankrupt in the time of that 3 to 5 day transaction time? Okay, in 2008, we saw that happen all the time. Bear Stearns, of all companies, Bear Stearns went out of business. They were too big to fail. So there is going to be cost. There's going to be learning. People who are not necessarily comfortable with technology may have to learn to do things a little differently. But when you start to look at the friction advantages, the cost advantages, McDonald's will get their money instantly in a peer-to-peer transaction, not 3 to 5 days later. There is no counterparty risk, okay? They're going to get 100 cents on the dollar, not 97, okay? All of those things will eventually cause these merchants to go, I need to make this change. And I believe that those changes are going to happen sooner than we think. Also bear in mind there's critical mass, okay? There's a lot of, there's going to be a lot of development in payment systems. It's not going to be the state of Wyoming and Kraken alone who are going to develop all these new merchant services. There's, stable coins across the world that are all looking to solve this same problem. And so could it be temporarily uncomfortable? Yeah, okay. Are some people who their VCR is still flashing 12 o'clock not going to be happy that, they have to do something a little bit differently? Maybe. But I don't think the friction is going to be that hard. And I think the advantages are going to be so great that once we start hitting that tripping point, I think it's going to happen kind of quickly. I mean, the university's resident tech expert sitting next to me. Am I wrong?
No. I think acceptance across the population will probably be the long pole in the tent.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yes.
So a follow-up on the very good question the young lady asked about, I think, the area of acceptance that you
Theory of acceptance.
So
I'm going to write a book about that. Thank you.
I have been allergic to wallets for the last 6 years of coming here.
This kind or this kind?
The digital kind. Because of that, I'm going to be profane. That goddamn checkbox on the first page of the Form 1040. Now, you all are on good terms with our congressional delegation. If you can get them to get rid of that checkbox, adoption will double, and the price of every cryptocurrency will probably go up 10% the day after the announcement.
I'll reach out to the IRS and see if they'll address my concerns. But I do think in the bigger scope of things, I even think things like that are going to change. Okay, because again, you've heard me say this a couple of times today. Technology has a wonderful capacity to solve the problems of technology, and I feel that way too about the VCR flashing 12 o'clock. When I first got involved in digital assets, it was a piece of paper that came out of a vending machine with a 26-character hexadecimal code. And many of us that have been in this industry long enough know the flop sweat of typing in a long address of trying to move a digital asset. I mean, just flop sweat. Today you take a picture of a QR code, or you hold your phone with NFC, next to a terminal. Technology has solved that problem of the fear of losing a digital asset because you have Vienna sausage fingers, and I think we're going to find it getting even easier, where technology is going to take away that fear that we're going to screw up and lose massive amounts of our value. So that is my prediction. So
Steve, I'm going to take my prerogative as the producer of the show
to
kind of sum up some of the things that have been said today. I think I can sum up a lot of it as saying, you're either vested in the past or you're invested in the future. And everybody here with AI, with blockchain, with other things that we've been talking about, innovative technologies, we're talking about investing in the future, and there's a cost to that, but there's a greater cost staying vested in the past. And that's where I think the programs at the University of Wyoming are important, and that, linking, what we've done in the past today, to work for the future. And that's one of the things that the legislature has recognized since the founding of the state, and community colleges and public schools have been part of that as well. And so, as long as we understand the challenges and we can educate people who want to know more and do more, I think it's a bright future for the state.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Our final speaker is nibbling on Chex Mix, and I can absolutely say with 100% metaphysical certainty that you all want to hear from her right now instead of me. So, so Cam, could you?
Of course. So you've heard a little bit about Caitlin already, but let me go through this so that those of you who weren't here earlier can hear that Caitlin Long is the founder and CEO of Custodia Bank, serves as the honorary chair of the Wyoming Blockchain Stampede. A Laramie native who graduated from the University of Wyoming in 1990. She went on to earn her JD from Harvard Law School and a Master of Public Policy from the Kennedy School of Government in 1994. Caitlin's impressive career spans Morgan Stanley, Credit Suisse, Salomon Brothers. She became involved in Bitcoin in 2012 and was named Top Banking Innovator for 2023 by American Banker. But what really truly makes her special to Wyoming is her dedication to our home state. In 2017, when a flaw in Wyoming blocked her from donating appreciated Bitcoin to endow a scholarship for female engineers at the University of Wyoming, she didn't just accept it. She volunteered to help fix the statute, and that led to her helping spearhead a multi-year initiative to make Wyoming an oasis for blockchain companies in the U.S. In 2018, Caitlin helped kick off the first Wyoming Blockchain Stampede and WYO Hackathon, and she continues to serve as our honorary chair today. From 2018 to 2020, she led the charge to help Wyoming enact more than 30 blockchain-enabling laws.
56. It's his fault.
That's more than 30. making our state the leader it is today. Everyone, please give a warm Wyoming welcome to our own Caitlin Love.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to stay seated if that's okay. Before I dive in, though, I do want to give a special shout out to my grade school friend who sent me this jewelry here in Laramie. We grew up together. And I think it's her cousin who has a jewelry business, and it's Bitcoin on the front and a lasso with with WY on the back. So it was a thank you that she sent me for doing those first few blockchain laws, for coming back home and helping. So as grateful as I am to be back home, it's really great to have those personal connections here. So all of you being here today just warms my heart in such a big way. Everybody in this space is working on adopting this technology. And maybe what I'll do is just spend 10 minutes or so talking about what I'm doing right now and how we can advance the ball, because I think some of you can deploy what we're doing right now. But then also, I'd just like to open it up for questions from you about where you think things will go. So Custodia obviously has been taking the arrows, actually not just from front, but from behind as well. It's really interesting how everything has played out. Someday when I write the book, I have sat on a couple of bombshells that I've not talked about. And those who know them are just stunned and shocked and saddened at how there's just a lack of rule of law in the United States and how much corruption there is in the United States. But it's not over yet, and we're not done fighting that. You know, it took that, unfortunately. Tomorrow morning, I'll be giving remarks on debanking for a company whose board I joined that was directly targeted by the Biden administration. And the US government effectively apologized to it and admitted to its wrongdoing. That hasn't happened yet among the bank regulators and those of us who were targeted for debanking. But the fact that it happened at all is a start, at least. So if you want to listen to those remarks, it'll be about 10 minutes long. The company asked me to speak on the topic, and I just joined the board in July. So I've only been on the board for a recent period of time. But during my due diligence, I uncovered, I had to look at what was going on, how the US government was harassing this company. And it's now public that the investigation was dropped with the company was exonerated, but the admission of what the US government did to this company is what's so stunning. As a side note, just to give you a little teaser in case you want to listen in either to the live speech or the replay, Donald Trump Jr. joined the board back in December, so a few months before I did, and that caused the US government, because of course it was still under the Biden administration control, to ratchet up the pressure. And it was incredible. So I'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. I don't want to be political, but it's so, having been on the receiving end of this, trying so hard not to be political, it's really tough when you see just the incredible wrongdoing. And I alluded to this earlier, that we learned from insiders. As time has gone on, it's become very clear that what happened to Wyoming, we got really screwed by the powers that be in Washington, because we were so far ahead. And now, obviously, with everything that among the financial institutions, you know, New York has caught up, right? Wall Street has had 5 years to catch up from where Wyoming was. And we found out from insiders that the first insider came forward to me the weekend after Custodia got denied, and this was a Senate-confirmed Biden appointee, okay? So just to give you some sense of how many good people there are on the other side of the aisle, there were a lot of people who were not comfortable with what the Biden administration did to this industry. And he started to reveal to me the extent of the wrongdoing, and at the time it was very confusing because this whole concept of Operation Choke Point wasn't in the vernacular, and it was, you know, at the time, it just didn't seem, something didn't sit right, but with the benefit of time and with more insiders having come forward, we now know just how corrupt it was and how crazy the whole situation was. So I don't know where this is going to end, but I do know that Wyoming still has some degree of a lead, and we will hopefully be able to capitalize upon that. How is what I'm talking about relevant to all of you if you're not worried, if you're not working in these special purpose depository institutions and you're working in the industry in and of itself? The answer is that the Genius Act really did change everything, because ultimately, what is money? Money is speech, right? We passed one of those 56 laws is a code of speech law that protects the developers who write code from being criminally charged if somebody uses their code in the commission of a crime, and it wasn't them who wrote the code to be used in criminal manner. And boy, have we seen that. At the federal level, some developers have been persecuted for writing code and how others have used it in the commission of crimes. But what we would like to do as an industry is get to the point where there's some foundation of the freedom of exchange. And that is ultimately what this technology brings us, is the ability to have peaceful exchange, peer-to-peer if we want to, self-custody if we want to, using an intermediary if we prefer, because of course there are, as you were asking about the wallets earlier, there are things about the wallets that are, and self-custody that are scary. We, of course, concede that. It's a lot less scary than it was in the early days before the BIP that allowed us to have our 12 or 24 word seed phrases. Back then, it was even more complicated. And then, the ledger devices and Trezor devices came along, and, now there are a multitude of options to help us with self-custody. But the aha is that we all have the option to actually take our crypto into self-custody. That is what protects us. Now, we will continue, of course, to be able to use exchanges if we want to, or use intermediaries if we want to for convenience, but it's ultimately the fact that we can take it into self-custody. And the analog to analog money is literally stashing paper, $100 bills in your mattresses. I guarantee everyone in this room has had relatives who have done that. I certainly have, and that's what gives you the ability to protect the fruits of your labor. The problem is, of course, that with centralized currencies, as we all know, that the value is diluted. I saw an interesting tweet today. Just sitting with fiat is a 5% wealth tax every year, because that's what inflation is. And so that's why we're bringing alternatives. Now, getting back to answer the question, for those of you who are building cool things and cool applications, this is application day. At the end of the day, there is a financial exchange that takes place on pretty much every transaction, whether it's track or trace or whether it's a registration of a real world asset on a blockchain. There's still got to be a monetary exchange. There's a money leg to every one of those transactions ultimately. Maybe not in the beginning, but in a chain of transactions, there's going to be money changing hands at some point. And that's the foundational layer. That's what we're really playing for, is the ability to have those take place in Wyoming with the protection of our property rights laws. Very few people even, I think, understand the nuance of what Wyoming has created in having the ability for you in a Wyoming, if your intermediary is a Wyoming special purpose depository institution, you have the ability to have that asset continue to be yours in legal title. That's not true anywhere else in the country. What do I mean by that? The best analogy is valet parking for a car or a coat check. When you valet park your car and you get that ticket back from the valet, you have not given that garage legal title to your car. All you did was give them temporary possession of your asset. You still own the legal title to that car. Same thing with your coat. That's the exact same law that we've applied in Wyoming. If you're working with a Wyoming special purpose depository institution, or even the trust companies here have the ability to offer what's called bailment. That's the legal term that describes where you give temporary possession of your property to a third party, but you haven't given them legal title. Every other financial intermediary in the United States is set up the other way, where when you give them your dollar of deposit, your security, your gold bar, your Bitcoin, anything, you're giving them legal title and they owe it back to you. So you're creating a debtor-creditor relationship. That is how it works with every financial institution that is not a Wyoming one. So I think that there's going to be a renaissance and all this, and I would encourage you to really think as you lay out your applications and all these very cool things you're all doing with this powerful technology, especially the non-monetary uses, so at some point in your value chain, there's money changing hands. And the more that we can get that respect for property rights built into what you're doing, it respects the ethos of blockchain, and it helps Wyoming, and it helps get more assets into this state where the leadership has really taken place. And I would just encourage you all to think about working with Wyoming companies. There will be, obviously the Fed kind of attacking us, set us way back. I've hit F9, I don't know how many times today to check to see if the lawsuit decision has come yet. It has not. The median, by the way, in case you're wondering, the median expected time would have put the decision in mid-May. And it's the end of September, so as you can imagine, I'm checking, hitting refresh multiple times a day, waiting for that decision to come down. So we'll see when it happens. We'll react to it when it does. But I still think that the future is unbelievably bright. Just wait in Custodia's case till we can announce what we're about to announce. We're working with banks. Some people might look at that and say, oh my gosh, why are you working with the banks? Just wait until you see what we're doing. It's actually the right thing to do. And I'll close by saying, some folks think that the financial system will just, collapse and we should just go to a peer-to-peer system and go to a blockchain-based system overnight. I don't want to live in that environment. I don't wish that on my enemies either. That is not a stable environment. We are much better, as Saifuddin Amos and I had a debate back in, I think, 2017. Is the system going to end with a bang or a whimper? I think it's going to be a whimper. I think people are just going to be voting with their feet. We already saw it. I mentioned it yesterday when I updated some market data, that stable coins, the transaction volume annualized of the last 30 days for stable coins is 63 trillion a year. And ACH last year, it's actually current quarter annualized, is 93 trillion a year. So the stable coins are already 2/3 of the ACH system. It's that big. Now, when I tweeted that out, folks rightfully came back to me and said, there's a lot of wash trading in those stablecoin numbers, and there's some reliance on exchanges to self-report, and how do we know that's real? And I concede all of that. The data reliability in that number is not as high as the data reliability in the ACH data. But it almost doesn't matter, because it's just the fact that we're even having the conversation about how far we've come in this space in such a short period of time. The direction is obvious. This is all going to be taking over, and so just keep going. We are absolutely in the right place. This state was right for sticking its neck out. This university was right for sticking its neck out, and I think it will all pay off for the state in the end.
All right, I'm going to ask the first fundamental question. You had talked about Operation Choke Point 2.0. You had talked about the negative approach Washington has had for as long as we can remember on this industry. Why? Why did not the U.S. just say, we are the financial leaders of the world, we are going to continue to be the financial leaders of the world, we're all in?
Well,
Why?
look at Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. That is exactly what he is saying. So the wrong people were in place. And I also am alluding to, when I say that, I'm not pointing fingers exclusively at the Biden administration. The first Trump administration had some very anti-crypto people, including the Secretary of the Treasury, Mnuchin, and the then head of the FDIC. She has definitely, Yelena McWilliams, she has definitely come around to being pro-crypto, like everybody does. By the way, everybody, when you first saw this, probably was skeptical of it, myself included. And President Trump, Lord, he was very anti-Bitcoin at the time. There was a big, long tweet thread from 2018, 2019. I engaged with him on it. He didn't respond, but the industry kind of piled on with my thread, engaging with him back. And he changed his mind. Part of what caused him to change his mind is that he watched his family get targeted. And that's just wrong. And he just is having a visceral gut reaction that I hope every law-abiding, well-meaning American, regardless of political party, has. It's wrong to use to use access to the financial system to debank a political enemy who's law-abiding. It's just wrong. And unfortunately it happened. And it happened more to one side than the other. And I am also taking the stand. I don't want this side that's in control right now to pursue the eye for an eye approach. It's wrong to use the financial system to debank political enemies regardless, as long as they're law-abiding. The ones that are not law-abiding, different story, but the law-abiding ones absolutely have a right. I do believe financial services is speech. I know that's not how the court system looks at it, but I think philosophically it is. So back to answer your question, didn't have the right people. There's also, let's face it, there's a generational aspect to this. There's no question that you see it in the surveys that this technology adoption skews younger. So by birth year skews younger. And the Paradigm survey that came out recently was fascinating. It said that in the 18 to 24-year-old demographic, people are getting crypto wallets before they get bank accounts. I'm not sure in that, if you skew even younger than the 18 to 24 demographic, I'm not sure that very many people who are now, age 10 will ultimately have a bank account at all in their lives. And most, you say that you ask your students to raise their hand if they've been in a bank branch, and nobody ever has, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, there's a different experience for sure. As I see all the bank branches keep opening in Cheyenne, they're building another new one right next to the hotel where Amanda was staying. We drove by it this morning. There's another bank popping up in Cheyenne. Why are people building this infrastructure? Because it's not to serve the, 15-year-olds. It's to serve folks who are used to doing business in the banking system face-to-face. And that is definitely changing.
Predictions, okay? I'm giving you a magic wand. Look out 6 months to a year. What do you think will change most in our lives?
AI.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're not actively using it every day, boy, it will change your life. It will make you more productive. It's no secret that Custodia had to lay off, and we refunded customer funds because we just kept getting debanked after the fifth time, and it was clear that the sixth one was coming, and none of those were due to anything that we did wrong. We were just being targeted and stop and think about the logic of it. If they were able to bleed us dry, then the lawsuit would go away, right? Think about the ethics of what the Fed did to us there. But it happened. Welcome to the United States of America. But long story short, the reason I brought that up is I asked our head of engineering, how has AI changed your day-to-day? And he said he's at least 25% more productive than he was a year ago. Yes. Thank you. That's a really good question because your bank cares a lot about it. It's so interesting, Travis, that Kraken Financial and Custodia are really, truly friends. We're not frenemies because we just don't, even in our original business plan, just had very little overlap. But it matters a lot to your parent company, Kraken, of course, of which, full disclosure, I've been a shareholder for like 10 years. But it matters a lot to you because the main business of Kraken is the exchange and the futures business and the like. So the Clarity Act matters a lot. For Custodia, by contrast, the Genius Act was everything for us. There's nothing in it for Custodia in the Clarity Act. So I can sit back and just watch, which is interesting. And I'm watching the fights in this industry between the different factions who want different things. And the banks are making a big run. I was just literally, before I came over here, putting a decision tree together for the banks. The traditional banks, of which there are 9,000 in this country, 9,000 banks and credit unions. The top 50 tend to have they're a pack. They even have their own payments clearinghouse. It's called the clearinghouse. They have their own private versions of payment systems. And then all the other 8,000, 950 banks and credit unions work with the Fed. But so there's a thing in the banking industry where the big banks and the little banks don't trust each other. The littler banks, some of them are quite large, and there's a history of it, by the way. The big banks tried to do antitrust things to keep the little banks out. There were DOJ antitrust investigations into the banks in the 1970s because they tried to kill competition by keeping competitors out. Sound familiar? But the reason I bring that up is that the banks are making a big run to overturn some of the things that were enacted into law in the Genius Act. You're seeing it especially in the ability to pay interest on stable coins. And a lot of folks are, it's kind of funny, everybody in this space understands that rewards are a yield on stable coins. You darn well better not call it interest on stable coins, but rewards, right? So a lot of the companies in this space are paying rewards on stable coins that have a yield, and they're advertising that yield, and that's got the banks all up in arms. So is there a chance that the banks are able to overturn something? They want to protect their monopoly on being able to pay interest on deposits, because that's in the Genius Act, there's a clear delineation. Bank deposits can pay interest, stable coins cannot, the issuer cannot pay interest. And so they're making a run at that. I don't think that's going to be successful. The Trump administration does not have a lot of patience for what happened for the banks right now, because the Trump administration, I think partly incorrectly, blames the banks for all the debanking. I've been on that side of it, and I understand exactly how the power was exerted on the banks. And I like to quote Tyler Winklevoss on this. He uses a mob analogy. It's, hey, you got an awfully nice bank there. It sure would be sad if you didn't close this person's account. That is exactly what happens. And of course, it's not in writing. It's, for the most part, it's all verbal. By the way, the FDIC settled a lawsuit for Operation Choke Point 1.0 and agreed to put it all in writing, and then didn't put it in writing. Okay? So I think there's a case to be made for criminal contempt of court against the actual individuals at the FDIC for that, because they had notice that they had settled that lawsuit and agreed to put all that in writing, and it's clear they didn't put it in writing. So, but yet it's clear nonetheless that it happened. So I'm not sure how that's all going to play out. My guess is that the banks will not prevail, and that the Genius Act will stand. But how the internecine battles between the crypto companies over some of the details on securities versus non-securities, how that plays out, I don't know. The most interesting thing, and I will make one prediction. I saw a speculation that they might put Paul Atkins, the current SEC chair, in as acting CFTC chair. And I think that's going to happen. Not because I'm taking sides. I just think, just go look around. Scott Besson gave a half-hour interview on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he pointed out that he's the acting IRS commissioner. Well, he's also the Treasury Secretary, right? That the head of the Office of Management and Budget is also the acting head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of people in the administration have dual hats, and it's designed to try to, I think Trump has made no bones about that he wants to restructure some of these entities. And there's been historically a big push to try to bring the SEC and CFTC together. Some of you who are not Americans wouldn't be familiar with this crazy structure that we have with all these disparate federal financial regulators, all of whom are constantly fighting with each other and hate each other. But then they hated us more, right? But there's a lot of desire to consolidate those regulators. There was even at one point some discussion whether Scott Bessent himself would become Fed chair. He's now taken himself out of contention, right? But Steve Myron, who was just confirmed by the Senate and joined the FOMC meeting last week, has not resigned his White House post. He's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors, as well as a Federal Reserve governor. So there you have it. There's precedent for this, and some of it is just that the Trump administration wants to just sort of shrink down the number of agencies and reduce the attack surface by the regulators who have abused their power. And again, when you hear my speech tomorrow, just put yourself in Don Jr.'s shoes when I lay out what happened and how that company was targeted because he was added to the board, and that might add some context for what you're going to hear as Trump tries to consolidate some of these regulators. Yesterday, also there was a discussion about what's the political affiliation of the regulators. It's a fact that 92% of Federal Reserve staff donations went to the Democratic Party in the last election cycle. And it's been over 90% in the last several election cycles. So that gives you some context as well for, we're not looking at 50-50 type agencies here as well. And that's also part of what the Trump administration is up against.
Okay, questions? Yes.
Hi, you and your colleague, it's taken 5.5 years, but I now think there's something to all this crypto and blockchain.
Yay!
So thank you very much.
Terrific.
My work is done.
So you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but say Tether, maybe the valuations of these other stable coins are around 100 billion, and they're often offshore, and their audits are questionable or not present at all as far as what they're backed with, where Frontier Coin is transparent, backed with treasury bills and that sort of thing. If Frontier Coin, say, takes $10 billion of that market, what will be the annual expected yield back to the taxpayers of Wyoming?
That's a good question. I have not delved in deeply into that project. I'm not part of it. Some have seen my tweets. I'm definitively neutral, which you can kind of read through. I'm not a fan. I actually I like the Hayek quote of, we got to get money out of the government's hands because the government tends to screw it up. And I will be quoting from Hayek tomorrow. But right now, if you just look at where yields are, the gross yield is 3.25, just putting it in T-bills. And then I'm not sure what expenses are going to be subtracted from that gross yield, and then how much, if any, is going to be paid. One of the interesting things about the state's stablecoin is that it's not, according to some, subject to the Genius Act restriction prohibiting the state from paying interest on that stablecoin, right? So, and then now step back, and there's some Wyoming constitutional issues related to that because the state is not allowed to compete with private industry. But so the banks are not wrong to be up in arms about that because if the state can pay yield on the stablecoin, then they're competing with bank deposits, right? So far that hasn't been litigated, but where I'm going is you subtract the expenses and then the rest goes into the state's general fund, which is what the state is trying to pursue.
I mean, if I can jump in, I think conceptually the idea is sound. We're going to invest. We're gonna as people buy Frontier coins, it will be invested in treasuries. But we are in a environment right now where treasuries are falling. I think, didn't Donald Trump call for a 300 basis point?
He's not going to get that. He's bracketing the negotiation.
I get it, but that's where that income really comes from. And Caitlin, I think, made some great points about yield. But look, it's an interesting experiment. I'd like to see how utility grows. I think our esteemed representative will probably agree with my next statement that there's nothing unconstitutional about passing an unconstitutional law. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. I think it's a wonderful experiment, and I am pleased that Wyoming has done it first.
Yes.
I think that is, it continues to just show how innovative our legislators are and that we're willing as a state to do things unique and special. Over time, though, we're going to have to see. Expenses will be high, yields are falling, and utility, at least in the short term, will be a challenge. And what I mean by utility is, what are you going to use it for? You know, are you going to be able to walk in right now and buy a Big Mac fries and a Coke? Well, not today, but is that 3 months from now? Is that 6 months from now? The utility is going to drive some of that. But again, I think it's a novel concept. You know, we've done some research at the CBDI about profitability of it, and it's tough if you're just limited to treasuries. But we're going to have to see how that plays out over time. I will tell you, the goal of any proceeds going towards education, I think is positive as well.
Is laudable, yeah.
Yeah. So again, you know, I'm a supporter of it, watching from a distance. I mean, you know, CBDI was pretty involved early on in helping identify utility and until the staff was able to get up to speed. So we're certainly proud of that involvement, but time will tell on that one. The stable coins that exist right now that are air quotes profitable are allowed to invest in other things than treasuries that bring in greater yields, which, you know, allow them to be more profitable than the way the legislation, if I'm correct, is written. It's
higher risk.
It's still limited in what the
to treasuries.
to treasuries, right? So we'll see. I think it's we'll see. Kind of the best I think we can call on that. All right, more questions? Yes.
So 2 questions for you. Obviously, I'm very supportive of Wyoming putting out a stable coin. But is this really not just you being in front, but also trying to push back against the Fed, essentially doing the same thing? If they do push out a stable coin, what's your perspective on, in some form through the Fed? That number one, sort of what's going to happen, just your prediction. Number 2, I have kids which are all below 18. I have 4 of them. And what I see is the financial industry, the banks and whatnot, pushing in with things like Venmo and whatnot, and almost as a counter to the peer-to-peer payment systems. And so again, I'm just also wondering if you feel like that's a backdoor to avoid, I guess, the next generation from utilizing these tools.
Yeah, great questions both. So I'll start with number 1. The history of the stable token is that when the Wyoming Speedies got blocked, we were going to be a pretty decent sized revenue stream to the state's general fund. Let's step back. What's the state really after here? It's after funding the schools. This state is very energy intensive, which means it's boom bust in its general fund revenues. And the state constitution has a provision that says that all students in Wyoming must have an equal education opportunity, right? So someone in Jackson Hole in the highest, paid zip code in the country versus somebody in the middle of a rural area, the education has to be the same pursuant to the state constitution. So unless the citizens of Wyoming get together and change that, that's what the legislators have to solve for. And they've been dealing for decades, really. I mean, I'm 56. My whole life, it's been just up, down, up, down, up, down. And this state is this university is a land grant university, and it goes through boom bust cycles, feast famine cycles as well. And so as a state, we're just trying to solve that. And one of the biggest fears, I think it's less so today, but certainly a few years ago when this was all starting, was that coal wouldn't come back. Now, with all the AI, just insatiable energy needs, you're seeing that it is coming back. But unfortunately, as Holly Krupko was saying yesterday, that the School of Energy Resource dean, that a lot of the coal companies that were here 10 years ago have either gone under or restructured. They're gone. They're not coming back. So how easy is it for the state to recover those revenues? Okay, so that's the backdrop. So the Fed stymies the whole initiative by blocking Custodia, and so the revenues are not coming in from the speedies. So what did the Blockchain Select Committee do? They said, screw it, we're going around the Fed. That's exactly what happened. That was the impetus of this whole thing. And so I don't disagree
I think Senator Rothfuss wanted a fight too.
he wanted a fight. He was hoping the Fed would sue the state and get into, and by the way, that still could happen, right? I mean, there's some ambiguity there as to on the constitutional side. So just, I think more power to the ornery Wyoming legislators. I've told a couple of fun stories about yes, I see Representative Singh with his fist in the air. I love it. Not being afraid to ruffle feathers at the federal government. And from that perspective, I absolutely support the whole initiative, because it was basically the state saying to the Fed, if you're going to block our economic development initiative, we're going right around you. And look what's happened. The whole stablecoin thing is going around the Fed. It's a US dollar payment system that doesn't have to go through the Fed. Every other US dollar goes through the Fed. And ultimately everyone still does at the end, but it doesn't have to go through the Fed as an intermediary. So that's the first question. And I just forgot the second. Yep. Will the Fed have a CBDC? I mean, I do trust Jay Powell in this one regard, limited trust, but in this regard, he did say that he is not going to issue a CBDC without Congress approving it. And so, and I think whoever replaces Jay Powell that's probably a litmus test, I would guess, that Trump is going to ask them when he interviews them. This morning, Secretary Besson, who's doing the interviews for Fed chairs as we speak, said that he's expecting to narrow it down in early October, and then he'll have another round of interviews.
But I'm worried about 3 Fed chairs from now.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Let's put it this way. When Secretary Besson put out his Wall Street Journal op-ed saying that the Fed just needs to be massively reformed, I'm a huge fan of Secretary Besson. He's just phenomenal. And he is going to get his way, I believe. And to be honest, and he's fully aware, I've met him before and had subsequent conversations. He's fully aware what the Fed did to us, and fully aware of the bombshells that I've not talked about publicly too. So Godspeed to him fixing it. It needs to be fixed. But there was a second question, and I forgot. Venmo, yes. Okay, so Venmo is actually a fintech. Yeah. Venmo's owned by PayPal. So here's the interesting thing. People use it as peer-to-peer, but what happens behind the scenes is still that horse and buggy. Yeah. Exactly. And so it has to still clear through PayPal's bank, which is, they were using, I think, Silicon Valley Bank, Cross River Bank. I mean, some of these fintech-oriented banks, right? So, but now it's fascinating what's going on. Some of the fintechs are applying for OCC trust companies and Fed master accounts because the banks got so much pressure to close their accounts. There was a very large fintech, I won't name it, who came to Wyoming, and they wanted to talk to me about getting a Speedy Bank charter as a fallback in case they kept getting debanked, because in order to be a participant in the Visa and MasterCard network, you have to have a bank sponsor. And they kept getting debanked so much that they thought this was existential to them. They wanted to have their own bank who could make them a sponsor to make sure that they never lost access to the Visa and MasterCard network. Folks, that is how bad that Biden administration cracked down on all things crypto, but all things fintech, but especially crypto was. Okay, so they're all now grateful that that pressure is off. But again, they're going to do it again when they get back in power. If these tools of the pressure that were applied haven't been completely unwound.
Or unless we, use this opportunity to build out a new framework that can't be replaced.
Which is what Secretary Besson is all about. I heard a rumor, and to be clear, this is not coming from him, heard a rumor, but it's credible that the U.S. Treasury is looking at issuing tokenized T-bills. If you step back and think about the implications of that, a tokenized T-bill is a U.S. dollar that pays interest. So all of a sudden, guess what? The U.S. Treasury can circumvent the Fed, just like the state of Wyoming with the stable token circumvented the Fed. Okay, so Secretary Bessent knows exactly where and how to apply levers of pressure to get the Fed to back off some of this stuff. So what it looks like in the next couple of years, I don't know. All I do know is Secretary Bessent gets it. His job is to protect the U.S. dollar system so that we don't live in a collapse. But when you listen to him, he's a big fan of Bitcoin and a big fan of gold. He is no nothing but the U.S. dollar at all. He is absolutely managing all of this. And stable coins, let's face it, huge invention. It's the killer app so far for the crypto industry so far. And I give Tether credit because they had the foresight to create that technology, and it has spread like wildfire, but they've also figured out, really importantly, how to extend the US dollar's reign as global reserve currency by bringing in, they have, at last I looked, 460 million active users, 460 million monthly active users of Tether. And it's a lot of people who might be in places that don't even have electricity. And Tether built a distribution system so that people can swap the batteries on their cell phone. And when they come to the kiosk to swap the battery on their cell phone, that's when they deposit their earnings. And they're depositing them in Tether, which is US dollars. And that is not a price-sensitive buyer of T-bills. They are not going to, in the next financial panic, they're not going to panic sell. That is of extraordinary value to the U.S. government, and Secretary Bessent understands that.
Representative Singh?
I just wanted to chime in a little bit on the central bank digital currency and just fears about that on the federal level. Something we passed in the state of Wyoming this last session where the state agreed that we would not participate in any sort of program like that. So if you're from a different state, you can, if you're concerned about that, you can push for your legislatures to also do the same thing. It's been done in other states in the country like Florida and Indiana. But there are ways, just how with the experiment of the Frontier token, we are circumventing the established authority in this way. There are ways to push back on a central bank digital currency as well.
Perfect. And by the way, that's why what I really like about Representative Singh is he believes in the 10th. He believes in the 10th. So
the 10th Amendment, which is that all the powers not expressly defined in the U.S. Constitution belong to the states.
Okay, a couple more questions? Yeah.
Yeah. How are they different from a CBDC?
Good question.
Treasury is basically a dollar.
Yeah. That is, you are absolutely right to observe that might be viewed as or used as or abused by, again, you said, 3 Treasury secretaries from now.
Let me jump on
Yeah.
it. And I think, to me, it comes down to, is it a wholesale use or a retail use? A wholesale use, if banks are using tokenized treasuries to move value between banks, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I care. Banks are already reporting everything involved in those transactions to the government. I don't really care. Where I start to get nervous is the Big Mac fries and a Coke. And if it's brought down to a retail level, then I start getting nervous about the Fourth Amendment. I'm going to say an absurd statement, but how likely is it that the government is going to go to a judge to compel the government to release government information to the government? It's absurd. Right now, our Fourth Amendment gives us protections where, a judge is going to have to say, yes, there's something here, and a bank is going to have to say, yes, I think we should, we should honor that warrant. So for me, it comes down to the utility of it. If it's retail, you know what? I think retail needs to go digital, but I think it needs to go digital through fintechs and banks. And Wholesale, I'm more ambivalent. I don't care about that. So I do think there is a difference, and I do think it comes down to utility and where I think we should, the hill I'm willing to die on is I don't want the government involved in a retail payment. Am I close?
Yes, but it was very prescient of you to make that connection because historically, if you read the U.S. Constitution, there are a lot of people who think the Federal Reserve is unconstitutional and that Congress did not have the right to delegate the authority to a fourth branch of government, an independent agency. That's all being litigated as we speak. Are these independent agencies even constitutional at all?
Remember, there's nothing unconstitutional about passing an unconstitutional law.
Right. It's got to get deemed unconstitutional. It might take more than a century for it to happen, but it still might happen. For these independent agencies, the Supreme Court's being pretty clear. They're pursuing that decision that the U.S. president. There are three branches of government. There is not a fourth independent agency branch of government, and so as a result. This is a lever of power that the Treasury has over the Fed, because the Fed is being, let's face it, it was until last week 5-2 anti-Trump on that board, and now it's 3-4. So Trump's got 3 votes but 4 against him, and so they're being a thorn in his side. Not just on setting interest rates, but on all this regulatory stuff, which is, again, where some of the really bad stuff happened. This is not an agency that has complied with the law. And again, some of the crazy things that happened to us, there's this FOMC blackout period is supposed to be sacrosanct, right? The Fed does not give interviews during an FOMC blackout period. Did you guys realize that the denial of custodia happened during an FOMC blackout period, and the Fed was talking to Bloomberg during an FOMC blackout period, and we filed a complaint with the Inspector General, who, by the way, reports to Jay Powell, and it's, in other words, the very people who were being investigated. But then a major financial reporter told me that the general counsel of the Fed is the biggest leaker. But he's the guy who's supposed to be enforcing the policy that nobody leaks. So, when this is what you're up against, right? How does Trump get? He's dealing with people who have gone rogue, and how does he get the Constitution to be respected again? It's a very interesting question. Now, it's always going to be a debate. Should the government be in the business of money? And some would even say it's not even just that the Federal Reserve was unconstitutional, the dollar itself, because it's defined in Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution. And that is the only thing that can be the U.S. dollar. And so you cannot issue an IOU to that. It's literally got to be what's in Article 10, Article 1, Section 10. So we're into some really esoteric areas of the law, and I would guess that this is going to be litigated in the next, I don't know how many years. It's not being litigated yet, but you're absolutely right, very prescient to make that connection that a tokenized treasury is not that different than a CBDC. But on the flip side, this is also one of the levers, because let's face it, Fedwire is the system that handles high-value payments in the United States. 1.1 quadrillion of high-value payments went through Fedwire last year. If there are tokenized T-bills, do you really need Fedwire anymore? Is that one of the ways that the Treasury Department gets control over this rogue element at the Fed? Correct. And again, Besson's I consider him one of us, right? His job is to be the Treasury Secretary, but go back and look at the interviews he gave before he became Treasury Secretary. Big fan of Bitcoin, big fan of gold, very much concerned about currency stability and instability thereof. Yeah.
Well, I want to thank everybody for attending.
Yeah, this was great.
And, pardon? My book is $29.99 on Amazon.com. I'm starting a second book, which I joked with Caitlin about, which is all the different ways Wyoming is trying to kill me. So, but my first book, The Fundamentals of Blockchain, is only $29.99 on Amazon.com, and all of the proceeds go to education at the University of Wyoming. I don't get a penny from it. So
I will. Thank you for asking.
thank you for
that.
asking. Okay.
I,
All the different ways Wyoming is trying to kill me. I think I'm up to about 115.
Funny, yeah.
Okay.
I will say that I had a conversation with a senior Fed official who I did share some of those bombshells, and that person's response was, "You should write a book." And my response was, "When it all comes out, it'll come out. We've got a lot of work to do in the meantime. This fight's not over." That's a cop-out to say you should write a book and, oh, you know, it's an interesting story. It shouldn't have happened. Come on. It's time to get this fixed.
Yeah.
Thanks.
As the producer, I want to close this by first thanking Cam for all of his work
Cam,
today.
please wave. Cam stepped in graciously. Tyler went home, ended up having a conflict. And so I do want to thank Kim. I want to thank my team, which is Tegan over there, wave. Matt, great job yesterday, Matt. Isaac did all the graphics and all that kind of work for us. So I certainly want to thank Pat, has produced this event for a number of years. Quite frankly, my job now is to just stay out of their way and let them do a good job. And they've been fantastic. I want to thank you all. Thank you. You know, it's yeah, I always get nervous that we're throwing a birthday party and no one shows up, and every year you all graciously show up. So I want to.
So one last question. Are we doing this next year? Are we doing this next year? That's the question.
Yes, we're doing it next year. So it'll be the 9th annual. So I think what we'll do, Pat, is we'll take a week off. And then,
Thank you.
And then we'll get right back to work. By the way, Candace is out manning the table.
Candace has done a great job.
Candace does a great job. You probably saw Nathaniel out there with the hat on, manning the table.
And Brian Barr with arranging our food and
did
doing.
the whole cocktail party last night, and including the water feature. So I want to thank everybody who was able to attend there. My students that are here, wonderful Shoshone students that are here. You guys have been the OGs of this event going back years. So thank you all, and we will do this again next year.
I'm such a fan. I don't know how you keep going. And thank you for the answer. But you're doing the Lord's work. Just wanted to say hello. Yeah, appreciate you guys with the adversarial mindset. That's awesome.
Well, I got on the committee, and first thing was listening to one of her speeches.
Yeah. You're the smartest lady you'll ever listen to.
Yeah, I agree. Excellent. Well, and you're speaking tomorrow morning?
Yes.
There's an AI type of thing.
No, this is public schools.
Is it here?
No, it'll be online.
Okay.
It'll be online. Everything's online. And they asked me to just give a 10-minute speech about banking. Sure. So, but are you familiar with Public Square?
No.
It does firearms finance.
Oh, okay. That's probably important. Yeah. Public Square. Okay.
What this company went through. They actually at the CFP try to force them to settle in a way that would have made them break federal firearms laws.
Wow.
Yes. Right.
Wow.
Right. Right.
I bet my colleagues would be very interested.
Yeah. I'm surprised this story hasn't gotten out. Because it was an actual admission of wrongdoing. Now, of course, it's under Biden's control, not the current Trump.
Right.
Sure. Where would I be able to find the lunch recording arrangements?
The what?
The lunch recordings.
All of the record. It'll all be on our YouTube account. It's probably on right now. It's going to be on the Wyoming Blockchain. So it should all be yesterday's stuff and today's stuff now. It should all be on there.
the